Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The video had a black screen as someone greeted their dear subscribers, asking the cameraman if he had turned on the camera, to which he was told yes, explaining that they were doing it now. Then the boss called him names. The dark-haired guy pointed to himself as he greeted everyone on the NYRAD channel. Then it was explained that he was a YouTuber and a B-class hunter named Rick. He smiled widely as he exclaimed that today's monster was a C+ rank, and that this video was about attacking an arachne. The hunter pointed to the spiders as he said that as everyone could see, arachnes live in a group, like ants, and that they are also arthropods. Rick held his arms out to the sides as he added that they were completely different from the spiders from the ground, and that, for example, these guys do not attack from the very beginning, and also that they spit on the web instead. The boys looked at the monsters in fear when the boy shouted that they didn't spit them out, but shot them at their enemies. The arachne's leg was enveloped in light energy. Rick held his sword in front of him, defending himself, when he said that everything didn't go as planned and that they needed to cut it out later, to which he was told that it was fine. The protagonist looked ahead in concern when he said that it was impossible. Then it was explained that he was in charge of filming and editing, and that his name was Alex. Spiders were shown, when it was explained that the arachne's original fighting style was not direct attacks, but hunting, and that's why they first spit webs to entangle the enemy, and then inject poison into the immobilized target, causing it to slowly die. The monster swung its paw when the protagonist thought about how they would never rush forward like that. Rick looked away in anger when he called someone a scumbag. The hunter held his sword arm out in front of him as he addressed the cameraman, saying they would talk later. Then the cameraman began to protest. Rick held his arms out in defense. He leaned forward, keeping his head down. The monster was cut into pieces. The hunter walked towards the spider. Rick looked serious as he cut it. The guy was standing on a pile of monster bodies. He looked forward furiously as he asked what it was, adding that the same guy said that arachnes spit out their webs first. Alex held the camera in front of him, thinking that it was a last resort for the monster to pounce on its prey like that, suggesting that maybe they were already in a desperate situation where they had nothing to lose. Then someone called out his name. Rick grabbed his clothes as he asked if he was going to continue acting innocent. Then the guy apologized to him. The hunter punched him in the stomach when he asked if an apology would solve everything, exclaiming that he almost died because of him. The boy was lying in front of him when Rick told him to gather more information, insulting him. The protagonist was sitting behind him when the hunter cursed and explained that this is why he was useless without special traits. The protagonist stared ahead with empty eyes when he thought about his words and the fact that he himself was an awakened. Alex was sitting at the table when he thought about how the ability he received after becoming an awakened had no traits, and how it was completely useless in the work of hunters, since he really didn't know how to do anything. The dark-haired boy opened his mouth wide when he summed up that this is why he chose this way to survive, which was to analyze monsters and teach hunters how to attack them. The protagonist pointed his finger forward when he exclaimed that the monster was in front of him and named its weakness. Rick was cleaning his ear when he called the guy a freak, saying that he almost died because of this spawn, and that if it weren't for him, they all would have died. The boys looked scared when the hunter's name was called. His head was reflected in the monster's eyes. The dark-haired boy looked ahead with a smile. The spider's sharp limb stuck into the ground. Then a scream was heard that this was an elite monster, and that they needed to run. The frightened boys began to run away from the terrible monster. The monster was catching up with the protagonist. Rick dropped his sword when he wondered if he was really going to die at this rate, realizing that if he wanted to escape from this place, he needed bait. The protagonist turned his head to the side when the hunter decided that he would be it. Rick kicked the cameraman in the face. The young man closed his eyes in pain. The hunter smiled creepily as he said that it was all because of his information, so he should take responsibility. The protagonist placed his hands on the ground as he cursed. The protagonist's pupils narrowed. The monster behind him opened its mouth. Alex turned around as he realized that his own body was not obeying him. Arachne opened her jaws, then the boy assumed that he was going to die. Someone was standing next to the hospital bed when he was addressed. The protagonist looked forward sadly as he answered his mother. The woman stretched her hand up when she said that he must protect Mary. The protagonist's eyes widened as he realized that he could not die there, at least for his little sister. Alex clenched the hilt of the blade. He stood in front of the huge monster as he thought about how he had to survive. The dark-haired boy confidently looked forward as he exclaimed that he would do it despite everything. The protagonist was thrown back by the powerful blow, then he wondered what was going on. The protagonist looked away worriedly. The blond man in the hood leaned forward. He brought his hand to his face, looking forward determinedly, when Alex wondered who this guy was. There was a bright flash. The blond boy turned around. The guy with tattoos looked forward angrily when he asked where this bastard was hiding. Then the protagonist wondered who the hell he was. His foot left the ground. The stranger swung his arm when he said that the arrogant bastard would stop running there. The tattooed guy opened his mouth wide. The blond man in the red cloak swung his arm, clenching his fist. They were facing each other, when the protagonist wondered why they were fighting. There was a powerful explosion. Alex bent his arms in front of him when he asked out loud what was going on, wondering about their strength. The black-nailed feet pressed against the ground. The guy in the red cloak touched the ground with his hand. The stranger smiled creepily when the protagonist thought that these were the ones who made even the arachnes and elite monsters tremble with fear. The blonde looked ahead intently when the protagonist called them unstoppable creatures. The dark and light energies intersected. The orange stream crashed into something. The black energy stream crashed into the light one. The blonde dodged the enemy's fist. Alex opened one eye when he wondered who those two were. The tattooed stranger extended his arms to the sides. He struck his opponent. A blindingly bright flash occurred. A powerful explosion occurred. The bare-chested guy looked angry when he asked the enemy to stop hiding, adding that he was tired of his antics. The cloaked blonde leaned forward as he disagreed, saying that they had a long way to go before it was over. A bright sphere appeared under his palm. The tattooed boy smiled ominously as he asked if he really wanted to go all the way. The opponents sent streams of energy at each other. The opposing auras collided. The white-haired boy looked forward as he exclaimed that at this rate, he wouldn't get out unscathed either. The blonde smirked contentedly as he replied that he didn't care. He turned to the protagonist as he added that it was because he left the possibility open. The protagonist looked surprised as the stranger apologized to him for dragging him into this. The boy with sharp teeth looked forward angrily as he exclaimed that it couldn't be. A sphere formed from the fusion of opposing energies. The ball exploded, leaving smoke. The blonde smiled slightly. His opponent opened his mouth wide. There was a small explosion. Rock fragments flew in all directions. Alex stood with his legs bent. The dark-haired boy looked forward in fear when the stranger said that he would leave it to him. The protagonist crossed his arms in front of him, defending himself. The walls of the cave were shown. Rock fragments were lying near them. The protagonist stood with his fists clenched. Alex looked forward in confusion when he wondered what was going on. He stepped on the phone. The dark-haired boy turned around, looking at the device. He was holding the smartphone in his hand when he asked why it was there. An email icon appeared on the screen when he was asked to confirm the new manager. The phone's display showed words stating that the connection was being checked. After that, a phrase appeared on the screen stating that the manager's position change was complete. Then the protagonist wondered what it was. Bearded men and someone wearing a beast mask were shown. The protagonist was holding a phone in front of him. He turned his head to the side. A greeting for the manager who had gotten to godhood appeared on the smartphone screen. The sun was shining on the entrance to the cave. The guys were sitting behind Rick, breathing heavily. The hunter glared when he asked how unlucky he was and what the chances were of encountering an elite monster in AC+ dungeon. His comrades smiled widely when they said that thanks to him, they survived and that using that fool as bait was a great decision and that it was expected of a B-rank hunter, adding that he was experienced. Rick looked away, frowning when he replied that there was a reason his channel slogan was, "They will raid everything they can," adding that of course he was prepared for that. The hunter's pupils narrowed when the protagonist called him a name. A fist came close to his face when he asked the protagonist how he survived. The hunter elbowed his arm. Rick punched Alex in the head when he asked him if he forgot that he was in F rank. A mark was left on the guy's cheek when the hunter said that he didn't know how he survived, but he was lucky. Rick grinned creepily when he said that he was too lazy to find a new editor. The protagonist looked away when he asked if he was serious and whether he really thought he would continue working for the guy who tried to kill him. The hunter put his elbow on his shoulder when he answered that Alex was the one begging and crying, saying that he needed money for medicine for his sister, and that he helped him out of his generosity, so he couldn't do this to him, concluding that he should repay him, knowing his place. The guy slapped his hand away with his own. The protagonist glared forward as he said the quote about how if someone can't take it, then they shouldn't skip anything, explaining that he had a habit of doing that because he was too cocky and that he didn't know it would help, then asking if he had any idea how many views the video he was leaving him would get if he posted it. Rick closed his eyes and smiled as he answered if the protagonist knew he could just kill him there. Alex glared forward as he answered yes, explaining that he would die, but he would go to jail and lose his hard-earned channel, then suggesting he give it a try. Rick glared menacingly as he turned to the editor, warning him that if this video was posted anywhere, he shouldn't think his sister would be safe. The hunter turned away from the protagonist when he exclaimed that they would find a new editor, and then asked the boys what they were doing, ordering them to grab their things. The protagonist raised his fist to his face when he said that if he tried to hurt his sister, he would do things to him that he could not even imagine. Alex was sitting at the table when he spoke about the channels of the gods. He pressed his finger on the screen when he thought about YouTube being a free-to-use platform where anyone can upload their videos, and about how out of the many channels on the site, the most popular ones belong to hunters. The guy imagined a monster and a warrior with a sword when a system notification appeared, saying that the user wanted to try the holy blade he bought from Hephaestus on Lucifer. The huge snake opened its mouth when a notification appeared from a player who said that he was a veteran and that he would speedrun the boss of the world's snake Jormungandr in 12 minutes. The long-haired man was shown in profile when gods from mythology were mentioned. The blonde girl was holding a gun when historical figures, heroes, and legendary figures were mentioned. The dark-haired boy was looking at the phone intently when he assumed that they were running this whole thing. He remembered the blonde man in the trench coat when he wondered who that guy was back then and why he gave him this smartphone. The protagonist placed the device on the table when he thought about how confusing this was. The protagonist rested his head on his hand, thinking about what would happen if this was true and if they really were running channels like YouTube. Alex looked away with a smirk when he said that they would probably start with at least 1 million subscribers. The dark-haired boy reached for the phone when he said that it didn't look that bad, deciding that it was worth a try. The video's intro was of a bearded man when a system notification appeared, telling him that in order to become a member, he could watch and study lectures on S+ insight traits. The protagonist's pupils narrowed when a system notification appeared, telling him that he had subscribed to James's channel. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist, telling him that S+ insight had been obtained. Alex looked ahead carefully as he thought about how S+ was only for classification, and how it wasn't a real rank. He imagined dark silhouettes as he thought about the 13 heroes who fought against the Demon Lord, and how people assumed that they might have S+ traits. The dark-haired boy looked at the system window, thinking that he had obtained this just by subscribing to the channel, and how it couldn't be. He opened his palm in front of him, thinking that if it was true, he should feel something, but he didn't feel any change. The protagonist looked away thoughtfully, thinking that maybe it was because it improved his observation and intelligence, and that if it was, it would be hard to notice the difference immediately. The man in the beast mask smiled when a system notification popped up saying that he was holding a subscriber event, more specifically, a free personal training session on how to lift the House of Zeus. The protagonist clicked the subscribe button when he said that he would be able to notice the difference after that. Then the system notifications popped up saying that he had subscribed to Hercules' channel and that SS superhuman strength had been obtained. Alex slammed his fist on the table when he asked again in surprise. There was a broken laptop in front of him as he asked how this was possible, wondering if he had actually obtained an SS rank trait. Then a system notification appeared saying that he had used superhuman strength and that its proficiency had increased slightly, and that the proficiency in using this trait was 0.1%. The dark-haired boy sat with his arms crossed as he said that he was shocked that he had obtained an SS rank just by signing up. The protagonist clutched his head as he exclaimed that he didn't know or understand, and then asked what this godhood was. Then a system notification appeared saying that the proficiency in Insight S+ had increased slightly due to hard thinking. The protagonist stared at the phone as he wondered if he needed to reach 100% to fully master this ability, and then thought about getting personal training from Heracles. He clicked on the video of the masked man. People looked shocked. The pillar lifted off the ground. Hercules crouched down holding it in his hands as he said it was amazing. His legs were enveloped in blue energy as he spoke about this stimulation. The man dug his feet into the ground. Hercules lifted the pillar above him as he shouted that it was too good. Alex looked at his phone in horror as he wondered what it was, exclaiming in surprise. He clicked on the unfollow button as he asked about how he could follow this, adding that he now understood why the man only had one follower, and that he would never be able to do so. Then a system notification popped up saying that unfollowing was not possible. Hercules pointed his finger in front of him as he laughed, then turned to the skinny boy, saying that he could come whenever he wanted, but he could not leave whenever he wanted. The dark-haired guy opened his mouth wide and screamed, after which many system notifications appeared stating that unsubscribing was impossible. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger when he wondered if he could not unsubscribe from him. Then a system window appeared stating that it was impossible to unsubscribe from the channel, after which Hercules said goodbye, saying that they would see each other tomorrow. The young man had a phone in his palm when he asked who was calling him. The protagonist looked at the device in annoyance when he wondered why this bastard was calling him. Rick brought the phone to his ear when he was asked what he wanted, to which he replied that the guy actually picked up, and then said that he thought he had blocked him. Alex looked ahead with an indifferent expression as he repeated that he asked him what he wanted. Hunter smiled wickedly as he suggested that he had nowhere else to go, and the editor asked if he had called him to tease him, and he replied that he just wanted to talk about business. The dark-haired boy held the phone to his head as he mimicked him. Rick looked ahead with a smile as he asked him not to be so rude since they had worked together until recently, and the protagonist told him to tell him what he wanted, explaining that he had no time for idle talk. Hunter glared at his smartphone. He sat with his legs crossed as he said that the SH group had offered to stream together, and then asked if the boy wanted to join them. The protagonist looked surprised as he asked him again. He imagined a multi-story building as it was explained that the group was the #1 financial company in Korea. The dark-haired girl was holding a blade in her hand when the guy remembered that the granddaughter of the owner of the group had recently awakened 2 traits of a hunter in herself. Alex put the phone to his ear when he thought about the fact that he thought they were also into hunting. Rick was sitting in front of the table when he said that he thought they were expanding their business now, so they wanted to see what it was like. The hunter looked away with a smile when he summed up that this was the SH group, and then asked what he would say. Then the editor refused him. Then Rick asked if he was serious, adding that in that case he would pay him $50,000 per video. The protagonist looked forward in shock when he asked him again. The guy in the shirt was shown in profile when he asked if he wanted to join now. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face when he answered that he still did not. The hunter looked away with concern when he said that it was 10 times what he usually paid him and that it was good for them, and then asked how much he wanted. Alex looked up with a smirk when he answered 50 million. Rick looked at his phone with fury when he asked him again, and then wondered if he was crazy and if he really thought he was worth that much, and wondered if the guy knew that the SH group was paying him that much, and then a system notification appeared saying that S+ insight skill had increased slightly to 0.2%. The dark-haired boy held the phone to his ear when he said that he would try to guess why this group was trying to work with him and not the other ranks of hunters. Rick looked at the phone nervously when he wondered what he would say. The protagonist imagined the man standing with his back turned as he replied that it was obvious and that his granddaughter had just received 2 S-rank traits, so SH Group Chairman Kurt wasn't going to just sit back and watch as he wanted his granddaughter to learn the basics first. The boy extended his hand towards the goblin as the protagonist wondered what the basics of being a hunter were, and then replied that it was hunting monsters. The bird with glowing eyes stared at the boy as the editor began to talk about the reason why their channel had gained 210,000 subscribers and was able to make money. He imagined Rick pointing at himself with a smile. The boy in the shirt was holding a piece of paper as he summed up that it was all thanks to his unique strategies. Alex pointed to his head as he said that the reason Chairman Kurt approached him wasn't because of Rick but because of his knowledge. The boy in the shirt looked ahead in fear as he exclaimed that 50 million was still too much. The protagonist looked forward angrily as he asked about the fact that he didn't want it. Rick frowned heavily, chuckling. The protagonist put the phone on the table as he said that if he couldn't get a loan or credit, then he should look for someone else. Alex looked creepy as he smiled. The two were standing next to each other the next day in a B-rank dungeon. The protagonist looked ahead indifferently as he asked about when he was going to transfer the rest of the money. Rick held the device in front of him as he replied that he said he would send it as soon as this was over, and then wondered about when Ashley would arrive. Both the boys turned around. The dark-haired girl looked ahead as she introduced herself, adding that she was the one who should join this raid, and then suggested that they leave right now. The protagonist's pupils narrowed as he thought about the possibility that it was Ashley, and that she was very beautiful. The brunette looked away as Alex thought about how hard it would be to get to her. The boys followed the girl as the boy decided that as long as he got paid he would just do his job. An ominous aura surrounded the monster. The hunters looked straight ahead as Ashley said that it was a black troll. Rick smirked, lifting his finger as he exclaimed that she was right and that the monster was classified as a B+ rank monster, and that it might be a B rank monster, but with its regenerative abilities close to immortality, those who did not know how to attack it could lose their lives. Then it was explained that he was telling her how to attack it, just like Alex had told him. The boy imagined the monster waving its paw in front of itself as it spoke of a strategy that everyone knew. The hunter looked at the girl carefully as he said that the black troll's entire body should be torn apart, its heart destroyed, and its head cut off before it could regenerate. Ashley grabbed the hilt of his blade. She quickly ran away from Rick. The brunette looked forward with determination. The girl jumped up, swinging at the monster. She pierced its heart with her sword. Ashley gripped the hilt of the blade. The troll's head was cut off. The brunette landed deftly. 2 guys were standing in front of her as she said that it was easy. Rick smiled widely as he said that he didn't think she would understand him so perfectly, with minimal knowledge, adding that it was as expected of an S-rank hunter. Ashley swung her blade as she replied that she was flattered. Dark energy emanated from her sword as the guy thought about it. The girl stood in front of the protagonist, who said that it must be Aurelian's weapon that he had only heard about, and then asked how much it would cost. The brunette looked down at the blade when she guessed about 20 billion. The boys looked shocked when they asked again. Ashley pointed behind her when she said that 1 black troll was not enough to finish, and then suggested that they move on. The stalactites were dripping water after an hour. The girl stepped in a pool of blood when she said that she thought she understood a little now. The brunette looked away intently when she added that she thought there were no more trolls, and then suggested that they leave it at that. Rick shook her hand when he said that she had done a good job, and she agreed with him, saying that she was leaving. The young man looked down angrily, thinking that he thought that this would be a good opportunity to be acquainted with the Hunters Guild, but he couldn't do anything, and now he would be robbed of 50 million because of that scoundrel Alex. The protagonist looked away in satisfaction when he assumed that he must be thinking about this. Suddenly, the protagonist's pupils narrowed. Ashley raised her head, looking up when she asked about what it was. Then Rick decided that this was his chance, and assumed that judging by its size, it was an elite monster. The dark-haired young man looked up in concern when he realized that it was not an elite monster. A huge monster appeared, grinning, when he realized that it was a boss monster. The monster opened its mouth wide. It swung its paw. The girl looked forward tensely. She held out her blade in front of her, defending herself. Rick looked away in fear. The boys began to run away, cursing. The monster's eyes glowed yellow. It raised its limb up, then the brunette began to fall. Rocks flew in different directions. The guys were attacked in the back. Rick, frowning, looked ahead. He ran, bending his arms, when he thought that it did not matter that the girl was from the SH group, and that he had to escape from this place. The hunter looked ahead in fear, thinking only about escape and that he could not die. Rick's pupils narrowed greatly when he realized that he had to quickly escape from this place. The boss monster swung its fist at him. The guy looked ahead in horror when he said that he was dead. A girl appeared in front of him, taking the blow on herself. The monster slammed its fist into the ground. Ashley flew back from the force of the blow. The brunette fell on the rocks. The monster swung its hand, trying to attack the girl. Ashley looked away when she realized that she had to dodge. The brunette jumped onto the monster's paw. She was near its head. Ashley struck it several times with her sword. The monster's gaze darted to the side. The girl looked ahead tensely. His fist appeared in front of her. The blow was delivered. Something bounced off the ground several times. The boss's huge fist rushed forward. The monster swung its limb, attacking. The brunette held the blade with both hands, defending herself. The protagonist looked up attentively when he realized that they could not win. There was a grimace of horror on his face when he thought that even if it was Ashley, it didn't matter that she was a hunter with 2 S-rank traits. She was just a newbie who lacked experience right now. The monster struck the ground. The monster opened its mouth wide when the protagonist decided that they could not win. In front of him, the monster was beating the girl when he realized that the only choice he could make was to leave her and run. Alex looked ahead with regret as he added that otherwise he would die. The dark-haired boy was shown in profile as he thought about how he could believe in the superpower of the SS rank on godhood, and how he didn't know exactly what rank it was. Someone ran past him. The protagonist looked after Riku. The protagonist looked shocked. He remembered the smiling boy who said that it was all because of his unverified information. The boy imagined himself putting his hands on the ground as he added that that's why he had to take responsibility. Alex looked straight ahead with fear. The brunette gritted her teeth while holding the blade. Sweat appeared on the boy's face as he thought about how they couldn't win. The back of his head was shown as the boy thought about running many times. The protagonist rushed forward, realizing that he had to run or he would die there. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. Alex looked ahead with determination as he thought about money and prestige, and how those things were useless when a person was dying. The monster swung its jaws open. Ashley gritted her teeth, looking away. The protagonist clenched his fist and screamed as he realized that if he left her there and ran away, he would be no different from that bastard Rick, who abandoned him and ran away. The opponent's fists touched. The monster extended its limb to the side. The brunette looked up attentively when she realized that the guy had blocked his fist. Ashley looked at the boy, wondering who he was. A blue aura appeared above the protagonist. The protagonist's mouth opened slightly. He carefully looked at his hand. The boss monster struck the roof of the cave. His powerful fist rushed forward. Alex took the blow, standing sideways. The monster was in front of the guy. The monster frowned, looking ahead. The protagonist looked away as he exclaimed that it needed to be done now. The brunette looked forward with determination. She was hovering in the air in front of the monster. Sweat appeared on the monster's face. The girl plunged the blade into its body. She kicked it with her foot. Ashley moved, deftly spinning in the air. The monster looked at the brunette with fury. The girl decapitated the monster. The monster's body was in front of the boys. The protagonist looked forward carefully as he assumed that it was over, and then realized that something was wrong by using the Insight S+ trait. The decapitated body was shown as the boy thought about the boss species being a species that undergoes double transformation, so the physical transformation will occur naturally. The monster's head began to grow back as the boy advised to be careful. The monster grabbed Ashley. Alex looked worriedly at the girl who screamed loudly when he thought that it was all over if she died, but there was nothing he could do. The monster's pupils narrowed greatly. The protagonist grabbed his finger with both hands, deciding that if all the traits he got from godhood were real, and that even if they were weak now, and if all of them were his strength, then he could buy some time. The brunette opened one eye when she asked the guy to run from there. The protagonist opened his mouth wide when he told her to aim for the heart. Ashley braced her hands on the monster's flesh. The girl fell from the monster's paw onto the ground. The brunette looked ahead with determination when she answered that she understood. The monster was in front of Ashley. Alex looked ahead with a frown when he asked her to just trust him and attack. The monster lowered its furious gaze. Its bright pupils suddenly narrowed. The guy held the monster by its fingers. The protagonist looked ahead with a smile. The brunette walked towards the boss monster. The girl cut its limb with a blade while it screamed. Ashley's blue eyes flashed. The brunette plunged the sword into the monster's heart. The protagonist looked up, thinking that he could hold out for another half a second, no more, and that there was no time to explain how to attack the ogre. Alex opened his mouth, looking forward as he exclaimed that this monster had 2 hearts. The girl looked back in surprise as she asked again. The ogre waved its paw in front of her, as the guy thought about how sure she would figure it out with her 6th sense. Ashley looked ahead confidently. The brunette swung the blade at the monster as the protagonist decided that she should understand. The girl held the sword in front of her. She plunged it into the monster's body. The guy's foot left the ground as he exclaimed that he would do it now. The protagonist was enveloped in blue energy. The protagonist opened his mouth wide as he asked the enemy to just stop and die already. Then a system notification appeared that the skill had increased slightly. The boy hung in the air in front of the giant. Alex's fist was reflected in the monster's eyes. There was a bright flash. The protagonist put his hand in front of him. Ashley put her hand to her forehead when she thought about how they won. Blood was running down the protagonist's face when he was called out. He took a step forward. Alex was lying at the girl's feet, who wondered who he was. A gray ceiling was shown. There was a TV on the wall when the boy assumed it was a hospital. The protagonist looked ahead carefully when someone asked him for forgiveness. The brunette sat up straight when he addressed her. The protagonist looked confused when he asked what she was doing there. Ashley pointed to the floor and wondered if he couldn't see it, then explained that it was because she had brought him to the hospital because he was badly hurt, and all his muscles were torn and his ribs were broken. The girl was sitting in front of the boy when she asked how he was feeling, then he thought that she was too close. Alex looked at the brunette in confusion. She touched his head. They were sitting opposite each other. Ashley's eyes widened when she said that she thought he had a fever. The dark-haired boy smiled at her and told her his name when she reminded him that they hadn't even introduced themselves, then asked about his name. The protagonist, looking ahead intently, wondered if she didn't know his name, since she should have learned his personal information when he was admitted to this hospital room. The girl looked away when she explained that she wanted to hear it herself. The protagonist looked serious as he thought about whether she could read his mind and that he heard that her S-class trait was the 6th sense and that it was unique for a reason. Ashley turned her head to the side as she assumed that he must be out of his mind to have just woken up, but she wanted to propose to him. Sweat appeared on Alex's face as he asked her again, to which she replied in the affirmative. The brunette was sitting in front of him as she asked him if he wanted to join her team. The dark-haired youth looked confused as he asked the girl, assuming that it was because he had fought the ogre. The protagonist smiled nervously and asked again when he was asked what he thought about a yearly salary of 1 billion won. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise when he was told that they would also split the spoils of the monsters equally, and the young man thought it was crazy that he was offered $1 billion a year salary and the spoils of the monsters. Alex sat in front of the girl, who added that she had heard that his younger sister was suffering from a blood disease, and then inquired about the fact that she was hospitalized in their hospital, explaining that they would take care of the expenses, so he would not have to pay. The dark-haired young man looked thoughtful. He looked ahead intently when he asked what he had done to deserve such a price. The protagonist was in front of Ashley, who politely asked him to develop a strategy for all the monsters she would hunt in the future. The brunette looked confidently ahead when she finished speaking. The room was dark. The protagonist's head rested on the pillow as he wondered if he should refuse. He remembered sitting up straight as he said he would refuse. Ashley's mouth dropped open as she said she understood, and then politely asked him to tell her if he changed his mind, summing up that she still owed him for saving her life, so she would repay the debt by paying his sister's medical bills. Then Alex thought about trying to believe that godhood was real, as well as the S+ insight and SS superhuman strength he had obtained there, and that it was a channel of the gods that easily turned S-class hunters into mere extras. The protagonist looked at the sleeping girl, thinking that he shouldn't shackle this opportunity by immediately accepting the offer, and that he must find a cure for Mary's incurable disease at any cost. The girl's face was shown up close as the protagonist thought about how his younger sister had been in an unexpected dungeon breakthrough a long time ago, and had begun to suffer from a blood disease, and how there was no cure for this terrible fate in modern medicine and only symptom relief was possible. The boy imagined books and writing instruments as he thought that if he could obtain their features with godhood, he would definitely be able to cure her. A staff with snakes was shown. The ice crystals shimmered in the light. Pearls were lying near the skull as the boy thought about how the medicinal ingredients used to treat it were very expensive, and how this was a very rare disease. The protagonist placed a laptop in front of him as he said that he would need a lot of money, and then decided that he would finish editing a video worth 50 million won in the meantime. Ashley was shown on the broken screen. The protagonist's mouth was slightly open, looking forward. The brunette looked at her blade as she answered that it was worth about 20 billion. Alex touched his chin as he thought about what would happen if he started making gear and selling it. The guy imagined himself swinging a hammer as he realized that he could raise billions of money in no time, remembering that he only had one subscription left. The protagonist looked at his phone in disappointment as he realized that if he wanted an extra subscription, he had to join something, and that it would cost 1 million. A bearded man was shown as the protagonist realized that there was only one answer, and that the only way to make weapons was to study metallurgy. Then a system notification appeared about the 99 Mjolnir stolen from Thor and an attempt to upgrade to 99+. The guy clicked the subscribe button. Alex opened his mouth in surprise, looking at his phone. Then a system notification appeared saying that he subscribed to Hephaestus' channel and received SS-class god metallurgy. The barrels were filled with ore when the countdown began. The man held a hammer in his hand. Hephaestus swung Mjolnir, exclaiming that when someone improves a weapon, there is no need to be afraid of failure, and that the bastards currently have no courage, so one must be prepared for the weapon to be destroyed. The dark-haired youth's face showed fear when he asked about why he needed to be prepared for it to be destroyed, and why the gods were acting like this. Then the system notifications appeared, saying that he had corrected the incorrect knowledge of metallurgy, and that the SS god metallurgy proficiency level had increased slightly to 0.1%. Clouds floated above the city. Someone grabbed the bar with his fingers. The protagonist pulled himself up using one hand. The girls looked at each other when one of them asked about whether this patient's body had become much better, to which the other replied that she did not understand this. The protagonist looked away as he thought about whether his body was good. Then the nurse said that the doctor said that his recovery was incredibly fast, even for a hunter, and that he said that he could be discharged tomorrow. Alex turned around, looking back as he mentally questioned her, exclaiming that it was faster than he thought, and that he would have to train a lot before he could be discharged. The dark-haired boy's gaze became determined as the system message appeared, saying that the SS superhuman strength mastery had increased slightly, and that it was 1.01%. Human muscles were shown as the protagonist thought that if he used super strength often, his muscle fibers would be destroyed like last time, so it was better not to slack off on training. A girl appeared behind the boy, then he recognized her as Mary. They were standing in front of each other when she said that she heard that he was being discharged tomorrow, to which he replied in the affirmative. The younger sister's eyes were closed when she said that when he came to the hospital, she was very worried because it seemed that he was in a serious condition. The girl opened her eyes slightly when she addressed her brother. The protagonist was in front of Mary, who asked about the fact that they didn't say that he should stay in the hospital for at least a month, and in the end, he was being discharged in a week. Then the guy thought that she must be disappointed that he was being discharged first. Alex smiled, closing his eyes. He put his hand on his sister's head when he asked her not to shirk treatment just because he was not around, adding that she did not need to worry about money, at least there, to which she replied that she also knew that she was getting free treatment because of Ashley's considerations. Sweat appeared on the guy's face when he asked her again, letter by letter. Mary looked ahead confidently as she explained that Ashley had told her to call her sister, adding that she didn't have any younger siblings, but that she resembled one. The protagonist looked ahead worriedly, asking when that was and if she had ever met Chairman Kurt's granddaughter before. The protagonist stood in front of Mary, who replied that of course she had, and that she came to visit sometimes, to which he asked her why he hadn't seen her since she came. Alex smiled, looking ahead as his sister explained that she sometimes came when he was training, and asked if he was okay before leaving, to which he asked if that was true. Mary put her hand to her face when she suggested that maybe Ashley was doing this because she liked him. Then the protagonist thought about how someone who should be very busy with the hunter's activities came to visit him, and whether she still wanted to recruit him. The protagonist turned his head to the side when he replied that he didn't think so. Then his sister exclaimed that he was very popular, and that the nurses were always talking about him. Alex turned away from Mary when he asked her to forget about it, and stop saying useless things, adding that she needed to quickly go inside because he needed to go somewhere. Then she asked about where. The dark-haired boy smirked, clenching his fists, as he exclaimed that he would earn money. The protagonist turns his head and asks if it was because this was his first time hunting monsters himself. He clenches his hand, saying that he needed to calm down. Looking back, Alex realizes that they are here. There are F-rank dungeon goblins near him. They are holding rocks and trying to hit the guy. The protagonist runs away from the attack. Smiling, he knew that the goblins act in groups, but there are too many of them. They have weapons in their hands, their eyes were red. They make an attack, but the protagonist bends down. After that, he squeezes his hand. He hits one of the goblins, who ends up being cut into 2 parts. There was blood on his hand. The goblins look around. Alex comes up to them. He turns his head and crunches. Smiling, the guy asks to attack. We see a white building. The goblins were lying on the ground. Standing near the man, they tell him that he asked to bring ingredients, not scraps. Turning his head, Nate says that for now he will teach him how to smelt and let him follow him. Holding a sledgehammer, he asks to watch carefully, because a hammer is not only power, and he devoted most of his youth to studying metallurgy. He hits the weapon and says that good materials do not mean that he can easily get A-rank or S-rank equipment. Alex looks at him in surprise. He is handed a hammer and asked to do the same. Nate folds his arms and thinks that he did not ask him to make equipment, or accept him as an apprentice. The guy bends over him, because he did not even ask to join his guild in exchange for rent and was the first to ask him to borrow his workshop. Frowning, he asks to look at the guy with the hammer. The man closes his eye, because he watched the video and thought it was easy. His eye turns red. We see a white building. Angela holds onto her backpack and says that she has arrived. Smiling, she asks who from the villages besides her would come to this smithy that stinks of sweat. Putting her hand on her hip, she says that she is dealing with the best blacksmith in Korea. Smiling, Angela says that she is a representative of a company that deals with the best goods. Taking something out of her backpack, she wants to say the price, but she is interrupted and told that it is wrapped in cloth, the blade is sharp and to check it carefully. Opening her mouth, she talks about the supplies. Closing her eyes, she says that the equipment is for the SH group. Alex holds a hammer and is asked to be quiet. Folding her arms, she asks what the guy is doing. Holding a sword, he asks, does he call it a weapon? Angela holds the weapon and says that the blade is dull, the shape is rough. Opening his mouth, Nate asks a question, what would she say if it was made of goblin and kobold skeletons? Turning her head, she asks again. Folding his arms, the man says that the material was in worse condition, it was made by a person who picked up a hammer for the first time. Frowning, he says that he tried to make such an assumption, but the sight of his work was too incredible. Opening his mouth, he is surprised. In his hand is a hammer. Alex holds it and forges a sword. Closing his eyes, the man says that he has never seen anyone making weapons from such material and yet, he refused his offer to accept him as an apprentice. Angela turns her head. The guy puts his hand on his face. Looking at him, she thinks. We see a black spear. Near the main character there were screens where it was written about the skill of metallurgy. Smiling, he asks a question, how to sell a weapon. They come to him and ask if he wants to sell a sword. Opening her mouth, she introduces herself next to him. Near the guy was her hand and he has already heard of this company. Smiling, the girl says that she wants to buy. Closing his eyes, Alex asks how much he can give. He holds a hammer in his hand. He punches the monster. Angela shakes hands with the guy. We see a white house where they are shouting. Squeezing her hands, she says that it is great. Raising her hand, he is told that their company has officially signed a contract with the SH group. Her face blushes and Angela says that from the observance of the quantity on time to the impeccable quality of the equipment, and if it were not for him, they would have big problems. Putting her hands down, she is told that if something is needed, then let him say and do it. Standing next to him, she asks to check the account. The protagonist picks up the phone. There was a lot of money on the account. Looking in surprise, he sees that 2,800, it was less than he expected. Opening her mouth, Angela apologizes and asks to check again. We see the account again, and the guy is counting. Saliva flows from his mouth, because there were 280 million and at that moment he was reborn as a slave of money. The protagonist is sitting on a chair. Looking at the screen, he counts the money again. He puts his hand to his chin and thinks that he can subscribe to a subscription to spoil someone. We see people and a guy in a lion hat, because a subscription to all 3 channels costs 300 million won a month, but in the current situation, he can only choose one of the 3. Alex folds his hands and begins to think. He tilts his head and trembles. He picks up his phone and talks to himself. The protagonist presses the subscribe button. We see the door of the house. Nate stands next to him and says that fragile materials are not easy to polish, and it is better to minimize. The girl comes to them and says that here. Angela stands next to him and says that she comes here because of the master. Raising her hands, she is told that he was waiting for her. In his hand is a piece of paper and Alex asks if he can get it. She closes her eyes and takes the piece of paper. She thinks while reading it. The girl opens her mouth and says that she can get them, but it will be expensive. Opening his mouth, he is told that they cost about 300 million won, but can give a discount of 20 million. Remembering the man, he subscribed to him, because it is difficult to improve the skill level on your own, since these are medicinal herbs that he does not know how to get, and does not know whether it is sold. Turning his head, he is asked if it is worth buying. Tears flow from his eyes and he agrees. Putting his hand to his head, he understands that he will give 280 million won. At the end of the month he will lose the current balance of 4 million. The subscription is 100 million won. Exhaling, the protagonist thinks that even if he earns more by making equipment, he can earn hundreds of millions. His eyes widen sharply. Alex remembers the man and thinks about the platform. The guy is riding the subway. In his hand is a phone and he does not know what to watch. When suddenly, he sees a video. The guy pokes at the video. We see green hippos. Alex was also dressed to match their color. There were paws on his feet. Opening his mouth, he makes sounds. Smiling, he asks if they knew that hippos are not water horses. Opening his mouth, he asks what's wrong with him. Looking at the hippos, he says that they are called hippodons. One of them closes his eyes and the hieroglyph for hippopotamus is used. He had a paw on his leg, because hippos are not horses. He sits and thinks about his words. Holding up 2 fingers, Alex says that they are hippopotamuses. He starts giving them some clothes and says that if he goes into detail, they will get a headache, so he will stop there. A red cloth appears in his hand. Smiling, he decides to show how to subdue a hippopotamus. Making a satisfied face, Rick says that they need to be excited with the red cloth. The guy is surprised, and in the video they say that cows do not get nervous from the color red. He holds the cloth in his hands and asks them to run to him. The hippos turn and look. Their eyes have turned red. They start running at him. The guy holds the cloth and looks. Smiling, he decides to tell how to defeat them. A man sits in the subway and is told that he needs to hit and catch. Alex runs at the hippos. He had a smile on his face. They open their mouths to attack. The monsters and the protagonists start fighting. We see the ground. There was little grass. There is a silhouette of a man on the ground. Smiling, we see that the hippos are dead. The guy opens his mouth in surprise. The monsters run at him. The protagonist attacks and talks about rice noodles. Then he hits another and talks about buckwheat noodles. Raising his hand, he talks about it again. The guy looks at the screen in surprise. Raising his finger, Alex says that if the strategy was useful, then let them like and subscribe. The commentator writes that he is crazy. Another one also writes and laughs. The child wrote that the hippopotamus fainted. Another one just writes different letters. The last commentator laughs. He holds up his phone. He smiles, realizing that this is what he planned. We see that his video has 127,000 views. Someone scrolls through the comments, where they are laughing. Smiling, the protagonist says that they really like the concept of the video. Putting his hand to his chin, Alex reflects that this time the reaction was good only due to the power of the algorithm, and he cannot hang around low-class monsters forever. Grinning, he decides to strike while the iron is hot. We see him hitting a goblin, because as we know, due to high adaptability, the simulation requires more and more intensity to constantly generate strong interest. He makes weapons, because this is his specialty. Angela puts her hand to the sword, because after all, analyzing monsters and developing strategies is his job. He sits at the computer, because 1 million subscribers is not just a dream. There was blood on his palm. Blood is running from his nose. We see his face, because he is starting to get clouded. Holding his head, he realizes he has to edit the video. His eyes were white and he says that the dungeon raid and deliveries are too much. Alex straightens his arm and falls. He hits the corner of the table. The guy hits again, but this time on a chair. Lying on the floor, he realizes that he worked too much. The protagonist looks up. We see the ceiling in his room. Sitting on the bed, he realizes that he passed out for a while, but still, thanks to a supernatural force, it all ended with him falling. Picking up the phone, he wonders how much time has passed. We see that it was 4 o'clock. Opening his mouth, he asks, "Why have you been unconscious all day?" Tilting his head, the protagonist thinks that at this rate he will die of exhaustion before he earns money. Sitting on the bed, he decides to hire an editor. We see a building that was a cafe. Sitting at the table, he drinks a drink. On the screen were applications for the position of an editor. Alex smiles and thinks that the basic salary is 3 million won plus additional incentives depending on the number of views. Sitting at the table, he thinks that therefore he should choose the one who brings in more money. The protagonist turns on the video. Because the sound effects in this video were appropriate and have a sense of humor, the editing skills are better. We see the time, it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Smiling, Alex asks why he doesn't come at all. Leaning on the table, he says his name. We see a message where they plan to meet at 1 o'clock. He imagines the editor, and he had a strange name, as well as the way he speaks. Having written a message, he asks where he is. The protagonist understands that this is even better. We see a message where he writes to him, and it is not read. Folding his arms, he decides to wait a little longer. The protagonist is still waiting. Opening his mouth, he calls him stupid. We see the door open and they apologize for being late. Grinning, Alex looks and is told that she came to interview the editor. In front of him stands Jessie, who puts her hand on her chest. Opening her mouth, he did not think that it was a woman. Sitting at the table, the girl says that she was editing a video until late at night, so she forgot to pack a lunchbox for her brother's picnic, and could not read the message because she was in a hurry. She had glasses and said that this was the video attached to her application. Opening her mouth, he is told that she edited it in 3 hours. Looking down, Alex asks again. The girl puts her hands on her chest. Opening her mouth, he says her name. Jessie closes her eyes and answers him. Smiling, he asks when he will start work. Opening his mouth, he says that he uploads about 2 videos a week. If more, he will pay extra. The girl's face blushes, and he says that from now on he will be under her supervision. Closing his eyes, he calls her an editor. Jessie bangs her head on the table and decides to work hard. People are running near the window. They are running, because there was a dungeon breach and it was C rank. Going outside, Jessie presses her hands to herself and says that they need to evacuate. She is asked if she can work right now. Opening her mouth, she asks again. Turning his head, he removes a napkin from his nose. He hands her the phone and asks her to follow him. Alex clasps his hands and says they are going to earn money. The guys run in the opposite direction. He straightens his finger and asks to take a video. The girl holds the phone in her hand. We see goblins making sounds. One of them had a beard. Alex runs to them and talks about rice noodles. After that, he punches him. Smiling, he asks to click like and subscribe. There was green liquid on his face and hands. The men in glasses say to evacuate. A monster's head flies past them. They open their mouths in surprise. We see the guy killing the monsters. Then he stands on their corpses. Raising his finger, he asks to subscribe. The girl is sitting at the computer. She reads the comments where he was called a conqueror. Looking at his channel, she says that she edited his video. A tear flows from her eye, because her boss was a psycho. Jessie puts her head on her hand, while they sit near her. The girls close their eyes and eat, because they left some food for her too. The kids start fighting, because they ate different amounts. Jessie smiles and thinks. We see a white house where weapons are forged. Having made a sword, Alex thinks that the equipment he made from orc loot obtained in the dungeon, unlike the previous ones, is made from materials obtained from C-class monsters. Looking at his phone, he sees equipment that is free. Smiling, the guy thinks that his skill has increased by 1.5%. The guys are standing near him and saying that the quality gets better over time. Nate comes up and is told that he still has a long way to go. Angela is given the sword, because he plans to sell it. Opening her mouth, she says that she looks better now. Remembering him last time, she says that at that time his bags under his eyes reached the very end. The main character puts his hand to his cheek and thinks that now there really is more time for sleep, although he is still busy. Tears stream down his face as the girl looks at her phone, realizing that there is little room left for personnel expenses. Alex is angry, since he used to be trash. Smiling, the protagonist thinks that he has no complaints about her editing skills. Angela claps her hand and is asked about the herbs. Holding the bag, she says that everything worked out. Opening her mouth, he says that it is incredible. Closing her eyes, the girl says that someone sells the best products from Korea. Angela picks up the phone and says that she spent 212 million won. Holding the bag, the protagonist thanks her. Looking at him, she asks a question, why does he need so many medicinal herbs? Closing her eyes, he says that it is for clinical trials. He is holding a phone in his hand, and herbalism refers to purified natural medicines obtained from animal, plant, or mineral sources. He is holding a stick in his hand because its form is mainly divided into decoctions, powders, tablets. These are the most common forms. Alex looks at the phone. It was talking about herbs. He wrinkles his face, not understanding what the man is talking about. He sits at the computer and increases the mastery of insight. We see various products, because this relates to the study of medicinal herbs used to treat diseases. Holding the phone in his hand, he improves the divine art of medicine. We see his room, because he has prepared a decoction that can be useful for the body. Standing behind the cabinet, Alex has increased his level of mastery of the divine art of medicine. We see a green product and he thinks, is this really edible? The protagonist begins to drink, because this is just a product prepared using the divine art of medicine. He lies on the floor in liquid. Liquid pours out of his mouth, and he thinks about money. His phone begins to glow. Tears flow down his face, because the mastery of superpower has increased. Getting up, he realizes that less than 3 seconds have passed. Alex is near the bats. They had red eyes and there were several reasons why they came. Monsters begin to fly, and Alex came to shoot a video, as well as get loot. Looking at them, he thinks that he wants to study the disease of vampire bats, since they live in small groups of at least several dozen, if not hundreds of individuals. Holding the camera, Alex thinks that if bats carry diseases related to blood diseases, then figuring out why they are so resistant to them may provide a clue to cure the disease. We see him from behind, because with the divine art of medicine, this is possible. Turning around, he begins to feel something. The guy is standing on a rock and decides to avoid them just in case. Not far away, guys with swords are walking. Looking down, he thinks that the dungeon in the Hunter Management Bureau is assigned to him. Others cannot go in, although there are coincidences. Looking at them, Alex thinks that they came for him. The dungeon was an isolated space without the internet and communication networks. We see his back, which meant that no one would know whether someone died or not. We see his leg. He stretches his arms to know when he's taken them down. The bats were on the ceiling. There were 3 of them, and they were sure he got inside. John turns and asks why he can't see him. He smiles and says that the fool was a useless awakened who is worse than an F-class. Grant picks up his swords and says that he was smart and should have come up with a strategy to deal with the bats. Edgar puts his hand to his chin and says that it doesn't look like he trusts his own strategy. They had swords in their hands and one of them says that anyone can tell that this is either manipulation or CG editing. Grant holds the swords and asks how this place could be a set and not a dungeon. They start looking around because they heard a voice. He grabs one by the shoulder and asks where the guy is. They frown and tell him that he didn't think he would tell him that easily. With his back to them, he hoped he wouldn't answer. John runs up to him and asks what a useless fool could do. Then he gets hit. The guy flies into the wall. His fingers were twisted and he was shaking all over. Alex presses his foot on him. He hits him to get -1. The guys are holding swords and are in shock. Grant gets hit and is in the wall. Edgar's face is sweating. He raises his hands and asks them to stop. Cracking his fingers, they tell him they'll tell him everything. Grinning, the guy is afraid. Smiling, the main character says that he tends not to trust the words of a man with damaged limbs. Sitting on the floor, they ask him a question. Rick ordered him to teach him a lesson. They answer in the affirmative. His face is swollen, and he says that it's right. Opening his mouth, Alex asks why he did that, and why Rick is interested in him. They tell him they don't know. The guy is crying, because they want to hit him again, but he really doesn't know. Raising his hand, the main character exhales. Sitting on his haunches, he asks where Rick is, and then they ask him to forget. John is lying on the floor. Grant is sitting and they ask him to take his friends and leave. Edgar looks at him, and they tell him that he didn't kill his friends. Leaving, Alex asks to tell Rick that next time it will happen to him too. Taking his head, he asks, will it be difficult to say? In front of the guy are people who were broken. Putting his hands on their shoulders, Alex asks a question, has it been a month since their meeting? The guys raise their hands and say that this is a misunderstanding. The protagonist raises a finger and says that his plan to lure Rick was wonderful. The guy shakes and raises his hands, because he was set up, and Alex says that this is his request to kill the fools and he will definitely fulfill it. Edgar begins to run away and scream. The others also run away and ask for forgiveness. Rick holds the swords and they ask him, is he alone left? Shaking his head, Alex says that therefore he had to treat them well. Grinning his teeth, Rick asks a question, how could he? Opening his mouth, he asks how such an E-rank hunter can have power? Looking at him, the protagonist says that let him ask one thing, why is he doing this to him? He furrows his brows and asks if there is a reason he should tell him. He says no with a smile. We see someone start to run. His hand is clenched and his teeth are bared. They make strikes to take out the opponent. Rick had a sword in his hands. Alex opens his mouth and trusts the words of the man with uninjured limbs. His eyes were blue and he thinks that the guy is a B-rank hunter. A sword flies past him. The protagonist jumps to avoid being hit. Smiling, he realizes that he is scared of his cruelty. Rick holds the sword and he thinks that even a decent blow can break the sword, but he still lacks the skill to block the sword of a B-rank hunter. They run at him and his attacks were fast but simple. The protagonist bends down and he suddenly remembers the past times when he worked as an editor for him. Grinning his teeth, he thinks that he was treated like a slave in a dungeon and beaten for nothing. The guy puts on a serious face and thinks he has captured Rick hunting monsters countless times on camera. He runs next to him. He has been editing the video for a long time and constantly analyzing his habits, inclinations and behavior. The protagonist hits him and uses insight. We see his punch. They move and attack each other. Rick hits him again. He exhales and thinks that he is reading his mind. After that, he is hit on the chin. The guy holds onto his sword to keep from falling. His body is shaking and it was impossible. Remembering his punch, he studied Alex's strength through videos. Opening his mouth, he screams that he will kill. An aura appears around his sword. Raising his hands, he thinks that the fool is giving it his all. Smiling, he thinks that now it has come to such a point that there is no other choice. A blue aura appears around him, because he wants to give it his all. We see Hercules appear and his muscles are torn. He jumps from the ground where the rock broke. Clenching his hand, he is near Rick. The protagonist bares his teeth. We see a large explosion. The city was destroyed. Carolina walks near the people and orders them to check inside. The man raises his hand and shouts, "Is there anyone?" The protagonist wipes his lips. He approaches them. The girl asks if he is a hunter? Holding a sword near Rick, he answers in the affirmative. Showing her ID, Carolina says that she is the commander of the 4th Squad of Guardsmen at the Inspection Bureau and asks to come with her. Sitting at the table, the girl asks if Rick tried to kill him. She is answered in the affirmative, because he provided a video as evidence. We see her back and she says that she confirmed it. Frowning, she says that Alex is declared an awakener without traits, and the guards were the police who protect hunters, but in other words, they hunt criminal hunters. Looking down, he thinks that squad leaders are appointed from at least A-class hunters. Her aura was like a killer. Sitting at the table, Carolina says that he is also an E-rank. Opening his mouth, he says that he is a victim. Closing his eyes, the girl apologizes, because she suspects everyone because of her work, but they will figure it out properly. Looking at him, she says that Rick may never see the rays of the sun again, and it is better to end the clarification of the circumstances here. Standing near the door, Alex decides to leave everything in her hands. The iron door closes with a sound. Louise comes to her, and she thought that Carolina would not be here. The girl opens her mouth and asks what rank she is. Closing her eyes, she says that she was recently promoted to B rank. Suddenly, the girl is on the floor. Carolina is still sitting on the chair. Having stood up, she expected that she would not be able to stand it. Opening her mouth, she asks if it's obvious that the squad leader is not an ordinary guard. Looking down, she is told that she will be promoted to S rank. Getting up from the floor, she asks if Alex is not an E+ rank hunter? Sitting on the floor, Lee says that if so, then we should send him away, hunters who hide their rank. Holding onto the door, Carolina says that it was not strange, because it was a human smell. Getting up from the floor, she asks what kind of nonsense was that. The protagonist walks on the ground and thinks that he does not know when this can happen again. If the channel becomes more famous, he can become a target for a criminal organization. Holding the phone in his hand, he thinks that with his level without knowledge of Rick's behavior patterns and habits. On the screen, we see his characteristics, and if we think about the upcoming difficulties, the most important thing is superpower. Raising his head, Alex thinks that it does not increase and was still 1%. We see Hercules training, which he won. Looking at his phone, the protagonist notices that he only has 1 subscriber. Smiling, he realizes that it was worth winning after all. We are near a basketball court. Hercules straightens his finger and asks how can there be a person on his channel. Holding the phone, he is told that if this continues, he will not be able to conduct a personal training session. Waving his arms, the man says that he cannot go where he is, so he will not be able to conduct a personal training session face to face. The protagonist remembers people, because the blonde guy who left the phone and the white-haired guy who fought. Squeezing his hand, Hercules says that even if he cannot fix his posture, he will teach him and it is better to start right now, pull and rip off the horns of the Minotaur in one fell swoop. Remembering bodybuilders, he is told that now his body balance is a complete mess, especially the back muscles. Turning his head, the man says that the back muscles mean the muscles on the back of the body, and the back muscles he mentioned are one of their parts. Opening his mouth, he perfects the muscles. The mastery of supernatural strength has increased. Hercules looks at the screen and says that there are different types of back muscles, and because they are located on the back, he cannot see them, often leading to forgetting their importance. Stomping his foot, he talks about muscles, because they are very important. The ground collapses near his foot. Opening his mouth, Alex asks a question, what was that? He sees a man on the phone and he says that this is called a divine martial art that he created. Raising his hand, he says that he collected all his fighting methods into one and systematized it. Raising a finger, the guy says that the muscles of the back of the body are also important in these techniques. The lower body is a pillar that supports everything. Looking at the screen, he is asked a question, what will happen if the pillars fall during the construction of a building? He is told that the building will collapse. Hercules hits the ground again and says that the same thing happens with the body. The protagonist scratches his nose. Because he has mastered the physical science of supernatural strength, his skill has increased. Then he is told that he will tell about the method of exercises that suits him. The guy gets into a plank and is told that the basics of breathing are to exhale when you leave the ground. But he does not care about breathing and other things, he just exhales. Alex makes a face and is asked to look at himself before talking. It is also important that such an anchovy just do it. We see that evening has come. On the monitor was the sender, as well as the video itself. Exhaling, Jessie thinks that he is a good person, but a little unusual, and she wonders what strategy he has developed this time. We see a cave in the mountain. The protagonist stands in a suit and greets the audience, then says that in the cave, which is seen behind him, live vampire mice. He raises his finger and says he is here to show new content for the channel. The girl watches calmly and thinks about the effects. With her mouth open, she wonders why he needed to film vampire bats, since they live in places with poor visibility, which makes filming a speedrun difficult. Alex looks at his phone and says that after investigating, it turned out that the current best record is 58 seconds, set by an S-rank hunter. Raising his finger, he decides to break the record. Jessie is sitting at the computer and decides to edit the timer for this part. Alex raises his leg and shouts about the challenge. Then he kicks the ground. Jessie opens her mouth in shock. Looking at the screen, she wonders if it is possible to collapse the dungeon. He grabs his head and says that he must get ingredients, but the raid is over. Sitting at the computer, she wonders what she just watched. He holds his phone in his hands because the statistics are good. There was a towel on his head and a girl with 41 million left a comment. We see where people write comments. The girl was in a panic, because her first place was taken away. Alex has a flower in his teeth and he thinks that the fire which wrote the comment herself has already made such an effect, but if they collab, then 1 million viewers are guaranteed. He squeezes his hand and there was money everywhere. Looking at the phone, he thinks that at such moments he should shoot even more provocative videos. Opening his mouth, he sees that the supernatural power has improved. Smiling, the protagonist thinks that after receiving individual training from Hercules, the new one, which has never increased, has exceeded 2% and can already destroy the dungeon with bats. We see different monsters. Hercules is standing near them and Alex wants to try asking him to teach it. There was a man on the phone and he is told that he must teach during individual training. He shakes his head and says that winning is different things. Raising his hand, Hercules says that individual training 0 is one thing, and divine martial arts are completely different. Even the names are different. Moreover, such an anchovy like him, muscle growth is not the only problem. He shakes his head again and says that divine martial arts is a method that he created to match his strength. Without the superpower he uses, he will not be able to use it. We see his hair and he is asked how he uses his superpower? Approaching him, he asks if he uses his superpower. He is answered in the affirmative. Opening his mouth, Hercules says that this is just a personal lesson and not to learn his superpower. Opening his mouth, he says that he learned it. Grinning his teeth, he thinks. Looking at him, Alex thinks, can't the traits of the gods be learned, or what he learned is not his superpower? He is sitting on the bed. Hercules' silhouette appears next to him. After that, the silhouette disappears. Taking him by the shoulders, he asks how did he do it. We see a picture and the god says that he simply subscribed to his channel, and the same with others. Holding the phone, he is told that this is nonsense. We see a man and he is told that it worked for him. Raising his hand, he asks how did he connect? Alex bares his teeth. We see a guy standing next to him. Someone's phone is lying nearby. We see the ceiling and the closet. Putting his hand to his chin, Hercules says that they are probably from there. We see confirmation of the new messenger, because this dimension and your dimension cannot interfere with each other. Looking at him, the protagonist asks if he knows who the manager is. Putting his hand to his chin, he says that he should not receive the power of the gods just because he subscribed to the manager's account. If that were possible, the managers would become the gods of the universe. Alex smiles and asks to be accepted as a student. Looking back, he is refused, because it is troublesome for him. Sitting on the bed, he is told that these are two different things. Folding his hands, Hercules says that giving individual training is troublesome. Opening his mouth, he asks to be allowed to ask one thing. Looking at him, the protagonist asks what the subscribers on their platform mean. He is told that it is like an element of divinity. The protagonist looks at him and thinks that this is why he continues to give individual lessons, even though he is annoying. He scratches his ear and is asked if they can do it. Smiling, the protagonist says that 100 subscribers, and if he gets it, he will teach divine martial arts. Looking at him, he asks how he will do it. Alex raises his thumb up and asks to trust him. He looks at the screen where there were more than 100 subscribers. Hercules bows and says that he will become a servant. Smiling, the main character says that in the future he will tell him about interesting ideas for video content, but he must teach divine martial arts. Bowing his head, the guy says what the number of subscribers means. He is told that it is a form of trust. Raising his hands, he says that their divine status is formed thanks to the trust of others, so the more people know, the stronger they become. Frowning, he thinks that divine status grows as the number of subscribers increases. They punch each other, because Hercules will teach him anyway. Showing us his teeth, he decides to tell us what needs to be done initially. The main character smiles, because everything works out. Pointing to his temple, he says that the muscles that need to be trained first. Looking at him through the screen, he says that the muscles of the brain need to be trained, and naturally a demonstration is better than an explanation. Alex takes his head and closes his eyes. The man squeezes his hand. After that, he makes a punch. He opens his eyes and says that he can't see Hercules' movement in any frame. Holding his head, he receives notifications that he has learned divine martial arts. The mastery of superpower has increased significantly. Looking at the phone screen, he thinks that the mastery has increased. Hercules opens his mouth and says that he can handle it and speaks with caution. We see a silhouette of a man in broken glass. Because his soul level is still insufficient, if he uses divine martial arts in this state, then his mind will be destroyed first, so he must first develop his brain muscles. Looking at him, Alex thinks that the man means the soul level by brain muscles. Approaching him, he asks if he can learn. Sitting on the couch, Hercules tells him that usually it is impossible, but in his situation, it is probably possible. Raising a finger, he says that he can get their power. Opening his mouth, the protagonist thinks that if he can obtain the power of the gods who specialize in mental strength that can support Hercules' extraordinary strength. We see various gods and he is offered the master's channel. Looking at it, he asks about the god. Making a strange face, he realizes that he must pay an insane monthly fee. The protagonist sits on a chair and looks at the account balance. We see the screen and that the subscription costs 1 billion won per month. Angela comes up to him, because she has already returned. In her hand are the tendons of an ogre. Raising her finger, she says that it costs 113 million won. Tears flow from his eyes and the account balance is now 40 million. Turning around, he says that this time he is going to make equipment. Holding the item, Alex thinks that the ogre is an A+ rank monster, so he cannot hunt it himself and still wants to study the divine fighting powers, which means he must use good materials. He starts to cry, because money is an eternal enemy. The protagonist is holding a hammer in his hands. Nate opens the door and looks in. Looking at the girl, he asks what brought her here. Suddenly, he opens his mouth and screams. Alex is forging something for himself. They look at his back. He starts to smile and picks up the object. In his hand is a product, and the mastery of divine metallurgy has increased significantly. They come up to him and ask how he did it. Turning around, he asks how much it can be sold for. Angela looks and says that it is beyond her capabilities. There is no one among her clients who could buy equipment of this level. Looking at the gloves, he understands that there is no point in making them if he cannot sell them. Smiling, the protagonist says, let him sell them instead of him, it is a disposable product anyway. Closing her eyes, Angela decides to do her best. She looks at the man and asks for his name. The protagonist opens her mouth, because she wants to put it up for auction. We see people at the auction. The girl holds a microphone and says that this is equipment that even the master could not admire. The guys exchange glances and talk. She shows a pair of high-quality gloves. Leaning against the glass, she says that these gloves are made from organ tendons, making them extremely durable and there is no need to worry about them breaking. The girl stands on the stage and says that the evaluation result shows that they are capable of enhancing the owner's power. Closing her eyes, she says that this is not an enchanted equipment, and the enhancement is about 5%. The guys look at each other, because the gloves are also effective as auxiliary equipment. Standing on the stage, the girl decides to start, and the starting price is 10 million won. People raise the numbers and the price begins to rise. We see the ceiling and they are already approaching 250 million won. Turning her head, the girl says that it is already 350 million won. People shout from behind that it is 2 billion. People turn their heads to look. Ashley raises the number. Opening her mouth, the girl says that it is already 2 billion. Caroline also raises the number and makes a bet of 2 billion and 1 million. Her face was serious. The boys look at him, because she was a butcher. Ashley raises the number again and makes a bet of 3 billion. The girl bares her teeth and says 3 billion and 1 million won. She raises the number again and raises the bet to 4 billion. The girl turns her head and asks a question, is there a higher bet? Raising her hands, she shouts that the gloves are sold. Ashley walks to the stage. A smile appears on her face. We see the White House. The boys are shaking, and Angela did not think that they could be sold for so much. We see his screen and the account balance. Smiling, he sees that there was also a service fee. Picking up the girl, he says that he loves her. Closing her eyes, she says that she cannot breathe. Clutching his head, he says that he was too excited and now he would be glad to give her something for her troubles. She puts her hand on her chest and says that her company became VIP thanks to the auction. Nate waves his hand and says that he doesn't mind. Remembering the other man, he decides to teach him how to beat the rhythm. Holding the phone, he buys a subscription to the channel. Looking at the screen, he realizes that he can't be that stingy. He bites his lower lip. The guys are sitting at the table and the girl asks if the place is expensive. Mary looks at him and is told that they should try something like this in life. Looking at the screen, he says that they charge 600 million won per person. He drinks and decides to stop thinking about it. Mary turns her head and Alex decides to watch the video until the food arrives. We see a channel that had 34,000 subscribers. With his mouth open, he thinks that there are a lot of subscribers. Looking at the phone, he thinks that this is not a combat job. SSS rank means it is a higher rank than divine martial arts. Holding the phone, the protagonist thinks that he should first watch the video and understand it better. We see a man in a gazebo. His eyes were closed, and he says that this is a person who cares and takes care of those around him. The guy looks at the phone, sweat is running down his face, because the feeling of extreme boredom. He is sitting on the bed and next to him is Hercules, who asks that he has acquired the brain muscles of a master, but not completely. He is answered in the affirmative. Putting his hand to his chin, he thinks that divine martial arts are not something that can be used at his level. We see the silhouette of a man and an aura near him, because if he draws mana by concentrating on veins and pressure points, and mana is the source of existence, in order to use it more actively, he needs an amplification organ that projects his intention and facilitates his impact on mana. Alex's face has become square and they ask him what he is wondering. What is he talking about? His phone begins to glow. Pointing his finger, Hercules says that he just wants to learn a divine martial art and wants to gain that power, not learn complex concepts. Opening his mouth, he says that he can. Raising his finger, the man says that the answer lies in his muscles. Smiling, he asks that he will learn complex concepts on his own as he builds up his muscles. Showing his muscles, he asks to leave the knowledge that causes headaches to his muscles. We see a huge building. This was the headquarters of the SH group. They are sitting on a couch and say that she was satisfied. Ashley says that it cannot be compared to the master's sword. Putting on the glove, she says that it is an excellent auxiliary weapon and feels that her skills have risen to a new level with just one piece of equipment. Kurt smiles and is happy to hear this, and if he needs anything, he should ask. The girl bows her head and thanks. Frowning, he is told that they can begin. Opening her mouth, she says that we need to start a raid in the S-rank dungeon. We see the sun, because it was getting dark. The protagonist is lying on the floor and couldn't keep track. He needs to learn divine martial arts properly. He holds a phone in his hand. He sits on the ground and thinks that he can't level up. Men are standing and saying that there is a way to lose a fight that can never be won. Alex squeezes his hand and thinks. Closing his eyes, he thinks that Hercules was once a man. He is a hero who surpassed a god in human form. A man appears next to him, because divine martial arts are a power that makes you doubt that a person can achieve it at all. It is not just the art of fighting. Closing his eyes, he understands that he is not talented and what is needed is endless effort. We see that the wind was strong. The protagonist raises his hand. Closing his eyes, his body is permeated with an unbending will. The level of benevolence and righteousness has increased. Then he suddenly opens his eyes. We see that he made a hole near the trees. It was long and deep. Holding his head, he laughs, because he needs to find a private training center and thinks how much he needs to pay for compensation. Jessie puts her hand on her chest. We see that she has uploaded a video. The girl does magic, because the fire which broke the boss's record on her channel and took first place again. Touching the keyboard, she thinks that the record is 11 seconds. She clicks on the download. The main character is dressed in witch clothes and says that he conquers everything in the world. Picking up the phone, he heard that a new record was set and therefore he will try to beat it. Jessie bares his teeth and listens to him. Folding his arms, he says that if he really aimed at her, he would be fried. Standing near the camera, he wants to show how to defeat her. He stomps his foot. We see a brown boot on his foot. Then he makes a punch. Jessie is sitting at the computer. Touching the mouse, she sees that the guy sent 2 videos. Her eye frowned and she made sounds. We see Alex lift his foot. Then he stomps it. An aura appears near the camera and it falls. The protagonist makes a crack in the ground. Grinning, Jessie wonders what she is looking at. Her hand begins to shake. Opening her mouth, she notices that the video is 4 seconds long. He smiles, because the views and subscribers have increased. He reads the comments, where they offer to go to the dungeon. Seeing them, he thinks that these are just rumors. We see that what people wrote about the truth. Looking at the phone, he thinks. Ashley is standing near the microphones, because they failed the raid on the S-rank dungeon. We see an article where they wrote that the representative of the SH Hunters failed the raid on the dungeon. Looking at the phone, he realizes that it does not say how she failed. Throwing the phone on the bed, the protagonist reflects that he does not have time to worry about her, as he is busy with his own affairs. The door opens, and we are in the headquarters of the SH group, the top floor. Ashley enters the room. Opening her mouth, she is greeted. Louise closes her eyes, because she was the director. Putting her hand to her chin, she asks if she is returning after a meeting with the chairman. Opening her mouth, Ashley asks that she also came to see him, to which she receives an affirmative answer. Waving her hand, she says that the chairman called a meeting of the leaders, and the company is in complete disarray, because investments are being withdrawn. We see the girl and she is told that it is not her fault, they are simply guilty of expecting too much. They stand next to each other and Louise says that she can go, otherwise she will run into her brothers. She stands in the hallway and squeezes her hand. We see the door and the floor. The protagonist gives something to his sister. Smiling, he improves his skill. Looking at the phone, he realizes that after studying the gentleman's mind, all the characteristics began to improve. Holding the phone, he sees that insight has increased. Mary gives the cup and her complexion improves. Smiling, he realizes that it is effective and if he continues to improve, he will be able to cure the disease. A stone falls on him, because to pay for the monthly subscription, money is needed, and he only has 2 billion. He looks at the liquid, because medical drugs cannot be sold thoughtlessly without special medical certification. He remembers the girl, because he will need to ask her. They turn their heads because someone knocked. Alex is standing near the door, where they ask for forgiveness. Opening their mouths, they tell him that they are a personal secretary. We see a guy in glasses. Sitting at the table, he says that the lady wants to go through the dungeon again. Looking down, the protagonist thinks that the girl wants to go through the dungeon again, and she needs help. Opening his mouth, he asks, Ashley asks to think of a strategy, to which they answer yes. Looking at him, he asks what happened in the dungeon. Looking down, he says that the girl only said that she needed help, and he himself does not know anything. Sitting at the table, he says that the lady wanted to come in person, but many were watching her. We see Alex's face and he smells the smell. We see the cover of the video, because there will be big views. We see Ashley's blows and we are in the SH Group headquarters. Her face was serious. The guys look at her and Alex asks not to call her yet. He remembers himself in Hercules, because training with such a level of concentration can give a lot. Turning his head, he says he will have to wait a little. Ashley raises her hand, sweat was pouring from it. The protagonist puts his hand to his chin and thinks that her movements are definitely not systematic. He looks into the distance and thinks that what she does is nothing more than random hand movements, and she has not learned how to wield a sword correctly. The girl makes a strike, because her talent for wielding a sword outweighs the rudeness, but she has not studied divine martial arts to systematically use strength. We see his face and he thinks that the skill of fencing based on rudeness will eventually show its limitations, if she learns the correct martial art, she will be able to grow significantly. Smiling, he thinks that if Ashley becomes a disciple of the sect, she will no longer be a member of the SH group. Looking at his phone, Alex thinks that she can support martial arts. We see guys with blonde hair, because they were legendary knights. Also a guy with red hair who passed in 3 minutes. People are crying, because they made him sing. Looking at his phone, he thinks that the videos are a little crazy. His eyes widen and the guy wonders, can't he just watch the video and teach? Putting his hand on his chin and remembering her, he thinks that money is not important to her. There were dollars in his eyes and drooling, because this would be monetary help. Ashley holds a sword and the problem was that she might not take lessons from a D-rank hunter. Remembering the guys, he wants to teach her what he learned himself. Putting his hand on his chin, the guy thinks that if he gives up, it will be in vain. The guys open their mouths and say that they do not want to interrupt their training. Wiping away the sweat, she agrees. Alex begins to blush and blushes. She starts to walk away from him to wash up. We see a room with a sofa. Sitting at the table, the guy says that he heard that help was needed. Opening his mouth, he asks what happened in the dungeon. Looking down, Ashley says that there was no monster. They sit at the table and she says that when she entered the dungeon with her comrades, there were no monsters. Opening his mouth, he is told that there was one creature. She remembers his eyes and says that he looked like a wolf. The guy imagines him and thinks that they are very diverse, but in an S-rank dungeon there are no such monsters. Her hands are on the table and trembling, she says that she could not do anything against this monster. Opening his mouth, Alex asks if she could not cope with it, to which they answer affirmatively. Looking the other way, he thinks that she felt in the raid not alone, she was accompanied by talented team members with incredible equipment. Sitting at the table, Ashley says that there was one monster in the dungeon and she couldn't handle it. We see a mountain, because there were almost no cases when the rank of a dungeon was determined by one monster, however, there are rare cases. He looks into the distance and thinks about mutation. We see a wolf with red eyes. Alex, with his mouth open, thinks that a monster that owns mana in the dungeon, if they encountered such a thing, then it is understandable why she couldn't handle it. Looking at her, he says that there is a high probability that they encountered a capo monster. Ashley, with her mouth open, asks what it is. Sitting at the table, he says that it is better to abandon this dungeon, and there is no reason to go again. Sitting on a chair, the girl says that she is not the only one with problems. He remembers her, because due to the failure of the raid, she suffered great losses and heard that hundreds of billions of won evaporated just a few minutes after the article was published. Ashley, folding her hands, says that she must fix everything. Opening his mouth, he says that there are conditions in return. Smiling, he asks to make a video with her. Opening his mouth, she is told that there is another 10 billion. Folding his hands, Alex says that he cannot go lower than this. We see his account, because they gave him an advance of 1 billion and he should have asked for more. Smiling, he asks to forget, because he should not be too greedy. Turning his head, he understands that if he asks for more, it will be burdensome. He sits at the computer and thinks that he can analyze the S-rank capo monster. The next day has begun and they are standing near the portal. Ashley opens her mouth and says that she will lead. Smiling, he thinks that he needs to know what is inside to develop a strategy. The protagonist squeezes his hand, because he is not sure of defeating the capo monster. He turns and thinks that the atmosphere is different from a lower-ranked dungeon. They walk along the road. It was night, the moon was shining. The girl puts a glove on her hand. Pointing at them, he is told that they are a little off. Ashley opens her mouth and is told that she will adjust them. Poking at them, Alex did not know who would use them, so he made them to the size of his hand. We see that the glove begins to shine. Raising his finger, he asks to consider this a favor. He scratches his head and says that he made them. Approaching her, the protagonist says that he works with a master in a workshop. There was some kind of sound near them. The protagonist turns his head. The ground near their feet begins to shake. Looking into the distance, he opens his mouth. We see red eyes near them. There was also someone's hair. His eyes widen sharply. Ashley holds a sword and asks to move away. We see a wolf, whose drool is flowing. They are standing near the monster. Opening his mouth, the protagonist thinks that they are not ready and came here to check on the monster. He begins to glow blue. His eyes also became brighter. Then he hits the ground. Alex takes her by the shoulder. Opening his mouth, he screams that they need to run. The guys start running in the other direction. We see the moon and trees. A blue portal appears near the house. The guys come out of it. The guy remembers the wolf and thinks that he can't be sure because he didn't fight it directly, but at least 5 S-class hunters will be able to deal damage. Sweat is pouring down his face, and they ask him what kind of power this is. Looking at her, he asks how she was able to come back alive, with her teammates, having escaped from the monster. Looking down, she says that she was lucky and they ask her if she really wants to attack him. Opening her mouth, Ashley answers yes. They stand near the port and the girl says that if she comes up with a plan, then their team will do everything necessary. They look at each other and are silent. Turning, he says that he will contact her. We see a monster with red eyes. Alex puts his hand to his chin and thinks that the capo is a species that is a modified version of a normal monster. We see a paper and a book because he needs them. Looking down, he thinks that he can't find information anywhere. He sits on a chair because even after using insight, he still can't find a single clue. We see a blue sky. A guy is lying on the ground and increasing his skills. Hercules is next to him, and he carries that he is already lying down. Alex picks up a phone. The man approaches him and asks a question. What is he looking at? Sitting on the ground, he says that he analyzed the monster. Looking at it, the guy says that today is already the third day, but he does not understand anything. We see a wolf on the screen. Hercules looks and is silent. Alex opens his mouth and asks a question if he knows it. Putting his hands on his hips, he asks if this is a Fener? We see a wolf. This is a mythical beast that appears in Norse mythology. The earth opens its mouth, for the reason why Fener is called that is simple, the creature that actually brought about the end of the world. People stand with spears in their hands. The wolf opens its mouth, for that was it, with its upper jaw reaching the edges of the sky and its lower jaw touching the edges of the earth. A man stands next to it, for it devours everything in between. Alex opens his mouth and asks what this creature is doing here. His eyes widen, thinking about the unknown guy who gave him the phone. Hercules puts his hand to his chin, and the guy thinks that in this situation, he is the only one who does not know how to get here. We see the man and he says that he already fought him once and won. Standing next to him, the guy says that he wants to fight him. Raising his finger, Hercules says that it will take 1 second. Looking at him with disdain, they tell him that until he is torn to pieces. Approaching him, he is told that the wolf has become weak, its physique has changed. Looking at the phone, he thinks that the creature is the size of a small hill. Putting his hands on his hips, the god says that he also has jewelry on him, which was not there before. Then he points to the screen with his finger. We see the jewelry and it suppressed the power of Fener. Turning his head, he asks a question, are these handcuffs? The creature was in chains and they say that it will never be destroyed. Standing with his back to us, he says that with such a monster it will take a minute until they tear it to pieces. He puts his hand to his chin and thinks that if this black wolf is Fener, then there is practically no way. Opening his mouth, he is told that if he tells, he will share the idea of a video contact for 200 subscribers. We see that the phone begins to glow, and Hercules decides to organize the materials and bring it right now. Ashley walks near the crowd and they ask her why she does not give up. A white door opens. The girl comes to the guys. The protagonist walks with a phone and greets the subscribers. The guys are standing and understand that this is a blogger. Simon opens his mouth and does not think that this is a famous channel. Raising his hand, Sebastian says that he came up with a strategy for the dungeon. Alex walks with a phone and talks. Closing his eyes, the guy asks to get ready to enter the dungeon. The squad is walking along the road. The protagonist is still filming. Simon looks at him and calls his videos pathetic. Exhaling, he thinks, what if the black wolf notices? After that, he looks up. We see red eyes near them. Ashley stands silently, Sebastian is behind her. We see him from behind and she thinks, is she really going to lead people to their death? Her hand is shaking and she thinks that she has to do everything for the SH group. Grinning her teeth, she raises her sword. The protagonist holds a selfie stick and says that it is a legendary mythical beast. He had a smile on his face and asks if they are really asking that it is a Fener. He stands next to an enraged monster. Smiling, he says that they should fight it to find out. Standing in front of the monster, the protagonist said that he is not sure. Smiling, he added that he thinks they should fight it to find out. Holding a weapon in his hands, the protagonist asked that isn't he the one who conquers the world, isn't he the conqueror of the world? The monster looked at him furiously. Looking at him, Alex said that even if it is a Fener, a wolf that will eat the whole world, it will not be a problem for him. Looking at the girl, he asked if she was ready, to which she exclaimed. Raising his hand up, the hero said that so, the first point of the strategy of attacking Fener. Suddenly, he jumped up. Ashley raised her head in amazement. The protagonist swung at the monster. It was heard that when he... Suddenly, Fener swung his hand. The girl frowned and shouted that she should be careful. The blow flew along the ground. Looking straight ahead, the beast thought that he was not there. Where was he? Alex swung his hand at him. He clenched his fist tightly. The hero dealt a crushing blow to the monster. Holding the shield in his hands, the guy asked what was going on here. Black particles were flying in the air. The beast stood in front of the hero. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that damn, and then thought that it was a direct hit, but he was still okay. Smiling, he added that but Hercules told him that it would work. Alex jumped up. Flames burst out all over the forest. The hero clenched his teeth. Turning around, the girl said that it was time for them to move too, to which the boys responded approvingly. Suddenly, she rushed forward. The protagonist looked away in amazement. The beast abruptly waved its hand in front of him. Frowning, Alex thought, damn, he thought, is it possible? But this wolf, no, this Fener is real. Sitting next to the spirit, he heard that was such a Fener, he thinks it will take 1 minute, to which he asked again, and the spirit added that until he is torn to pieces. The hero clenched his teeth and thought that 1 minute, he will not be able to hold out even 10 seconds. Hercules' strategy is pointless, it only works with him, because he is Hercules. The beast clenched his teeth furiously, a thought appeared that but still. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that while these shackles were holding the Fener back, there was a chance. Clenching his fist, he added that it wasn't so bad that he couldn't win, it would be bad if he couldn't attack. A bright beam appeared in the air. The girl struck the beast, and the thought arose that but most importantly. Ashley frowned. The beast looked at her angrily. A flame flared up near him, it was said that he was not alone now. A fire sphere appeared in the sky, the thought arose that a fireball, so they had a hunter with magic. Frowning, the guy shouted that he should be careful. A bright beam appeared from the sky. Raising his head up, the Fener howled. Flames flew near him, it was heard that again. The beast looked away furiously. Frowning, the guy asked that he swallowed the fire sphere, and the girl added that he really ate it. The wolf raised his head up. The guy closed his eyes and shouted not to retreat. Holding the shield in his hands, the guy shouted for them to prepare for battle. Looking to the side, the hero said that if you look closely, you can find shackles tied to his body, and then asked that she already knew about this, didn't she? Frowning, he added that if these shackles hold him, then you can attack. The girl looked to the side. Suddenly, she jumped up. Ashley was flying rapidly towards the beast. Lowering his head, the protagonist sighed, and then thought that he needed to calm his emotions and focus all his feelings. A glow appeared around him. The beast's eyes lit up. Alex swung at him. Fenrir looked at him. Suddenly, he struck the ground. The hero swung his hand. He clenched his fist tightly. A bright glow appeared around him. Lowering his head, the beast growled. The thought appeared that the superpower was working. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he should continue to press now. He looked forward in surprise. Alex suddenly froze. He fell abruptly to the ground. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that it was dangerous. If he had reacted a little later, this attack would have torn his entire body apart. Frowning, he added that he was not sure about that. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that but before it touched his body, he hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, the girl struck the wolf. She looked straight ahead, a thought arose that it could definitely kill him. Fenrir raised his head up. Alex gritted his teeth and thought that but why? Looking straight ahead, the beast screamed loudly. Blood was flowing from its wound. Frowning, the hero thought that he needed to pull himself together, he should seize the opportunity. Suddenly, he jumped up. The protagonist was flying rapidly near the beast. Suddenly, he struck it. Fenrir raised his head up. Standing in front of him, Alex shouted that now. He grabbed the chain tightly. The beast opened its eyes wide. The hero pulled the chain towards himself and shouted loudly. Looking at him, the beast shouted furiously. The protagonist frowned, holding the chain in his hands. Suddenly, the Fenrir flew forward. The girl ran quickly. Alex gritted his teeth and looked away. Ashley held the weapon in her hands. Suddenly, a bright explosion flared. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that this was madness. In the middle of the forest, an abyss appeared. It was heard that he was alive. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that he did it. The hero flew quickly through the air. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked again, and the girl said that it can't be. A black glow appeared in the air. The beast opened its mouth wide. The guy looked in fear and said that this was a battle they could not win. The monster suddenly appeared in front of them. The hero fell to the ground and thought why. Lying on the ground, he added that just why, the Fenrir bound by the Gleipnir was obviously limited, but whatever. The monster opened its mouth wide. The thought arose that this was still the demonic wolf that brought the world to an end, the wolf of divine carnage that swallowed the god himself. Fenrir was Fenrir. With its current level, it was impossible to attack it. Strange. No matter how he thought about it, everything was strange. Looking to the side, Ashley shouted for everyone to run, let them hurry and take Mr. Alex with them. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that this was the same situation as in the dungeon with the black troll. Maybe she saved the team members in the last raid in this way. No matter how hard they tried, they could not defeat Fenrir. But why? Alex opened his eyes wide. Frowning, he thought that he finally understood. He could not believe that he learned about this only now. Looking down, the hero thought that he was too stupid, it didn't make sense from the start, and he was asked what he thought. He can move. Closing his eyes, the guy asked what he was doing. The girl struck the monster. She clenched her teeth tightly. Looking at the hero, Ashley turned. Looking straight ahead, the monster growled, and the protagonist thought that as expected, it doesn't attack, it just looks at him. Frowning, the girl asked what he was doing now. Alex looked up, it sounded like he was crazy. Let him come back quickly. Standing in front of the beast, Alex said that it didn't make sense from the start. The beast looked ahead. A thought appeared that he didn't know about the S-Class Hunter group, but with their current group, attacking him from the start was stupid. fighting him from the start made no sense. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that's why it was strange, and then asked why he didn't die. The people gritted their teeth when they heard that everyone had returned alive. The guy frowned, hearing that none of them had died at the moment. Looking at the hero, Ashley asked what he meant, to which he asked again that she had not understood yet. Pointing at the monster, the hero said that if Fener wanted, he would have killed them all. No one in this place could return alive. The girl looked forward angrily, and the boy asked how they came back alive then. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist answered that he let them go, and then thought that the reason Ashley and her team were able to return alive, why he did not kill a single person. Frowning, Alex said that he was telling them to run away because he did not want to hurt them. Looking away, he thought that of course, it was hard to believe even for him. But if you think about it, Fenrir never attacked first, and then said that if he was just a monster, it would not make sense. The thought arose that at some point Fenrir destroyed Asgard. The wolf was walking through the forest. It was said that as soon as he was born he was abandoned. Since birth he struggled with hunger and loneliness. But he persisted without giving up and survived. Did the rumors spread that Fenrir was alive? People were sitting near the wolf and the boy said that he heard that he was strong, asked that then he could untie this rope. The wolf smiled. The thought came that Fenrir did not even resist the unexpected offer of the gods. After all, it was like an invitation to play together for him, who was always lonely. It seemed to him that he finally had friends. Clutching his head, the boy said that good God, even Thor could not break this. The wolf wagged his tail. It was said that Fenrir was happy because he thought that he had made friends with the gods, but the gods thought otherwise. A huge chain appeared. The thought arose that the gods were afraid of the power that could lead to death, so they created Gleipnir to bind him forever, and came to him again. Fenrir thought that something was wrong and suspected something was wrong. Tyr smiled and said that if he could not free himself, and the gods refused to let him go, he could bite off his left hand. The wolf smiled. It was said that a god named Tyr personally came to him and swore. Fenrir believed him. Tyr was the only god who came to Fenrir when everyone turned a blind eye to him. The man looked at the beast. The thought arose that he gave him food in a barren land where there was no food, because he was a friend. So Fenrir was bound by Gleipnir, and could not free himself. The people looked at him. It was said that as expected, the gods did not release Fenrir, and Tyr also turned a blind eye to him. As promised, Tyr put his left hand in Fenrir's mouth. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he had deceived him. But Fenrir could not bite Tyr's hand. He did not want to. However, the gods, afraid of Fenrir's power, even stuck a sword in his mouth and made it so that he could not close his mouth. The wolf looked furiously. It was said that Fenrir had to remain chained until Ragnarok came. The beast lowered his head. The thought appeared that he was still as alone as before, in endless pain. The people looked in fear. It was said that after Ragnarok came, Ragnarok's madness took hold of Fenrir, and in the end he swallowed the whole world and tore the gods apart. The man was kneeling. The thought occurred that even though the Fenrir had failed to kill Tyr, the beast opened its mouth wide. The thought occurred that even though its mind was consumed by madness, it had not forgotten him. The man smiled. It was said that the only friend who had returned to his abandoned self, a friend who had given food to his starving being. The man lowered his head. The thought occurred that as always, the Fenrir considered Tyr a friend. Perhaps it was naive and foolish of him. Standing before the monster, the hero thought that the Fener in mythology was definitely not a wolf, worthy of being called a wild demonic animal. Frowning, he said that the Fener did not want to harm them. The people looked at him in surprise. It was heard that he wanted them to believe it. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that they still had to get rid of him. Looking straight ahead, she added that if they neglected the S-rank dungeon and a dungeon breakthrough occurred, there would be no turning back. Looking at the monster, Ashley said that even if the dungeon breakthrough did not occur, Fenrir would come out of the dungeon during the dungeon breakthrough. There was no guarantee that Fenrir would not harm people. Holding the weapon in her hands, she added that they would retreat and report this to the association, and also get help from the S-rank hunters. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that she would refuse to clear this dungeon. Looking down, the hero thought that Ashley was right. In order to prevent the possibility of a disaster, they should kill Fenrir. Looking at the monster, he added that he did not know why Fenrir was here. Frowning, the protagonist thought that it could be that Fenrir was abandoned again. The wolf walked through the forest. A thought arose that in mythology, the end of the entire world, called Ragnarok, cut off Gleipnir, Fenrir was able to escape. The beast opened its mouth wide. It was said that but for some unknown reason, it was again tied to Gleipnir. Perhaps Fenrir was abandoned here again. Lowering his head, Alex thought about how this dungeon was used as a barrier to trap Fenrir so that he could not escape to another place. Frowning, he added that just like in the myth, he was abandoned as soon as he was born so that he could die a lonely death here. Looking at the monster, the hero thought that this also explained why the dungeon rank was measured as S rank. Only the mana of the dungeon itself that Fenrir was trapped in was measured, not the mana of Fenrir himself. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist added that the power to trap a weakened Fenrir was measured as S rank. Looking at him, the girl said that they would go back. Alex lowered his head and thought that it couldn't be helped. He couldn't do anything for Fenrir with his power. The people were leaving. The thought appeared that if they left like this, everything would be over. Fener had no intention of harming the people. Even if he had already committed suicide when they returned, he would not pursue them now. Frowning, the hero thought that because this was stupid, like back then, in the myth, everything would end as soon as they left the dungeon. Gritting his teeth, he added that even if he was Fener, he wouldn't be able to stand up to the S-rank hunter squad. All they had to do was gather the S-rank hunters and clear this dungeon. If Fener was weakened and tied up like now, he would definitely be able to be attacked. That would be enough for them. The party walked forward. The thought came that he couldn't put people in danger. Right. Fener just needed to be disposed of. Even if they left like this, there would be no problem. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that all he had to do was live normally, return to his daily life. Memories appeared. It was said that making equipment and making videos on YouTube, making money, studying godhood so that he could cure her. Looking straight ahead, Alex thought that that was it. That was all he could do. But, gritting his teeth, he added that why couldn't he take these steps, and someone approached him. Looking at him, Ashley asked what he was trying to do. The hero took a step forward. A glow was flying around the monster. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement. Blood was dripping from the beast's paw. Looking at it, Alex thought that the abandoned wolf, Fener, had never harmed anyone. He did not dare to harm someone even when he could suffer himself. Frowning, he added that but in the end, this monster is in the dungeon and a demonic monster that threatens people, so they must get rid of it. They cannot leave it alive. Unfortunately, there is no other way. Images of men appeared. It was heard that the legends from godhood. The man grinned. A thought appeared that they never give up under any circumstances. They did not lose even those battles that were impossible to win. They did not give up even if the fight never ended. The guy looked straight. A thought appeared that because they overcame the impossible, and in the end they became heroes. The hero clenched his fist tightly and thought that if there is no way out. He smirked and said that he would destroy this dungeon, and then thought that they would create it. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and asked what he was saying. A glow appeared around the hero. The thought arose that the problem was ultimately this dungeon. It was the barrier that bound Fener, a dungeon that could be destroyed if he destroyed the dungeon itself. It was heard that this was impossible. Destroying a dungeon meant destroying space, and only a god could do that. It was impossible. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that it was still dangerous to summon such a level of power, but, opening his eyes wide, he added that he could not stop. He could not. The river did not drink its own water, the trees did not eat their own fruit, the sun did not shine for itself, and flowers did not smell fragrant on their own. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that gentlemen. Looking straight ahead, he added that they did not think only of themselves. Alex smiled and said that he really spoke like a scholar, and then thought that he could only laugh because no one would acknowledge it, and he couldn't even make money from it. The man closed his eyes. It was said that but still, if he didn't get angry even when others didn't acknowledge him, then wasn't he a gentleman? A gentleman didn't get angry. The hero smirked and thought that even when the world didn't acknowledge him. Looking straight ahead, he added that he didn't know how gentlemen were, but in today's world, it was enough not to be called an idiot. But for some unknown reason, he just wanted to be a decent person. Images of people appeared. The thought appeared that not those who were good in themselves, but those who treated the people around them well. The protagonist smirked and added that he didn't know why, but this thought came to him suddenly, after watching Confucius's video, after looking at the wounded Fener. Smiling widely, he thought that such a thought came to his mind, so. A glow appeared around him. It was heard about the divine martial arts of Hercules. The beast looked at him in surprise. Frowning, Alex thought that Hercules told him that divine martial arts are not only used for battles, it is like changing the laws of the world. It is not just using superpowers. And space is the most important law by which the world is arranged. A bright glow appeared. It was said about the first technique. The hero raised his leg up. His eyes lit up brightly. He used the technique of the downward dragon strike. Blue rays flew in the air. Suddenly a typhoon appeared. A bright blue flash appeared. A dark sky appeared. Suddenly a rift appeared. Everything around began to crack. The girl looked in amazement. It was heard that it was impossible. What is this? Ashley looked at the hero in bewilderment. She bent down to the ground and thought that he was still alive. A multicolored glow appeared in the sky. The girl turned her head. The monster was standing in front of her. Ashley was looking at the hero. The protagonist swung at the monster. The thought arose that she knew that he was not an ordinary awakened without features when he fought with the troll. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought about what kind of terrifying force it was that destroyed an entire dungeon. Raising the hero, she added that it was still not the time to be surprised. Ashley looked away. The beast was looking at her. Leaving, the girl thought that before the dungeon was completely destroyed, they should get out of here. The main character suddenly woke up. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he was alive. Looking away, the protagonist thought that he supposed he was in the VIP ward of the SH Group hospital. Then, sitting in front of him, the girl asked if he was okay. Frowning, Alex asked why she was here, to which Ashley replied that as she saw, she was also a patient. The hero grinned, hearing that he was uncomfortable, to which he thought, of course, and she would be comfortable in his place. Who doesn't like being with a beautiful woman? No, as Confucius said. Closing his eyes, he added that men and women do not sleep together after 7 years. Men and women cannot be in the same space after 7 years, so why? The protagonist frowned and thought, wait, what nonsense is he talking? It sounded like he won't ask what happened. Memories appeared. It sounded like before the dungeon collapsed, Ashley pulled him out after he lost consciousness. Looking away, Alex said that after various procedures he woke up, asked that he was right. The girl looked at him in bewilderment. Frowning, the hero thought that doesn't she like it when he gets down to business, and she replied that, as he said, the dungeon was destroyed. The news came on. It was heard that as a result it was considered purified, which was good. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked what happened to Fener by the way, to which Ashley replied that she was not so sure if he was talking about that wolf monster. Looking away, Alex heard that she saw him leave somewhere at the end, to which he thought that since the dungeon that served as Fener's prison was destroyed, he hoped that he could safely return to the realm of the gods. Sitting in front of him, the girl said that for now she did not reveal what happened in the dungeon. She also asked her comrades to keep their mouths shut. It was announced that they were the ones who conquered the dungeon. The protagonist looked at her in surprise when he heard that, but if he wanted they would fix it, to which he asked what she meant by that she would make it so that he was the one who cleared it, to which she responded approvingly. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that it would be better to say that she did it, to which she asked if there was a reason why he hid his power, to which he asked again. Smiling, the protagonist asked what who, he said that it couldn't be. If that was the case he wouldn't have created his YouTube channel. Looking straight at her, Ashley heard that although he had no intention of hiding his power given the situation. Stretching his hand out to the side, Alex said that now it was necessary for the SH group to be known as the one who cleared the S-rank dungeon, so they would say that she was the one who conquered it. The girl lowered her head and objected, and the hero thought that she must be doubting her abilities, wondering if it was okay to announce this despite the fact that she did not have the skills to clear an S-rank dungeon. Frowning, the hero said that this time the dungeon was special. Ashley was quite capable of clearing S-rank dungeons. Looking at him, the girl asked him that he was trying to console her, to which he replied that no, he was simply stating the facts. They sat in front of each other in silence. Ashley smirked and thanked him. Sitting in front of her, the protagonist said that well, enough about that, asked that that was all she wanted to say, to which the girl replied that no, she wanted to say something else. Gritting her teeth, she asked that he would like to work with her. The sun was shining brightly outside the window. It sounded like madness. Alex looked at his phone. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw the notifications. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that not to mention the percentage, the superpower only increased by 3/10 every day, and then asked what and yet, it had just increased by 13%. Looking down, he added that the divine martial arts mastery, which had only increased by 1/100th in a week, had increased by 9.3%. Moreover, the mastery of the gentleman's insight and wisdom had increased by several years at once. The hero's eyes lit up, thinking that it was because of the dragon's downward strike. He swung his fist. It was said that until now, in his videos, he had only shown how he cleared dungeons. The protagonist landed on the ground. The girl looked at the cracks, thinking that but this time, he had destroyed the space and dimension of the dungeon, and therefore the dungeon itself had collapsed, and he was in this state. Alex smirked as he thought that just like when he encountered the dark troll, he lost consciousness as soon as he used his power. Looking at his hand, he added that and yet, compared to his past, being able to use divine martial arts was already a huge improvement. When would he be able to make it completely his own? Lying on the bed, the hero thought that and yet he only wanted to try it once. Who would have thought that Ashley would immediately agree? The car was parked on the road, and she heard someone say that they should take her to her grandfather. Looking out the window, the girl heard that thank you for working hard on this raid. The chairman is also very pleased, to which she replied that it makes her happy. Ashley looked in amazement as she heard the question of what Sir Alex said. From behind the wheel, the man asked that he refused again, to which the girl replied that she did. Smirking, he asked what he said this time. Ashley put her hand to her face and replied that he said something like gentlemen only get along with people and not a group. The man frowned when he heard that on the other hand, worthless people form gangs but don't get along with each other, to which he asked again. Smiling, the girl said that that's why, instead of being colleagues or teammates, he said that he sometimes likes to work together. Looking at the mirror, she added that based on that, he asked if she wanted to learn swordsmanship, to which the man asked again. Looking away, he added that she should wait. Doesn't that mean Sir Alex will teach her swordsmanship? And then thought that he admits that he has exceptional abilities. But isn't he an awakened D class? And yet, he wanted to teach the young lady, an awakened S class. Pointing to herself, the girl said that she told him that she wanted to try to learn, to which the driver asked, then why are they going to the chairman now? The car moved forward. It was heard that she was thinking, she needs to pay for the training. A view of a huge building opened up. Looking at the phone, the hero thought, I wonder which of these is better. The man held out his sword in front of him. It was said about the heaven-destroying divine sword of the king. The girl frowned. It was said that it was Dragon Slayer, the technique of the Siegfried sword, slaying dragons. The man held the weapon in his hands. It was said about the founder of the Wudong sect. The protagonist smirked, thinking that these 3 techniques would suit Ashley the most. Looking at the phone, he added that among these 3 techniques, there should be one that she liked the most. He could show her all 3 techniques and let her choose the one she liked the most. Alex closed his eyes, thinking that he would need to pay for a subscription, but it didn't matter. In addition to the 10 billion won, he would also receive a training fee every month. Holding the phone in his hands, he added that they would check how much the subscriptions cost. The hero opened his eyes wide and thought, 200 million, wait. He froze in amazement and asked what 2 billion, and then thought that it was not 200 million, but 2 billion. Why so expensive? Running his finger across the screen, the protagonist thought that the Confucius channel cost 1 billion, and this is even more expensive. This can't be. He looked in amazement and added that they should not tell him. The last time he checked, it was definitely 100 million. The subscription price increased to 2 billion. Looking down, Alex wondered if this meant that the subscription price increased with the number of channels he subscribed to. Looking straight ahead, he added that it meant that it would be 3 billion next. No, maybe 4 billion, or 5 billion, maybe even more. If it continued to grow like this, then there was no reason to choose all 3. Sitting on the bench, the protagonist thought that even if it increased by 1 billion, just one cumulative fee would be 9 billion. He could subscribe once and cancel it. But could he do it after signing up? What if he couldn't cancel it? Gritting his teeth, he added that does that mean he has to pay 9 billion every month? No, if he doesn't pay, the subscription will be cancelled automatically, even if he only chooses one sword technique to teach Ashley. Clutching his head, the protagonist thought that the subscription for the next channel he chooses will also increase because the channels he subscribes to are cumulative. Looking straight ahead, he thought that no matter how much money he makes, there is no end in sight. Looking to the side, Alex thought that this energy and presence. He turned his head and added that it does not belong to a person. The protagonist took a step forward. Looking behind the tree, he asked what, a dog? Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The beast wagged its tail. Looking at it, Alex asked what the Fener was. Crouching down, Alex wondered where it came from. Looking at the wolf, he added that it was indeed him. He had become much smaller. The wolf suddenly turned around sharply. He threw a mouse on the ground. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought about what it was, and then asked that he wanted him to eat it. Stretching his hand forward, he added that it was still alive. Suddenly, the Fener ran away, and the protagonist asked where was he going again? Smirking, Alex wondered what the hell it was. Looking straight ahead, the man asked why, didn't he teach him how to defeat it? Looking at him, the hero replied that he was asking on purpose because he didn't know, to which the man replied that but he had already taught him how to defeat the Fener. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist said that his weak point was his side, and that he would not be able to use his full power if he grabbed him by the tail, but none of this advice worked. Pointing at him, Hercules said that it was because he was too weak, to which Alex replied that he would have said so from the beginning, no. Closing his eyes, he added that at least he had warned him, he almost died, to which the man asked that who would have thought that he would be so weak. Turning his head, the hero said that okay, it does not matter now. He asked him to tell him a strategy that would suit his level, and not teach him his methods of fighting. Clenching his fist, Hercules said that this is unfair, he cannot accept this, let him watch, even his muscles say that it is unfair. Looking away, the protagonist thought that it was lucky that everything was resolved in the end, he could have really died, but more importantly. Smirking, he added that his video, the one he filmed in the dungeon, was completely erased. The video featured not only Fener, but also Ashley. It would have at least 1 million views. Lowering his head, Alex thought that it could have brought him so much benefit, but now it was gone. Gritting his teeth, he added that he was back. The hero looked at the wolf. The protagonist turned his head, hearing that it was unfair, so unfair. Hercules gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Suddenly, the wolf abruptly disappeared. Frowning, Alex thought that since they had fought before, Fenrir should remember Hercules. Looking at the bird, he added that a dove, what does that mean? And the man asked what it was from Fenrir. Taking the pigeon, the hero said yes, let it stand up. Suddenly the bird rose sharply. It began to turn its head. The hero looked at it carefully. Suddenly the pigeon flew out of the window. It was heard that where the Fenrir came from, and what kind of pigeon it was. Looking at the man, the protagonist answered that he did not know, maybe the Fenrir brought it to him to eat, maybe, to which Hercules asked what this pigeon was. Gritting his teeth, the man asked that he was not even a cat, so why, to which Alex replied that he himself did not know. Looking to the side, he added that in any case, if he brings it to him, does not this mean that these animals are his prey? And the hero said that he thinks, he does not want to hurt other animals. Looking straight, the protagonist heard that in that case, why is he bringing them to him? Is he asking them to kill him? To which he replied that he is not sure. The wolf ran forward rapidly. It was heard that, and where did the Fener come from? Why did he bring him animals? The hero stood in front of the beast. He smiled widely. The protagonist swung his fist. Putting his hand to his face, Hercules stood. That's what happened. Gritting his teeth, he said that it was so strange. Why did the Fener appear in his dimension? How could he exist there? Alex frowned and said that he was also interested in this. But wasn't he the only one who didn't know how to get here? Looking at him, the man replied that it was nonsense. Their dimensions could not echo each other. To which the hero asked, then where did the Fener come from? Smiling, the hero said that it was true, that he was the only one who didn't know. To which Hercules replied that he should believe him. Pointing to his hand, he said let him watch. His muscles were telling him it wasn't fair again. To which the protagonist replied that yes, of course they were. Stretching his hand forward, Hercules said that in any case, he managed to survive after using the dragon's outgoing strike. Because seriously, how did he manage to use it? Alex smirked, and said that it was just luck on his side. Looking at him, the man asked what luck, said that his descending dragon gift can't be used just by relying on some kind of luck, you know. Sitting on the bed, the hero asked, by the way, why doesn't he teach him the next technique? To which the man replied that it was nothing complicated. Scratching his ear, he added that but shouldn't he give him something in return? To which the protagonist replied that he understood, okay, he'll let him find out the content of the next video. A view of the building opened up, and as expected from his teacher, the stairs of the hospital appeared. The man lowered his head when he heard that they had a new order. His name was Alex, a D-class hunter. He slammed his glass on the table and said that they should leave them. The girls went to the exit. Smiling, Mark asked that he was a D-class hunter. Looking at him, the man replied that he was, and he asked if he was making fun of him. Frowning, Mark asked that he found their Pandemonium funny. Standing in front of him, the man said that he was an unusual D-class hunter. To which he replied that D-class is D-class even in Africa. What was he talking about? Pouring alcohol, Mark heard that he must have heard that Ashley from the SH group had cleared an S-rank dungeon. To which he replied that everyone was talking about it on the internet, and the man added that he was also somehow connected to it. Frowning, he asked what this damn trash D-class was, to which he was told that he didn't know the details, but, standing still, the man said Alex, it seemed like this man was helping Ashley. To which Mark asked what kind of order, and he added that he needed him to confirm it, how he would fulfill it, it didn't matter. Looking straight, he added that more importantly, it was a VIP order, to which the man asked what VIP, he wouldn't be able to fulfill it. The guy frowned, hearing that Caroline had made her move, to which he asked that the human butcher from the inspection bureau had finally moved. Gritting his teeth, Mark said that yes, he didn't know what she found there, but she was causing them enough trouble, and the guy asked what the Pandemonium leader was worried about, just a security guard of the inspection bureau. The view of the city opened up. It was heard that if she caught him, even he would not escape from her unharmed. He, an idiot, moreover, a new branch manager in Korea was recently appointed, and he did not want to immediately create unnecessary problems for them. Frowning, the guy asked what, a new branch manager, just let him not say that, a leader at the scar level. Severed limbs appeared. It was said that the key figures, called Pandemonium leaders, are divided into 5 levels: tear, fracture, crack, scar, bruise. It is said that the Pandemonium leader, whose identity is unknown, killed one of the 13 heroes. The monster smiled. The thought occurred to him that the Red Shadow, the leader at the scar level, could be the person who could survive working with the Red Shadow, getting away with only scars. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked that there was now a leader at the scar level working in Korea, to which the man replied that yes, but he should not tell anyone about it. He poured a drink into a glass. Mark drank the alcohol. It was heard that they would help him with the inspection bureau. Frowning, he asked again, to which he was told that they would also help Pandemonium hide in Korea. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that in other words, they would help the new branch manager establish himself in this place. This was his chance to win his favor. Mark smiled broadly and asked that so it was not just a VIP order, but a super VIP. What were the conditions? To which he was told that he just did not kill him. Crushing the glass, he added that in other words, he was allowed to cut off his limbs. Holding the phone in his hands, the hero said that if you deal with a patient, progress, of course, slows down a lot. Smiling, he added that, but at least, the indicators are increasing. The rabbit was lying on the ground. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought where he got it. Looking at the wolf, he added that where would he get a rabbit in the city? Grinning, Alex thought that several days had passed since then. Well, probably, he would calm down soon. The next day, the deer was lying on the ground. The eagle fell down. Wide-eyed, the hero thought that next time what? He will bring him a bear. A view of the hospital opened up. Opening the door, the protagonist exclaimed. He looked in surprise and shouted that this is what, a bear? The wolf looked at him. The thought appeared that his eyes were saying that he hoped he would like him. Smiling, Alex said that it looked like he needed to take special measures. The view of the building opened up, and he was heard to return. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked if he was feeling well. Smiling, the hero said that he was fine, it wasn't that serious a wound, and then thought that if he hadn't taken Ashley to the hospital when she fainted, she would have died there. Mary turned her head, hearing that it was more important how she was feeling. She took her medicine regularly, she didn't skip it just because he wasn't around, to which she replied that she told him, she doesn't do that anymore. The girl grabbed her face, hearing that she also drank herbal medicine, without missing a single dose, to which she replied that as soon as she started thinking about them, her stomach started to hurt. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that it seemed like things were still not easy for her, he would need to improve his level of divine healing techniques, and then said that he wanted to ask her something, to which Mary asked what she had, what was wrong. The wolf looked out from behind the door, he heard that she, by any chance, did not like puppies, to which she asked why he was suddenly asking about puppies. What, a puppy, he brought it. Putting his hand behind his head, the protagonist hesitated. The girl grinned and said that he was so cute, to which Alex shouted that he should be careful. Looking at him, Mary asked why, to which he asked again that what if he bites. He grinned, hearing that oh well, who could he hurt with his teeth, to which the hero thought that she didn't know yet, but if he bites, the world will collapse. Smirking, the girl asked what his name was, if he hadn't given him a name yet, could she name him, to which the protagonist replied, of course. Holding the wolf in her arms, she asked what about Archie, to which Alex asked again. Looking at him, Mary answered that yes, he didn't like it, to which he said that no, not really, and then thought that she had any idea at all about what names to give. Smiling, the girl asked that he liked the name, said that she saw that he liked it too. The hero frowned and thought that he liked the name Archie, he had already learned the tricks of survival in the human world. Closing her eyes, the girl said that then, from now on, this would be his name. The protagonist smirked, looking at her. A view of the building opened up, a thought appeared that perhaps the fact that she gave him a good name was not bad. The Hunters Guild headquarters appeared, and a voice said, "Sorry for the delay." Sitting at the table, the girl said that to begin with, they would sign a contract with him, as she had promised, minus the deposit, it would be 9 billion, that's right. Alex grinned, hearing that he should check, they should have come, to which he replied, "Yes," he confirms. A balance of 10 billion won appeared. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that 10 and 6 billion, on this money a family of 4 could live for 277 years. Gritting her teeth, Ashley said, "And also, if it's not too much trouble, they could discuss the cost of that lecture he mentioned last time after she saw his mastery of the sword." Standing up, the protagonist said yes, let him see it in person and decide on its price, then thought that he wasn't really sure how much he should ask for it, and he didn't even know how much she wanted to pay him, so it would be better if she decided on her own. Raising his finger, Alex asked if he could borrow one of the training swords then. Standing in front of the girl, the hero said that there were only 3 sword techniques that he would show her now. Frowning, the girl asked again, and he added that he had chosen the ones that would suit her, but it was quite difficult for him to choose one. Smirking, the protagonist said that so let him just tell her which one she liked the most, then thought that he had thought about joining their membership program, but it was too expensive, and the longer he was in it, the more he paid for it. He only came here after watching their trailer, to see if he could do it justice. Raising the weapon up, Alex said that the first sword style he would show her was called the divine sword that cuts the sky. He took a step forward. A glow appeared around the sword. The girl gritted her teeth and thought that she could not see the movement of the sword. The hero swung the sword. Ashley watched him. Suddenly, a bright light appeared around. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, thinking that she could not move. Unlike last time, he swung it quite slowly, but its pressure definitely affected his body. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist said that now, he would show him the style of wielding the Dragon Slayer sword. Blue rays appeared in the air. Alex frowned. He gritted his teeth tightly. The girl looked at him in amazement and asked how and what. Stretching his hand out to the side, the hero said that the last sword style. Ashley froze in amazement. The hero raised the sword up. Multicolored rays flew above it. The protagonist swung his sword sharply. The girl gritted her teeth, hearing that that was all. Alex grinned and said that these were the 3 sword techniques he could teach her, asked which one she liked the most. The car was parked near the building. A question was heard that he still hadn't come out. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he couldn't confirm that they had come out of there, and the other asked what they were doing there. Mark grinned and said that he thought Alex had offered Ashley some favors. At first glance he looked menacing, but in bed he would behave completely differently, and the man asked what they should continue waiting for. Mark looked up. Sticking out his tongue, he said that this guy, he mentioned that he had a younger sister. The hunter turned around and said that if they got involved with outsiders, they might get into trouble if the inspection bureau got wind of it, and Caroline got involved, to which he was told not to worry. Smiling broadly, the man said that the people behind the council would handle everything themselves just fine if they just showed some attention to the guy's little sister a couple of times. He extended his hand forward and added that instead of wasting their time on him, he would crawl to them on his knees after noticing this. Mark opened his eyes wide and said that they would rather catch her. The protagonist grinned, and it was heard that Alex's younger sister was being caught. The Hunters Guild headquarters appeared. The girl froze in surprise. She shuddered when he said which technique she liked the most. Ashley looked down and hesitated. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero said that if he couldn't choose, he should try it himself, to which she asked that it was okay. The girl raised the weapon up. She made several swings with the sword. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that her movements were no different from his, but something was missing. Looking at her hands, Ashley asked that she was missing something. The protagonist smiled widely and replied that they would try other techniques, and then thought that he simply had to get it, his allowance. The bus moved forward, and it was heard that of course, she couldn't keep up with it. How could a normal person compare to their strength? Looking at the phone, Alex said that but he could, and he also uses it to study divine martial arts, to which he was told that it was all because he could use their power, and he asked what the difference was. Putting his hand to his face, Hercules said that when he first asked him to teach him divine martial arts, he remembered why he refused him. Looking at the screen, the hero replied that yes, he said that he was lazy, to which Hercules replied that no, it wasn't that. Holding the tablet in his hands, the protagonist added that he said that he could only learn divine martial arts if he understood how to use super strength. He said that at that moment his mental state was at its worst, to which the man asked if that was true. Stretching his hand forward, Hercules said that no, that's not what he meant. Just as he was learning the basics of divine martial arts, he should also learn the rest of the gods' martial arts. Alex frowned when he heard that because this girl didn't know the basics, she couldn't repeat them. The fact that she was able to keep up with his movements was also some kind of feat, to which he replied that that was the reason he was able to use them without registering for their membership program, and the man added that he thought he was expelled. Pointing at the hero, the man asked what he said, that he had no traits, but he had awakened, to which the hero asked again, yes, but why was he asking him so suddenly? Looking directly, Hercules said that he thought that the fact that he had no traits was his trait in itself. Last time he told him that he could not obtain the power of the gods just by subscribing to their channels. Multicolored lightning flew around the people. It was said that to be precise, a new existence cannot be overwritten on an existing one. What he calls a trait is the uniqueness of existence, which makes it impossible to overwrite his existing trait with a new one. This action is no different from denying his existence. A glow appeared on the hero. It was heard that, however, it can be drawn on as if on a clean slate, because there is no uniqueness in his existence, which means that he can easily study the traits of other bosses. He thinks this can only be explained like this. The protagonist put his hand to his face when he heard that, and isn't that why he has access to GodTube? To which he replied that it means that no one else can know about GodTube's capabilities. In front of him, Heracles replied that maybe that's true, to which he thought that doesn't mean that he won't be able to teach Ashley his monthly allowance of 10 billion won. Smiling, the man asked that, however, maybe if he taught her something he came up with himself, it wouldn't matter that much. Standing in front of the door, the man asked that this was that bastard's house. He reached for the doorknob. Suddenly, the hunter abruptly snatched it away. He smiled as he walked straight. Looking at the girl, the man thought, wow. Smiling widely, he added that since they still needed to lure that bastard Alex out to deal with him, it wouldn't hurt him if he touched her a little. Suddenly, the hunter looked away in amazement and thought that he definitely hadn't noticed any presence. There was someone else in this house. A glow appeared around the wolf, and he thought it was a dog. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked that it wouldn't matter so much if he taught her, to which Hercules replied that as he said, although humans can't master their martial arts. Smiling, he added that if he mastered them and then taught her, it wouldn't matter so much, since their strength can't be learned. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked that so, after all, he was still teaching her martial arts with GodTube, and the fact that she couldn't learn wouldn't change, so to which he was told that among the techniques he listed, with a master, the story would be a little different. Standing still, Hercules said that the master was an important figure in the martial arts world, even he was helped by him when he was just learning his divine martial arts. If he subscribed to the master's channel, there was a high chance that he would be able to learn the art. After he learned it, he could build his own martial art on it. Alex looked at him in amazement when he heard that it was impossible to directly teach the martial arts of the gods, but he could create another martial art based on them and teach her that, so there should be no problem with that, because what he would teach her was neither his martial art nor the arts of the gods. In short, he would act as a purification cartridge. Smiling widely, the hero said that it meant that if he learned the technique, he would also be able to practice divine martial arts, to which the man replied that he definitely could. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that creating his own martial art was not that easy, but he was sure that he would have no problem with it. Smiling, the protagonist said that anyway, thanks for letting him know, to which Hercules replied that it was okay, since he wanted to thank him so much. Lowering his head, he asked when he would give him the video he had mentioned earlier. Looking at it, Alex replied that he would take care of it, and would let him know right away when it was ready, since it was a bit difficult this time. A buzz appeared, and an approving response was heard. Taking a step forward, the hero thought that it would be difficult for him to create his own martial art now, or practice divine martial arts, since he would teach Ashley a martial art based on taiju. Lowering his head, he thought. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. He rushed into the apartment. Alex looked at his sister in amazement. Closing his eyes, he thought what a relief, she was still sleeping. The man was lying on the floor. A thought came to him. Who is this? Why is he lying unconscious in his house? Maybe he. Stroking the wolf, the hero asked that he protected her. Frowning, he thought that he had never seen him before. Looking at the man, the protagonist added that judging by his energy, he was definitely awakened, not an ordinary person. Although he did not know how he got into their house, he was sure that his intentions were bad. Alex smiled widely and thanked Archie, and then asked that he could watch the house for a while. Looking at him, the wolf barked. The hero looked forward angrily. The man suddenly woke up. Lowering his head, he thought where he was. A question was heard that he woke up. The man looked surprised and asked what Alex was doing. How was he? Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought he knew him, and then said he would ask him a few questions. The hunter smiled widely when he heard that he only had to answer them truthfully, to which he said he was a crazy bastard. He tore the ropes and asked him what he thought he could tie him up. The hero grabbed him by the shoulder and said that as he thought, he came to their house with bad intentions. The hunter screamed loudly in pain. Suddenly, the protagonist covered his mouth. A bright glow appeared around him. Looking straight ahead, he said that he should shut up. If Mary woke up, to hell with his questions, he would just kill him. Suddenly, Alex struck him. Smiling, the hero said that he was not the kind of person who would take the word of someone who still had intact limbs. A view of the city opened up. The men looked away in surprise. The protagonist took a step forward. The hunter lay in front of him. Looking straight ahead, Alex asked where Mark was. The hero stood still. Frowning, he told them to answer. Gritting his teeth, the man asked what this bastard was talking about, to which the other replied that he was talking nonsense. Standing in front of the hero, the bandit said that he should cool off and go home before they did something to him. Smiling, he asked that he at least knew who Mark was, said that he should get lost if he valued his life. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked where Mark was. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he was a bastard. Should he be beaten up? Alex grabbed him and added that he was asking where he was. Frowning, the man told him to let him go. Looking straight at him, he added that why was he so strong? Suddenly, the hero struck him. The men looked at him in surprise and asked what was going on. Holding a gun in his hands, the bandit asked what he was doing, and the other added that at least he knew who they were. The man suddenly rushed forward and said that he seemed very confident in his skills, and the bandit said that he had enough. The hero raised his leg up. He abruptly hit the ground. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly. A glow appeared around him. The man looked in amazement and asked again. Alex abruptly grabbed his face. The man opened his eyes in fear. The hero's eyes lit up and he asked where Mark was. The Hunter's Inspection Bureau appeared, and the sound of Pandemonium making its move was heard. The girl frowned and asked if they had found out their location. Frowning, Louise replied that they had not, but that their movements were clear enough to track them, so they would find out soon. Stretching out her hand, Caroline said that they should immediately gather all members of the 4th Squad and request reinforcements from all possible guards, to which she was answered approvingly. The girl rushed forward, hearing that they should gather even those guards who could not move, to which she replied that she accepted. Gritting her teeth, Caroline thought that she should also go, and someone said that she should stop and apologize for disturbing in the middle of the service. Smiling, the man said that they had received an urgent task. It seemed that she was needed there, to which the girl replied that he would excuse her, but she did not think that she could help them now, and he added that this was a special order from the head. Looking away, Carolina asked again. The man closed his eyes and said that a C-class dungeon had appeared in Sandudan. He thought she should go there quickly. Frowning, the girl asked if she really needed to go there, said that he should send another squad. It was heard that she had requested reinforcements. Smiling, the man asked what then, could he reject this request? Moreover, he did not think that the head would turn a blind eye to this. He would inform her that he would not be able to bear responsibility for the consequences of her choice, so she should be prepared for this. Gritting her teeth, Caroline thought about how she could possibly think of such a bastard as the head of a division of the Hunter Inspection Bureau, and then said that she didn't care if she was fired or not. Rushing forward, she added that they could do whatever they wanted. The crowd stood in front of the hero. He could hear what they were doing. Let them kill this bastard. Frowning, he thought that about 100 of them were awakened. Judging by their unusual appearance, it would be a difficult battle, but these bastards attacked Mary. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that if he let them get away with this, if he gave in, these bastards would get up to their tricks again, and target her again. Gritting his teeth, he added that he had to destroy them, the beasts, With their morals and ethics rejected, acted more on instinct than reason, he had to deeply root fear in their instincts instead of reasoning with them. A glow appeared around him and Alex wondered what he should drum into them, that they should never cross his path, that they would scream in horror just from the mention of his name, and the man would scream that at least he knew who they were. Suddenly the hero rushed forward. He struck with his fist. The man flew to the side. Frowning, the bandit shouted that he was far from an ordinary guy, and the other added that they should not rush at him in the heat of the moment. Let them just surround him and attack. Gritting his teeth, Alex thought that in a fight with several opponents, they attack 3 at once, maximum 5, they know that attacking a large number of opponents will definitely lead to confusion and chaos, so it is much less effective than fighting one-on-one. Looking straight ahead, he added that dozens of people forming a huge formation, attacking in unison without getting confused, and perfectly exchanging tactical information with each other, the art of formation. Of course, it is too ridiculous to call it the art of formation, but they imitate it to some extent, as expected of criminals who fight people, not monsters. Looking to the side, the man said that the key to breaking the art of formation is simple: the door of life and the door of death. First he needs to learn to distinguish them. A glow appeared around the hero. Suddenly, a bright blue beam appeared. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that there are several types of art of formation, but they all necessarily follow the same principle. At the end of both 16 arrays of heavenly charge, in the center 12 arrays of earthly charge. Even if he tries to remember, he does not understand what it is about, but he can vaguely see it. The men looked angrily. The thought appeared that the small space between the running bastards, an epiphany was telling him. Looking at the crowd, Alex thought that this was a huge door of life. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared in the middle of the city. The guy looked in surprise and shouted that it couldn't be. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. Grinning, the man said that the human body has several vital points where the acupuncture center of chi is located. Alex lowered his head down. Gritting his teeth, he thought that the door of death is everywhere. He does not see the door of life anywhere. Standing in a circle, the hero heard that he is a damn rat. He was finally caught. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that no matter how experienced he is, fighting 100 people running at him at once is always very difficult. The man grinned and said that no one could stand against the group because the fight with them immediately becomes difficult, even if a bunch of small fry gather around him. Sometimes he does not see a way out of the situation when he is surrounded. What to do then? A glow flashed everywhere. It was heard that they would break through with force. The man looked scared and said that it could not be. A glow flew around the hero. He struck people. It was heard that anyway, when he would take them out, one by one. Frowning, Mark asked what the fuss was about, to which the hunter turned to him. It was said, in the end the strongest of them will appear. Gritting his teeth, the man asked what was going on. Who was this bastard? The hero jumped up sharply. It was said that he did not know why. Mark looked furiously. It was heard that but the leaders always appear at the end. He sharply turned his head to the side. The protagonist swung at him. It was said that when he saw this bastard, Alex struck him. The man flew into the wall. The hero frowned furiously. It was heard that he should kill him. A bright glow was flying around him. The bandit opened his eyes in fear and asked what was going on. The man was unconscious. It was heard that he was knocked out with one blow, some kind of nonsense. The protagonist looked forward angrily. The man spat out blood sharply. He got up and lowered his head. It was heard that he was alive. Mark frowned and thought that this guy. Alex stood in front of him, and he added that he did not look particularly strong. A blow flew at him. The thought appeared that but if the attack had really been sudden, he would have really died. Putting his hand to his face, Mark asked what he needed. Looking straight ahead, he addressed. The man frowned, hearing that he ordered to kidnap Mary. Putting his hand forward, he asked that he was Alex, to which the hero asked that the one who ordered to kidnap Mary was him, to which the man replied, which means yes. Looking straight ahead, the bandit thought that he was looking at him and understood that this was the face he saw on the site, but he said that he was AD rank. However, no one can be trusted here. With wide eyes, the protagonist said that he would ask one last time. He ordered to kidnap Mary. Smiling, Mark asked what and what if yes, and then thought that he knew that his level was higher than indicated. But that's all. Suddenly, Alex rushed forward. He swung his fist furiously. A view of the city opened up. Smiling, the man said that he was fast. Looking straight ahead, he thought that he strained all his senses, but still almost missed the blow, although it is not so bad. Clenching his fist, the man added that but that was all, and then asked what was missing was just the strength, right? City buildings appeared. Smiling widely, Mark said that from what he had seen, he could assume that his strength was related to his will. Suddenly, he activated his physical enhancement. The man struck sharply and said that, and that meant that the stronger he was, the weaker he was. The hero slid along the ground. He wiped the blood off his face. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that he was a bastard. The protagonist struck. The thought arose that he had managed to strike after all. No one with AD rank was capable of this. Smiling widely, Mark turned. Standing in front of the hero, he said that he had already done enough, it was time to open his eyes. The man looked in surprise and turned. The bandit extended his hand and said, "Welcome to the Pandemonium." He looked away and said, "Shut up." The men looked at him in amazement. Frowning, Mark said that he had plenty of power. What was the point of living an ordinary boring life? They were special. There was a difference between them and ordinary people who were no better than scum. The view of the city opened up. It was heard that this was fair, right? Why should they live by the rules that these insects created? Let them live by the laws they created for their own safety. Extending his hand forward, the man said that but not super beings like them. Asked that what was the point of sacrificing oneself for the weak. The hero frowned, hearing that shouldn't the weak sacrifice themselves to them, because they were superhumans. Clenching his fist, Mark said that a strong man should oppress the weak. The strong can do anything. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he added that they would create a world where strength determines power and justice, where there are no rules and laws. If he wants something, let him take it, maybe get drunk, maybe rob. Lowering his head, the hero asked what he was talking about, said that he actually didn't really listen. It seemed like he needed to talk, so he was silent. The man looked surprised, hearing that he had finished talking nonsense. Standing in front of the hero, he asked what it was because of his sister, said that giving in to such feelings was stupid. The protagonist frowned and asked why it was stupid. Mark smiled and answered that if he was controlled by personal affection then he was weak. Stretching his hand forward, Alex said that no, it meant that he was a man, and not an animal like him. The man smiled broadly and said that it was nonsense, he admired his abilities, and therefore gave him a chance, but if he was ready to sacrifice his life. He clenched his teeth furiously and added that he shouldn't regret it later. The man extended his hand forward and said that he couldn't defeat him. Suddenly, he struck. Mark's eyes widened. He froze and wondered what had thrown him back. The hero swung his arm sharply, and the man added what it was and when. Frowning, the bandit shouted that he had dodged twice. A bright glow appeared around them. The man swung his arm sharply. He looked in surprise and thought that he had missed. That couldn't be. Suddenly, the protagonist struck him. Frowning, Mark thought that this was a completely different level, completely different from what had happened before. Suddenly, he flew to the side. Lying on the ground, the man said that he wouldn't give up, asked what he thought, would he leave him alone after that? Gritting his teeth, Alex replied that well, let him take the risk if he wanted, because then he would destroy all of Pandemonium. Sitting in front of him, Mark asked him what he was going to fight them, alone. Gritting his teeth, the hero replied that he should take a closer look. A bright glow appeared around him. People looked at him in amazement. The hero's eyes lit up. Raising his head up, Mark thought that he had not imagined it, this superpower, so unattainable that no person could. Closing his eyes, the protagonist used the divine art of Hercules, the first form. Alex stretched his leg forward. Suddenly, the spirit of the beast appeared in the air. Frowning, Carolina heard that she had arrived, to which she replied that they should report the situation, and she was told that it was all over. Looking straight ahead, the guy added that it was over, but it was easier to see for yourself than to explain. People were lying on the ground. It was heard that when they arrived, everything was already like this. Everyone was out. The guy frowned and replied that not all. There were those who had already woken up, asked what they should do, to which Carolina said that first they should find out who it was. Looking straight ahead, she added that even those who were unconscious should be identified as soon as they came to murders, rapes, beatings. Let them check each one for these crimes. Suddenly they had a criminal record. The girl frowned and said that if they did, then let them kill them. She turned around and added that she would help here too. Carolina looked at Mark. The man was unconscious. The thought occurred that Mark, one of the leaders of the Pandemonium. Frowning, the girl thought that even if all the guards of the 4th squad rushed at him at once, they would hardly be able to win, even he would not have succeeded. Looking straight ahead, she added that then who? The hero exclaimed in pain, sitting on the ground. He used the divine healing skill. Raising his head up, the protagonist asked when it would all be over. He grinned and thought that there were some skills that couldn't be used on people. He didn't use all his power like he did in Fener's dungeon, and then said that if he had used all of it, it could have ended badly. Looking at his hand, Alex added that he nevertheless controlled his power. Holding the phone in his hands, he thought that not only this skill had increased, his other stats had also increased significantly, but there was still a lot of work. The man smiled. A thought appeared that bastard was very strong. Rick wasn't even close to him. Grinning, the hero thought that this was a war between the guards and the criminal rankers. At any moment, he could find himself in the center of the battle again. Frowning, he added that they couldn't leave them like this, because they had risked touching Mary. Looking at the man, the protagonist thought that at first he thought that someone told them to deal with him, and they grabbed Mary to lure him. The pet grinned. A thought appeared that if it weren't for the Fener. Raising his hands up, Alex said that now he would have to be on guard forever, asked what he should do. Sitting at the table, the guy said that Mark was hurt, asked who did it. Lowering his head, the employee answered that Alex, a D-class hunter, to which he was asked again. Joe frowned and asked that one of the leaders was attacked by a D-class hunter. Lowering his gaze, the guy replied that he was not sure, but, wide-eyed, Joe asked that he told him information he was not sure of, to which he replied that there was an inspection bureau. Frowning, the guy asked again. Covering one eye, the employee said that the scene was immediately cordoned off by the inspection bureau staff. There were survivors, but for some reason they went crazy. Joe looked angrily and asked what and why this Alex did this, to which he replied that they say that Mark received an order before. Standing still, the guy said that the target of the order was a guy named Alex, and while they were carrying out the order, an incident occurred, to which the leader asked what, but in the end Alex was not caught, and he replied that he was. Gritting his teeth, Joe said that one of the leaders becomes a victim of D-class hunters, and then thought that who knows what the order is, perhaps it is just an accident. Looking straight, he added that maybe the inspection bureau is behind everything. Knowing this mad Carolina, it is quite possible. It was heard that those who managed to escape went crazy. The guy smirked when he heard that, but even they reacted when they heard Alex again, to which he asked what their reaction was, and the employee replied that they trembled in horror. The chief slammed his finger on the table and asked what even so, and then thought that apparently Alex really did it, but why was he marked as a D-class hunter then? Mark was lying on the ground, and a thought occurred to him that he was causing problems for Pandemonium and the entire criminal world, and if they could take advantage of the situation. Smiling widely, Joe said that he would send a warning to that bastard. Frowning, the guy asked what to track him down, to which the chief replied that he should tell all the Pandemonium members to find Alex for him. Looking straight ahead, the chief thought that before they would have killed him right away, but now the inspection bureau had intervened, and that wasn't good as Caroline couldn't get to them, and then asked how far the bureau's investigation had progressed. He looked surprised, hearing that it seemed that the chief inspector was ready for a fight. Scattering the papers, the man asked what had gone crazy, and after that she, the squad leader, arranged a massacre. Ron frowned and said that she ignored his order, killed dozens of people. Lowering her head, the girl said that she was asking for forgiveness, but they were all repeat offenders. Stretching his hand forward, the man shouted that he still dared to object, but if so, they were no longer capable of fighting. Did she at least understand what this meant? They did not defend themselves, they committed murder. Looking down, Caroline heard that this time she crossed the line. Let her give up her uniform. The guy turned to the chief in amazement, to which Ron asked that they also wanted to remain without a uniform, and he added that but the commander was just doing her job. Frowning, the man said that they should keep quiet, at least out of respect. He was their boss, and he had the right to criticize the inspector's work, so he was waiting for the uniform. Gritting her teeth, the girl responded approvingly. She waved her hand sharply. It was heard that it was unfair. He was just afraid that everyone would find out about his bribe and loyalty to criminals. Ron frowned and shouted that he was a bastard, what he had just said. Looking at him, Caroline said that she would give him the uniform, let him leave her team alone. Ron closed his eyes and said okay, to which she said that was great. The man clenched his fist and said that he thought it was better to leave the commander alone. The girls looked at him in surprise and asked who he was. William smirked when he heard why the director was here, to which he replied that he heard that they encountered Pandemonium. How could he not come? Frowning, he added that or perhaps he thought that the director did not know how dangerous Pandemonium was. Ron looked surprised when he heard that he had just heard that he was protecting criminals, to which he replied that no, it was a misunderstanding, and William said that it did not matter whether it was a misunderstanding or not. Looking straight at him, he added that the investigation would find out. The man closed his eyes and asked if she was the squad leader, to which Carolina replied that she was. Smiling, he said that he wanted to talk to her alone. He had a minute. The director extended his hand forward and asked if she really did it. Looking away, the girl thought that he had cut off the air to many criminal organizations in Korea. The very fact of his existence frightened criminals, and the man's eyes lit up. The thought appeared that he was the son of one of the 13 saviors of humanity. The director closed his eyes and said that he already knew about what happened. The murders were necessary. Looking away, the girl hesitated. It was heard that before, when the demon world invaded their world, the awakened became the hope of humanity. Taking a step forward, William said that the more stable the world became, the more everyone thought about money. But his father said that it was normal. He said that he had been struggling for years because he wanted a normal world more than anyone else. However, there were those who used force as Pandemonium. The view of the building opened up. It was heard that his father was upset about this. But you can't be like them. If they also start to solve everything by force, then what will be the difference between them and Pandemonium? Closing his eyes, the man said that as his father said, justice is always obvious. But he thinks differently. Justice is not always obvious. Grinning, he added that of course there is a certain limit. But if they work in the dirt, they can't get dirty. So he repeats, in the process of eliminating a criminal group, a forced murder occurred. Gritting her teeth, the girl answered that it was true, to which the man asked that she did it. Sitting in front of Caroline, William heard that no, to which he asked what and who knows, to which the girl said that she checked all the security cameras in the area, but she could not find out who it was. The man frowned. Hearing that those people who remained conscious all went crazy, to which he asked again. Looking straight, Caroline said that they could not say anything because they were terrified, but some repeated about one hunter. Frowning, the director asked what about some S-class hunter, to which she answered no. The hero stroked the wolf. It was heard that not S-class, but about a D-class hunter. There was meat in the cat's teeth when he was asked about whether it was tasty. Mary stood behind the protagonist, who asked if she had slept well, when she turned to him, saying that he woke up early today. The protagonist was shown in profile as he thought about how he was sure she had suspected something when she woke up, and that he had at least managed to fix the doorknob, and then a system notification appeared, saying that the SS Divine Metallurgy skill had increased to 16.93%. The door was shown as he thought about how this trait could be used for repairs, and that at least there was no limit, and that he should be prepared anyway, because something unexpected could happen at any moment. Alex looked surprised as he thought about maybe just building a new house. Clouds floated above the building, while he thought about how if he built a new house with SS Divine Metallurgy, it would be protected from any attacks, and Mary would also be safe. The girl was sitting in front of the pet when the boy realized that the only question was where exactly to build the house and that his sister still needed treatment, so they couldn't leave Seoul. The protagonist stood up straight, looking up, thinking that he had more than 10 billion and that maybe he should buy the house they were in now. There were trees growing near the building when the brother told Mary that he would go out for a while, to which she agreed. The protagonist turned his head to the side when someone said that they wanted to ask him something. The man smiled, closing his eyes when he asked if he was Alex by any chance. Sweat appeared on the boy's face when he wondered who it was, realizing that he seemed to have seen him on the news. William looked askance when the boy recognized him. The protagonist's pupils narrowed when he thought about what the bureau director was doing there and that it couldn't be that he was there because of what happened yesterday. The protagonist stood in front of the man, thinking that the bureau wouldn't ignore this, and that he should have known, but they got to Mary, and he lost control of himself. William smirked, standing in front of the guy, who wondered why he came in person, and so quickly, and then decided that it was just his guess, and that nothing was known yet, and also that there was no need to rush to conclusions. Alex glared menacingly when he answered that it was him, then he was asked about whether he had done things in the criminal world yesterday. William had an ominous aura when he said that the guy had done this to people, and now he lives as if nothing happened. Then the young man cursed mentally, realizing that the man already knew everything. The protagonist's pupils narrowed greatly when he thought about how much stronger he was than Mark and how he couldn't win, and then a murderous thought came into his head that he needed to run. His hand was shown when the protagonist thought about Mary being there and what would happen to her if he ran away, and also that even despite his strength, the enemy was stronger and that he couldn't retreat. A smiling William was in front of the boy when he asked him if he wanted to become a guard. Alex looked away with a frightened look, saying nothing. The building was illuminated by the sun when the boy thought about how he had suggested that he become a guard. The protagonist sat with his hands in his pockets when he wondered about the average salary of civil servants there, adding that it was said that those who had served for a long time could earn up to 1 billion won a year. The protagonist opened his mouth in a half-smile when he said that for some reason he didn't believe it, deciding that if he thought about it, he wouldn't refuse such a salary. The man in the cloak stood with his back to him when the young man thought about why he suddenly suggested it and left before he answered, assuming that he didn't expect consent, but then it was unclear why he came, and that perhaps William came because of yesterday, for the investigation. Alex looked in front of himself with displeasure, wondering what he knew, because it was his business. There was a woman sitting in front of the guy, who asked what happened that he came there himself, to which he replied that he wanted to talk about the house he was currently living in. The brunette looked surprised when the protagonist asked if she wanted to sell it, then she asked why he was asking. The protagonist looked ahead with satisfaction when the woman asked him not to worry, explaining that she would not sell it while he was living there, and that housing prices were currently such that it was simply not profitable to sell. The brunette waved her hand at him when she mentioned realtor fees and how interest rates had gone up, and then wondered what she was talking about, adding that she would not sell the house until she had children, so he should not worry, and he replied that he was not talking about that. The woman looked ahead with attention when she asked if he could afford it, when Alex explained that it was just that if she was thinking about selling it, he would like to buy it. The dark-haired youth smiled widely when he added that she knew he was one of the awakened, so he was doing well, and that he had money and would like to buy her house. The brunette folded her hands in front of her as she exclaimed that it was wonderful, but she didn't know, explaining that he himself knew that it was very old, and it wasn't that easy to live in it. The main character looked away thoughtfully as he replied that he was very attached to it. Then she said that if he wanted it that way, she would give it to him for 150 million. The woman was sitting in front of him when the protagonist asked her if she was asking for too little, to which she replied that she just knew he was having a hard time, that's all, and that if she put it up for sale, she wouldn't get more, so he should just accept it. Alex looked away when he said he didn't agree. The dark-haired boy looked ahead with a smile when he added that if it weren't for her, he and Mary would probably die on the street, so he would buy a house for 1 billion. The woman looked shocked when she asked him again. The protagonist was sitting on public transport when he realized that building a house was more difficult than he thought. The protagonist looked angrily at his phone when he thought about the amount of paperwork needed, namely registration, building permits, and all that, and how it would take several months to get the permit, as well as the fact that he would have to go and get the documents. Alex was shown in profile when he realized that he couldn't even upload a video to YouTube, and the comments were already asking why there were no updates. He was holding his phone in his hand when he said that he still had to prepare for Ashley's fencing lesson. The guy looked at his phone in horror when the system notifications appeared that the channel subscription cost 2 billion won per month, and that he had subscribed to the channel. The account number and balance were shown on the screen when the protagonist thought that if he subtracted the amount for the house, there was 6.5 billion left, and that the channel subscriptions alone cost 3.1 billion per month. The protagonist looked exhausted when the system notification appeared asking him to buy something, and then he began to regret his money. The sun was shining over the city when he thought that everything was clear, and that he should go and ask for it himself. Ashley was in front of the boy in the SH headquarters living room when she asked him how long he had been waiting. Alex smiled, closing his eyes and thinking that she seemed to be getting prettier every day. Then he was asked how much the training would cost. The dark-haired boy folded his arms in front of him when he answered that it was 2 lessons a week, and that the training itself would cost 10 billion a month. The brunette was in front of the nervous boy when he asked if she was okay with it, to which she replied that she was fine. The protagonist looked shocked when he wondered why she agreed so quickly, assuming that 10 billion was nothing for the SH group. The protagonist was sitting in front of the girl when he thought that maybe he should have shut his conscience and asked for more. Then the brunette said that she was counting on about that amount. Ashley looked away thoughtfully when she explained that her grandfather would not have allowed her to spend more, and that, moreover, it was not a one-time purchase, but a payment that would have to be made every month. Alex smiled widely when he exclaimed that they had agreed on 10 billion then, thinking that 120 billion a year was a large sum even for SH. The brunette stared at the guy when he said that he wanted to ask something, so she asked him to clarify. The dark-haired guy looked ingratiatingly ahead when he explained that he was going to build a new house, and that it turned out to be administratively much more difficult than he thought, so he was asked if he planned to build the house himself, to which he answered affirmatively. Ashley looked down with concentration when she said that she would find out. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he thanked her, wondering if she had understood everything too quickly. The protagonist was holding a sword in his hand when the system notifications appeared saying that the creation of a single-use weapon was complete and that the divine metallurgy mastery was at 18.03%. Then he thought about what kind of weapon it was that could only be used once, and that the material was just terrible. Nate was in front of the guy when he asked if he had been training all this time, to which he replied that he could use some too. Alex was shown in profile when he thought about Ashley taking care of all the paperwork related to the house and what was left. Angela waved when she exclaimed that she came. Then she was asked why, to which she replied that she was just passing by and remembered him, that's why she came. The dark-haired boy looked at the girl who said they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked what was new with him. The protagonist looked away in embarrassment when he answered that a lot of things, then he was asked to tell in more detail. He remembered a huge black dog. The boy imagined a beaten bandit. He imagined himself looking forward angrily. The boy remembered how he fought with Mark. Angela crossed her arms over her chest and asked if it was true when the protagonist answered that nothing interesting. The girl smiled widely when she said that if he still needed her help, he could contact her anytime. Alex came closer to her face when he asked if he could ask for a favor in that case. Angela grabbed her face and asked him again when the boy explained that nothing like that, asking if she could help him with building materials. The girl looked ahead thoughtfully when she answered that it was not difficult, and then asked why he suddenly needed them. Then the young man explained that it was to build a house. Angela was shown in profile when she asked again, adding that it could not be. The protagonist smiled, closing his eyes when he was asked about whether he really wanted to build a house, to which he answered in the affirmative. Then she said that she knew that he had a well-developed crafting skill, but creating weapons and building were different things. The girl was handed a folded piece of paper, explaining that it was a list of the necessary materials. Angela looked at it, opening her mouth when she objected, saying that these were not materials for construction. Her eyes glowed red when she asked to wait a minute. In front of her was a smiling Alex when she asked whether he really wanted to build a house from the remains of monsters, to which he answered in the affirmative, adding that this was exactly the kind of house he was going to build. The man was sitting on a bench when he asked the director what had happened. Ethan's mouth dropped open when he said that Joe had done nothing, adding that he thought he had figured out who was behind it and that it looked like he was trying to cover it up. William lifted his drink to his mouth when he said he had figured it out and that it was a shame. He looked ahead with a smirk when he asked the man why he was looking at him like that, assuming it was because he was the only one drinking, adding that people were predictable and that he could join in if he wanted to try it. Then he was asked why he hadn't done anything to him. Ethan looked ahead with a serious expression when he answered yes to the question of whether he was talking about Alex. Then the bureau director explained that it was because of Caroline, the commander of the 4th Guard Squad. William smiled as he added that she said that nothing was as it seemed and that he was much more human than the others. And then he asked the director how long he had been with the bureau. The sun was shining on the trees as he replied that it had been almost 7 years, and the director said that he was also an old man, and then explained that he had awakened at the age of 11 and had been trained by his father for 8 more. Ethan stood in front of William, who was explaining that William had then told him to go see the world, so he had wandered for 5 more years before joining the bureau and had worked there for 20 years. The silver-haired man looked at his hand as he said that he had caught many criminals, and that many had tried to kill him, but he had killed them, otherwise there could have been many more victims. The man frowned deeply as he suggested that perhaps that was why he was tired of being human, since humans were much worse than monsters, concluding that he knew in his gut that the guy was not a criminal. Ethan looked down attentively when the director said that he didn't trust people in general and that he had to be vigilant when dealing with them. William was shown in profile when he added that, frankly, in his eyes everyone looked like a potential criminal, but there were still people who continued to believe in him. Then he asked the director if he knew what kind of people they were. The dark-haired man, looking intently ahead, said that he wasn't sure. Then he was explained that they were the ones who needed to feed their families. The director of the bureau put his hands on his hips when he added that it wasn't that easy and that sacrifices had to be made, and that was why parents were all admirable, but Alex had something else. William stood up from the bench when he said that he had to save his own sister. The dark-haired man's face sweated when he objected that it was suspicious that the guy was doing such things and lying about his level, adding that he almost destroyed the criminal world single-handedly. Then the director of the bureau said that he did not know, and that perhaps this assessment was unfair. Ethan's pupils narrowed when he asked what he meant, to which he was told that people called them butchers, but that was not true. The can was thrown into the trash when William added that they should remember one thing, that the blades of their swords should always be aimed at criminals, and that he liked a society where people lived in peace. The director stood with his back to the leader when he said that this was the kind of world his father protected. Then he was asked where he was going, to which he replied that he was going to the SH group. The dark-haired man looked shocked when he asked him again. William looked away with a smile when he wondered if they hadn't just talked about their sword being aimed at criminals. The protagonist was in front of a girl when he said he was trying to build a house himself. Nate looked at the boy in surprise when he asked if he was sure he could do it, to which the boy replied that he had never done it before but he thought he could do it. Angela was holding a piece of paper when she was asked if it would be hard to find materials. She said she thought she could find them and that money was not an issue, then countered by saying that it was. Brown polygons were shown when she talked about dragon scales. Streams of light were emanating from the stone when she talked about the ore from the golem. The armored warrior was holding a sword when the Death Knight armor was mentioned, and it was said that these were not simple materials, and that everything he mentioned could only be obtained from B and A+ rank monsters. Angela looked down with a careful gaze when she explained that these were materials that all hunters constantly needed, and that she thought it would be difficult to get enough, or rather, almost impossible, because hunters did not sell them. Alex turned his head to the side when he answered that he understood, and the girl exclaimed that it did not mean that she could not, and that they would just be more expensive. Angela held her phone in front of her when she added that it was at least 3 times the market price, so they should be counting on 3 billion won. The protagonist's mouth widened when he asked her again, thinking that it was not a problem because Ashley paid for the training, and the girl warned him that it would still be difficult. The protagonist looked ahead thoughtfully, thinking that he could certainly lower the level of the materials, but the house had to be safe for Mary, so he couldn't skimp. Angela was in front of the boy when he asked if she was sure she would be able to get them, to which she replied that she would try her best. Alex touched his chin with his hand when he thought about the problem being that hunters don't sell them. The dark-haired boy opened his mouth, looking ahead when he decided that he would have to farm them himself. The protagonist imagined different monsters, thinking about the monsters he would have to hunt starting at B class, and the problem being that his hunter level was still D class and getting permission to hunt was simply impossible. The protagonist clenched his fist when he wondered if he should increase his rank. He imagined himself at the portal when it was explained that there were 2 main ways to increase his level, and that the first was to improve his skills and gain recognition. The boy turned his back when it was explained that the second method was to retake the exam. An ominous aura enveloped the dark silhouette when it was explained that at first the first method was the only one, but then the awakening happened and the second method appeared, and that the exam was something like a confirmation of awakening. Different elements appeared on the palms when it was explained that the awakened are divided into 2 types, those who awaken special abilities, or those who have their existing abilities strengthened. The boy squeezed the phone in his hand, thinking about how the reason for awakening has not yet been discovered, and that those who awaken early, the rank increases by retaking the exam, meaning it can be postponed. The protagonist held the smartphone in front of him when he thought about his current abilities. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face when he decided that there was no time to waste after the system windows with his skill levels appeared. The sun was shining brightly in the sky when he said that he needed to go out. Ashley sat in front of a girl who asked if there was an apocalypse somewhere since her niece was visiting, and the brunette replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Nicole looked ahead with a smile when she was called the director and answered in agreement, adding that it seemed like she had a hard time. Ashley sat across from her aunt, who said that thanks to her niece the company found stability, to which the niece replied that she was just doing her job, and the company became stable thanks to its director. Nicole brought her mug to her face when she said that she was still the same, asking how long she was going to do this nonsense, reminding her that she was the future director. Ashley looked down guiltily when she explained that today she came to her as a director, not an aunt. The green-haired girl looked ahead with a smirk as she asked her again, thinking about how she was such a cute child when she was little, and how her brother had abandoned her like that. A gun was pointed at the girl when it was explained that for a Chable family, having the same blood meant that they were competitors, and that when Ashley's parents passed away, she was under pressure from all sides. Nicole looked ahead with warmth, thinking about how it was impossible not to change in such an environment, and how she wouldn't have been able to survive either if it weren't for her father and brother. She placed her mug on the saucer, thinking about how even though she couldn't help Ashley much when she was little, things were different now, and then inquired about why her niece wanted to meet. The brunette looked ahead with confidence as she answered that she wanted to build a house, and then asked if she could use SH's influence. Nicole brought the mug to her face when she asked if she wanted to build a villa, to which she was told no, and that she wanted to build a regular house. The girl's face showed horror when she assumed that her niece did not like the house she was currently living in, deciding that if that was the case, she could not stay away. Nicole closed her eyes when she said that she would inform the president of the construction department, and that if they did not involve subcontractors, they could build it quickly. Ashley looked at her aunt when she explained that the house was not for her, but she needed permission from the company. The girl with green hair looked shocked. The young man was in front of the protagonist in the waiting room for the re-examination at the Hunter Management Bureau in Seoul when he asked if he had failed, exclaiming that it could not be. The protagonist stared ahead, thinking about how the test taker's confidence was 100 out of 100, and how they denied the possibility of getting a low grade. The boy's pupils narrowed when he remembered that he had been like that too, after someone had exclaimed that this was nonsense, and that it couldn't be. The young man stood in front of the device when he thought about how, after awakening from the magical explosion of the dungeon, he thought that an S or a class ability had awakened in him too, and how he had even anticipated the test results, but the result had disappointed him. The screen in front of the boy said that there was no ability awakening, and then he realized that he was an ordinary person who hadn't even reached F class. Alex looked down with a smile, thinking that of course, everything was different now. The dark-haired young man looked ahead confidently when the next one was called. In front of him was a man in a white coat, when it was told that a re-examination was carried out with the help of a scanner, which confirms the awakening of a person. He stood barefoot on the device, when he was politely asked to stand on the footprints in front of him, informing that the measurement was beginning. The protagonist looked seriously in front of him. When he was asked not to move, then he thought that he had a lot of skills. The guy's eyes were closed while he thought about the fact that soon the bureau and the whole world would change, and about the fact that he had not dared to reconsider for so long, adding that, however, he had no time for this. The protagonist clenched his fist when he realized that the fight with Pandemonium gave him confidence, and that he could protect himself, and also that he had strength, so he would not give up and would not submit to anyone. There were surprised people in front of him when he decided that there was no reason to hide anymore. The guy opened his eyes slightly when he thought about the fact that there was now an SS rank awakened in the world. Alex looked ahead with a smile when he objected, exclaiming that he was the first SSS rank awakened. He looked ahead in surprise. Looking at the system notification, he read that there was no awakened, a level below F class, after which he asked what this meant. The ability was missing. What happened to his level? Looking ahead in fear, he asked how this was possible. He then extended his finger in displeasure, shouting that there must be some kind of error. He was informed that the retest was over. He needed to leave. Alex, bursting into tears, shouted that he should be tested at least once more. He sat with his head down, wondering why nothing had changed. His face turned pale, and he thought that it was impossible. Maybe the test couldn't determine the divine power. Looking in front of him, he continued to think that the highest rank that currently exists is S, but his results are even lower than F, but then the test would show. Impossible to determine, or something like that. Imagining in his head the guy who said that it was the lack of ability, maybe this was his power, he thought that he said that his personal ability did not manifest, so the results did not change. Looking at the phone with dissatisfaction, he thought that although he was not sure about this, it made sense. Raising the screen of the smartphone, he thought that it was all because the level of proficiency is not 100%. He has not fully mastered them yet, he is still learning. Then he threw his head back and said he didn't know, thinking how could he know the powers of the gods? How could they even be learned and used? Imagine Hercules in your head. He thought that he said that he was unique in his lack of abilities. The protagonist raised his head, thinking that why only he could know the powers of the gods. An image of a guy breathing out flames appeared in his head, and he said who the blonde guy was. He remembered watching him go, thinking that maybe he knew about him, that's why he came. Shielding his face from the fire, the protagonist heard the blonde guy say that because he knew it would happen, he was sorry that he dragged him into this. He turned around and smiled widely. The protagonist, getting up from the bench, thought that he remembered what he said. It seemed like he knew everything. Dissatisfied, lowering his head, he thought that in any case, the retest was useless. Now he will have to increase the number of raids on the dungeons and thus increase the rank. Now his rating is D, and he needs at least A. He looked menacingly in front of him, thinking that besides, he has not uploaded anything for a long time. Smiling sarcastically, he said that he remembered something, an amazing video that is suitable for such a situation. The man, lowering his head, walked forward, looking at him. The old man said that it seemed to be a very important matter, since the director of the inspection came to him personally. The director, smiling, replied that the visit was sudden, but the hospitality was at a level. The old man extended his hand to him, adding that he was the director of the inspection after all. Let him sit down. What was the reason for his visit? The man sat down in the chair, answering that isn't his company the backbone of the Korean economy. The old man answered when he wanted to meet him. The director smiled and said that he was the inspector general. He ensured security in all of Korea, and that running a company meant being able to direct their efforts in the right direction. He closed his eyes and added that one also had to be able to please investors, so not only was business acumen important, but also the ability to sell. He looked menacingly ahead, adding that one should not forget about one's family, because sometimes one had to stab a loved one in the back. Looking around the room, he continued to say that even though he held the position of director of the inspection, he was not going to interfere in their family affairs. In other words, he did not care about tracking down their company. The man turned pale, and the old man said a name, asking that it should be familiar to him. The director, sitting in his chair, was frightened and wondered if they were trying to oust the man from the company because the guy had helped in the raid on the dungeon, and if they had really conducted an investigation with the help of Pandemonium. His hands shook, and he continued to think that if Pandemonium contacts him again, he will not stop at warnings. He is rude and arrogant, and he has nothing to say in response. The man, smiling broadly, thought that one of the 13 heroes who saved humanity, although his company can influence politicians and put pressure on the inspection bureau, is a person who should not be touched under any circumstances. The old man clenched his teeth, thinking about why they protect him. The man, standing up, clenched his fist, answering that it means that the name is really familiar to him. Even he will not ask where from. Let him stop squabbling in family, and the rest, that's enough for today. We are transferred to a room. Someone says that there is no money this month. The girl folds her hands and screams that she should not be fired. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, asking what she is talking about. What does it mean there is no money? The girl, looking ahead, replied that they wouldn't get paid until the number of subscribers grew. Didn't he plan to close the channel? Alex smiled and replied that why would he do that? He looked ahead in fear and, thinking that he uploaded videos very rarely now, he lowered them into his hands. He added that it meant she hadn't received her salary. The girl replied that the conditions here were still good, and the boss was good, she just hadn't worked this month. The protagonist, smiling, replied that he had promised a basic salary from the very beginning, but he had actually met her today specifically to talk about new content when leaving the channel. The girl's cheeks turned red, and Alex added that that's why she should continue working with him. He took out his phone and said that today was payday. He had already sent it to her, so she should buy something for her little ones. He continued to say that when he was very happy when his father carried a delicious chicken for her little ones after work, she was a parent. His subordinate slightly opened her mouth. Alex looked at her in surprise, and she replied that he could just call her by her first name. Turning pale, she jumped up, shouting that if it was difficult for him, he was older than her, and especially her boss. The protagonist, laughing, replied that he understood her, but since he would call her by her first name, she could call him Appa. The girl blushed, lowering her head, and then replied that she would try. Raising her head, she said that he was talking about new content. What did he mean? We are transferred to the Hunter Management Bureau in the Seoul branch. The girl discontentedly raises her eyes, wondering what this person is. The protagonist is standing in front of her, and she thinks that this is the awakened one who came a few days ago. Smiling, she asked what business he came for, to which the protagonist replied that he wanted to check the evaluation standards. Looking around the room, she asked if he had a hunter's license. His current level was D rank. Lowering her head, she began to think that an awakened below F class, an F rank hunter was not only difficult, it was almost impossible. Looking at the protagonist, she thought that perhaps this was his limit since he had no individual abilities. Then she said that based on the general criteria, in order to increase his level, he needed to. Looking at the monitor, she said that he needed to complete 200 raids in D-rank dungeons. Then he could advance to C rank. Since he usually raided about 3 times a week, it would take him a little over a year to increase his rank. Smiling, she said that once he completed 200 dungeons, he could request a review of his rank, and they would send him a dungeon pass to check if he had any questions. The protagonist replied that he did not, he understood everything. Looking ahead, he added how many dungeons he had already completed. The employee said that at the moment he had completed 16 raids in the D-rank dungeon. He had 184 left to complete. Raising her head, she continued to say that if he planned to go on a raid today, she could make room for him, he preferred. Going down to her, Alex replied that he had no particular preference, the one that was closer to him. The girl replied that there was a D-rank plus dungeon in 5 minutes. Her face turned pale, and she thought that there was a difference between the levels, whether he would definitely cope. Then she said that then let him go to the crossroads and go. Turning around, the protagonist thanked her. We are transferred to a room, someone calls the next one. The employee raises her head, asking what his goal is. In front of her, she sees the protagonist, asking in surprise why he is here again. Her face turned pale, and she thought that it seemed like the D+ dungeon was too difficult for him, so he came back so quickly. She opened her mouth, and Alex said that it was inconvenient for him to go back and forth. Is it possible to combine all the raids into one? We are transferred to the girl. She, looking in front of her, says that the new content. What does he mean? Alex, smiling, raised his finger, answering that the new project is to become an A-rank hunter in 1 month. The girl, scared, asked what he wants to reach A. The protagonist pointed at himself, answering that it will be a task on how to become an A-class hunter. Looking at the purple crystal, he said that it is possible to combine everything into one raid, well, or at least in 50. We are transferred to the branch of the Hunter Inspection Bureau. The guy runs down the corridor towards the crowd. His supervisor, looking ahead with displeasure, asked why he was shouting like that. Had a new rift in the dungeon really appeared? He replied that the hunter had made a mass raid, passing through the dungeons one after another. The boss, looking ahead with surprise, replied that how many had he already passed. The subordinate replied that 150 had just been recorded. The guy, opening his mouth in fear, said that this was nonsense. Didn't the retest show that he was simply awakened? His subordinate replied that they even checked the results. Shouldn't they report to the main bureau? The boss looked ahead, surprised, and answered that he might be illegal. Suddenly someone appeared behind him, shouting that he had already requested a promotion to C-class. Turning around, the guy thought that he knew that to reach the level, he needed to go through 200 dungeons, but weren't there 150 a minute ago? We were transferred to a building, and he added that we just needed to write a message to the main inspection bureau. His comrade answered that we needed to call. We were transferred to the sole branch of the Hunter Inspection Bureau. The girls said that they had received a message from the management. She was scared, lowering her head, and added that one of the hunters had promoted his level from D class to C in just 3 days. The management wanted them to conduct a small investigation. The boss looked ahead, scared, asking what Alex had done. Looking at the paper, she wondered if he was trying to officially record his rank, but wouldn't it be easier to retake the test? But since the level was raised by achievements, it means that retesting is impossible for him for some reason. She imagined the protagonist in her mind, adding that perhaps he became stronger by using some illegal method like black magic. We are transported to response team number 4. A girl with long hair, looking away in surprise, asks her if she has encountered awakened ones who gain their power through black magic. She replied that of course she has. Then, looking menacingly in front of her, she said that unlike normal magic, black magic uses a different concept of magical power. The rules of the dimensions say that magic ends, the dimensions are rearranged, a fireball appears in the air, lightning strikes for no reason. In general, she can say that this is a way to change the rules. The boss, lowering her head, answered that she should be more specific. The girl, raising her finger, answered that, in short, black magic is based on negative emotions, joy, anger, anxiety, what is usually called the 7 passions of a person. Black magic exists due to these passions. The stronger the passion, the greater the power of magic. Then she imagined a person in her head, adding that then the soul burns out very quickly. An image of a monster appeared in front of her, and she added that the end of those who want power through black magic is predetermined. They lose their human appearance and become monsters who only want to kill. Hearing this, the boss, frowning, asked how to recognize such people. The girl answered that she would understand it at first glance. Shaking her head, she said that for this you don't even need to know magic. They probably look as sinister as possible. Probably, she thought about it that way. The boss, looking menacingly ahead, thought that she heard that the director recently met with him personally. He even offered her to take care of him, wants him to become a guard. She smiled slightly. Putting her hands on the table, she told her subordinate to tell the management that there is no need to worry about this, she will completely figure it out. Then she looked at the sheet of paper in surprise. We are transferred to the protagonist. Several system messages appeared in front of him that he created junk. The skill of divine metallurgy increased slightly. Sighing, Alex said that this is definitely not a weapon, thinking that maybe it's all because he is going to create tools. The quality is definitely lower than that of weapons. But this is not a problem, he will get used to it. Looking at the pipe, he thought that initially everything turned out much worse, but still it is junk. Putting the pipe on the table, he thought that it was time for him to increase his hunter level again. While his girlfriend had not yet gotten the building materials, he needed to have time to increase his level enough to be able to build a gnome. Turning around, he wondered if he could handle it. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind him, who said that, as she assumed, he was here too. The protagonist, turning around, answered that how was she doing with the materials he asked for. She answered that it was difficult to find such a quantity. She tried to find a way. She even asked her younger brother, but it was not easy. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise, asking that she really had a brother. She said that didn't she tell you? Raising her finger, she imagined a person in her head, answering that he turned 20 this year. He is one of the awakened, so now he works as a hunter. She asked him to help with the materials. Alex, looking at her, thought that these are not simple materials, these are parts of monsters, so they are not available to him yet. Then he asked what level her brother was. She replied that now he is a B hunter level, and the person is a plus rank. Hearing this, Alex opened his mouth wide, shouting that this is great. The girl waved her hand, answering that it has been a little time since he woke up, so he is still immature, and every time she worries about him, but his ability is super regeneration, so everything is fine. She raised her head up, answering that this ability enhances regeneration. As far as she understood, it is somewhat similar to the regeneration of trolls. Even if they cut off a limb, they will restore it. Her cheeks turned red, and she added that so that he does not worry so much, she asked her brother to help, so he will definitely get some amount of ingredients. Suddenly a guy came up to them, asking what she came for. The girl replied that this time she was from the World Metallurgy Seminar. What about the necessary equipment? The protagonist lowered his head, thinking that it seemed that her friend's efforts were not enough to increase his hunter level. Perhaps he should try to get the materials himself. Looking at the girl, he said that he would go then. She replied that they would see each other again. The protagonist's friend appeared in front of us, smiling widely. She said that she was done. She lowered her hands, saying that this time it was not easy, thinking that there were only 184 videos, and the duration was more than 22 hours, since she did not work last month. She looked at the monitor, thinking that for other hunters, it takes more than a year to advance, but for him it only took 3 days. Then she said that the boss is really incredible. Looking ahead in surprise, she saw a message from the protagonist with 300 video attachments. Her face turned pale and she asked that he had already managed to raise his level by 1. She looked ahead in fear for a few seconds, saying that it didn't mean that she had to edit everything again. She then picked up her phone, seeing messages that Alex had sent her 10 million won. She screamed loudly when she read the message from Alex that he had sent her a bonus for editing. If the views were high, she would also receive bonuses. She then turned to her younger brother and sister, saying that she had to try harder. A video of the protagonist titled, "Quick Hunter Level Up," appeared in front of us. Alex, looking at the phone, said that the girl was doing a great job editing, thinking that with 840,000 views in just 1 day, he didn't think that everything would be so good. Then, closing his eyes, he thought that it was not so easy to shoot a video himself, how many cameras he had already broken, but he could not ask the girl to also shoot, she was an ordinary person. Then, looking in front of him in surprise, he asked that maybe he should hire an awakened one to shoot. In front of him stood a girl who asked in fear why they were not answering her. The protagonist approached her and asked what happened. She replied that she couldn't contact her brother. She lowered her head and added that he had entered the Dragon Turtle dungeon yesterday and hadn't answered since. Alex, frowning, asked if she had called the office. The girl replied that they had said that they had recorded him entering. She grabbed her cheek and added that she hoped he was okay. The protagonist replied that everything would be fine. There was no telling how long the hunt would take. He smiled and continued to say that maybe he had just decided to have a drink with his squad to celebrate completing the dungeon at age 20, something that often happened. The girl lowered her head and replied that her brother was different, and the protagonist replied that they shouldn't forget that he had super regeneration, and that the lack of news was good news in itself. Nothing bad would happen. Then, frowning, he said that he would report this to the inspectorate just in case. The girl thanked him and replied that it was time for her to run now. She quickly moved along the path. The protagonist, watching her, thought that she was worried, but for now they would have to wait. We are transferred to a dungeon. The guy is sitting on a chair, chained. He tries to get out, tugging at the chain. Then his face turns pale. He remembers how he destroyed the monster, thinking that he hired a squad and attacked the dragon turtles to help his sister. Then they invited him for a drink. He remembered how he looked at his comrades. His eyes widened. He wondered if he had been kidnapped. Suddenly, someone approached him, telling him not to twitch. He made this chain on purpose. Even an S-class hunter would not be able to break it. The guy turned around in fear and asked what he was going to do. The white-haired guy approached him and replied that he was curious. He was really interested. Had he ever heard of illegal awakened? Grabbing his face, he shouted that it could be said that it was thanks to him. Opening his mouth wide, he began to shout that they did not recognize his efforts and died, and he only wanted to make them stronger. If he lost a lot of blood, he would die. If he cut off a limb, he would die in pain. Then he grabbed the guy's mouth, adding that he was different. Smiling widely, he continued to say that the result would definitely be different, it just had to be different. The protagonist struck his sword in front of him. The girl looked menacingly in front of her, and Alex said that this was a skill based on the interaction of yin and yang. These are diametrically different entities, like earth and sky. Smiling, he added that although they seem opposite, in fact they are interconnected and depend on each other. Thinking, he first tried to create a new style of fencing teach her, but, frowning, he thought that first he himself needs to understand what he can do. Because he does not understand a word of what he says, he had a new goal. Extending the blade in front of him, he thought that he needs to learn fencing. This is a skill that even an ordinary blow will turn into art, especially with the ability, Sword Master. The girl looked at him with displeasure, and he thought that this will help him create his own sword technique. Of course, it can hardly be called Tai Chi sword. The protagonist pushed off the ground, thinking that no one can call themselves a fencing master. He must develop his fencing at least to level S. After which he said that she should feel the interaction of yin and yang and try to carry it out on herself and her sword. A second later, he struck and knocked the sword out of the girl's hands, saying that she would easily repel the enemy's attack. The girl, lowering her head, answered that it was very difficult. The protagonist answered that she should not worry, everything was fine. Smiling, he thought that in fact, without the skill, insight, he also understood little, but if she listened to his explanations, then she would succeed. Coming closer, he would repeat over and over again until she remembered, so she should not worry. The girl thanked him. The protagonist, raising his hand, said that they were done for today. Suddenly she answered that she thought she would solve his problem within a month. Alex froze in place, and the girl added that she was talking about his request. The protagonist, lowering his hands, asked what she meant, a building permit. He was grateful to her. The girl wiped the sweat from her face, and Alex wondered if even Korean laws were not in order for her. Smiling, he thought that the building materials would be ready at the end of the month. We are transferred to a girl. She, frowning, says that a message has been received about a missing guy. The commander, looking at her, asked how this happened. The girl pulled out an envelope for her, answering that first let her read this. These are the names of those who were in the squad on that raid. The commander, frowning, asked that these are illegal awakened. Her subordinate, looking ahead, said that, more precisely, these are hunters who are suspected of assisting illegal awakened. The commander, looking menacingly ahead, asked if they lured him on purpose. Is there any reason? The girl answered that, apparently it is a matter of his ability. Looking at the angry face of her superior, she added that his skill is super regeneration. They say that even if you cut off his limb, he can restore it. Lowering her eyes, she added that probably he was kidnapped for experiments on people. We are transported to the mountains. Someone says that she is not answering. Alex, looking at the phone, adds that he is busy. He wanted to talk to him about video content, thinking that he was so busy that he did not have time to contact him. Then he imagined a muscular guy in his head, thinking that even ignoring several important calls, after which he said that he hoped that he was not upset. He put the phone in his pocket, adding that when he calls, he will first talk to him about the content. Suddenly, many hellish golems appeared in front of him. They, opening their mouths wide, moved forward. Alex, exhaling, thought that the power that is diametrically different from the superpower of Hercules. He began to draw in all the surrounding energy. Then he imagined a monk in his head, thinking that the politeness of Confucius's mind corresponds to the heart. Then the image of Hercules appeared in his head, and he thought that mighty power to the body. Closing his eyes, he imagined the old man. Then he raised his hand up. Then he stretched it out. A second later, he took off, releasing all his energy into the golem. Sighing, he thought that awakened ones use the power of mana. Mana is drawn from nature. It is the life force that is in every living thing. Filling his body with energy, he thought that in order to use it, a process called purification is necessary, and the efficiency of using mana greatly depends on how the purification process goes. Frowning, he thought that without awakening purification, mana does not accumulate. Then he released a bright flash of light over a great distance. He covered his face with his fists. In front of him on the floor lay many golem spheres. He sank down and said that why are there so many? Then, smiling widely, he added that Hercules said that this could help, it would be good. Looking at his trembling hand, he thought that the recoil was incredibly strong. If he wanted to combine it with supernatural power, then in his current state he could only dream of it. Smiling maliciously, he said that now Tai Chi was never a power that a person could not use. He was lucky. Looking ahead, he thought that he never imagined that he would need medicinal skills, and according to legend, by mastering divine powers, one can be reborn as a god. He imagined a butterfly in his head, thinking that this was a metamorphosis of the body. Lowering himself, he stuck needles into his hand, thinking that although he could only partially use this power for now, he would be able to regulate the power of Tai Chi thanks to it. Then he raised his head, thinking that he subscribed to it only to cure SUA. But this channel was more useful than he thought, he was already much better. After which he looked at the phone, thinking that his proficiency was 30%, he could go to college now, maybe it could be completely cured. Then he turned around in surprise. He looked at the broken camera with dissatisfaction, thinking that he needed to find someone to take a video. Why couldn't he make a camera with divine metallurgy? We are being transferred to the evening. Alex thought that today he needed to do 15 raids in the B-class dungeon. Lowering his head, he continued to think, to reach the level, he needed to do 500 raids. At this rate it would take longer than he thought. The B-class dungeon requires monotonous passage, so it would not be easy to speed up. As he walked through the night city, he thought that he would be done by the end of the month, and that he would advance quite quickly thanks to the Fener. He held the bag in his hand, thinking that he had bought some beef to thank him, but 700,000 won was still too much. He sighed, thinking that his daily ration alone cost 2 million, which was 60 million for a month. Of course, this was not the channel membership fee. Approaching the door, he continued to think that this was still the cost of the Fener, but it was not necessary. The door opened slightly. Alex, looking at the girl, asked how she was feeling. She, holding the cat in her arms, replied that everything was fine, and a guest came to see him. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, asking who could look in so late. Then he went inside. The commander turned around and replied that she had been waiting for him. Fener opened his mouth and began to greedily devour the meat. The girl, pale, watched this. The protagonist smiled and thought that it was funny. He thought she had no emotions at all, but then she had such an expression on her face. Looking at the girl, he asked why she had come. The commander, having calmed down, replied that she had not wanted to come so late. Putting her hands on the table, she added that the thing was that she had some news. The sister looked at her brother in surprise. Alex, standing up, clenched his fist, replying that, apparently, the news was unlikely to be good. He looked menacingly in front of him, adding that they needed to go out and talk. The protagonist looked in front of him in surprise, asking what she wanted to say, that he had been kidnapped for the sake of an experiment. Alex's face turned pale, and the girl replied that she thought that this option was most likely. The protagonist imagined himself in his head, thinking that he used to be an awakened person without special abilities, so he tried to awaken them by experimenting. Each such experience ended in pain and shame. All home experiments are like this. Frowning, he continued to think that if this is a criminal experiment on people, even if he has super generation, he can just go crazy. He needs the guy as soon as possible. Gritting his teeth, he asked why she came to him. The girl, frowning, answered that it was because of Pandemonium. Looking at the street, she said that criminals use so-called mind suppression devices. It removes even those traces that were recorded by surveillance cameras, and Pandemonium used it. Menacingly looking ahead, she said that it can deceive even an S-class hunter, so the inspection bureau did not know where he was hiding. Squinting her eyes, she added that not long ago, Pandemonium and the entire criminal world in Seoul were eradicated thanks to one incident. Looking at the protagonist, she said that it happened suddenly by someone unknown. Lowering her head, she added that in the cases of people who have justified themselves, there is a so-called golden time, and if it is a kidnapping, as soon as the golden time ends, the chances of finding the person alive almost disappear. Alex, looking ahead, frowned, and the girl continued to say that only the families of the missing do not know about this. They wait until the end, hoping that the person will definitely return someday. Bowing, she added that she is the head of the squad, even though she is ashamed now and her pride is hurt. The protagonist looked ahead in fear, thinking that she is trying so hard, although in fact that guy is nobody to her. It is because of his insight that he feels her emotions so much. She is ashamed, she even stepped over her pride. Clenching his fists, he thought that he felt sorry for her, and she was simply asking like a human being. He slightly opened his mouth. Looking at the girl, he said that his sister was home. Could she stay with her until he returned? The protagonist looked at Fener, telling him to do him another favor. Walking through the city, he thought that, judging by the information he was given, everything started in the dungeon and the Dragon's Turtle, where the raid took place last time. Looking around, he thought that after the raid, he went to drink with the party members. The bar was the last place they saw him. Maybe he should start investigating from there. Maybe he could find some trace. Frowning, he thought that although even if there was a trace, it would be almost invisible, the reason why he came here. Looking at the Fener, he wondered if his sense of smell, if there was even the slightest scent left, would detect it, like in the hospital. Fener, having lowered himself, began to search for something, and Alex thought that if he was thinking correctly, then the trail would be easier to find here, and not in the bar, because there was more energy in the dungeon. Suddenly, the Fener froze. Looking forward, turning around, he said something. The protagonist took a step forward, answering that they needed to move forward. We are transferred to a room. There are bloody footprints everywhere. Someone is screaming. The bloody guy asks to stop. The doctor extends his hand to him, adding that in fact this is the best option. The guy looks devastatedly ahead, wondering how much longer he will have to endure this. When will all this pain end? Raising his head, he continued to think that he could not anymore. If only he could close his eyes and not feel anything. Suddenly the scientist said that he could not die. The boy's eyes widened, and the doctor added that if he died, his sister would replace him. Raising his head, he added that he should not touch her. The doctor, leaning over, replied that if he died, he would have no choice, since they shared blood, that is, similar abilities. The boy, frowning, replied that he did not have this ability. The doctor, laughing, said that he could not know for sure until he saw it himself. Gritting his teeth, the boy thought that he should hold on. He could not allow himself to reach his sister. A second later, the doctor cut his body. Looking around, the boy thought that he did not know how much time had already passed. Lowering his head, he thought that he could not stand it if he died like this. Looking at his cut body, he thought that he should protect her. Suddenly, behind him, it shattered into pieces. The protagonist clenched his fist. He looked at his comrade, adding that his sister was very worried. Frowning, he thought that he was in very bad condition. Such wounds should not occur in a person with super regeneration. Looking at the prisoner, he thought that although his regeneration level was higher than that of trolls, the damage had clearly exceeded the permissible amount. Frowning, he thought that in this state, the body was no longer important. Perhaps he had already gone crazy from the pain. Then the protagonist widened his eyes, hearing the guy say something. Alex immediately took out needles from the case, thinking that he might still have time. He stuffed them into his comrade's body, telling him to be patient a little longer. The guy sat in place, closing his eyes. Then he opened them slightly. A green aura appeared around his body, and he asked if his sister was okay. Alex replied that, thank God, he felt better. Then, turning around, he saw the doctor. He extended his finger in displeasure and asked how it got here. Lowering his head, he added that this was his personal place. Grabbing his head, he began to scream loudly. Then he looked at his feet. Alex pulled his head back. Then he opened his eyes wide. For a few seconds he stood in place, thinking that there were a lot of different body parts here. It seemed that there were still people here. Looking forward, he thought that this was all done by that guy. His eyes filled with rage, and he asked why he was doing this. The doctor opened his mouth wide and shouted what he was talking about. He folded his bloody hands. Then he stretched them out to the sides, answering that he was not an ordinary guy. Looking at the protagonist, he began the same phrase. The guy, sitting on a chair, told Alex to run away quickly. Suddenly the doctor's muscles began to swell, and he added that he was also unusual. They have amazing abilities. Smiling, he asked that he agreed with him. His body increased several times, assembled from parts of other people, and he added what his ability was, what experiment they would conduct on him. We are transferred to a field and told that crossing different species of plants to obtain one new species, and the one who is able to do this, however, a person with the ability to crossbreed. The guy was sitting on the floor, looking at the bottle, and we were told that he hated himself for such a weak ability. He was going crazy. And the rifts expanded. He was sitting behind a chair, picking at a corpse, and we were told that as a result he did what he should not have. He began to experiment and cross the awakened with each other, but it was not enough. He continued doing his job, smiling widely. He began to conduct all sorts of experiments on himself, and became like this. The huge substance looked at the protagonist, asking what experiment they would conduct. The guy clenched his teeth, told his comrade to run. Many tentacles reached out to Alex. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth. Then he swung and said that it was incredibly creepy. He hit it in front of him with all his might. The guy, watching this, asked in fear how it was possible. A moment later, a huge hole appeared in the doctor. Body parts fell to the floor. The doctor was seriously injured. Alex, raising his head, asked that he was really recovering, thinking that it couldn't be regeneration. The doctor opened his mouth wide. Smiling, he added that it would be a great experiment. Then, approaching, he said that he was incredibly strong, but he was still a man. The protagonist looks at the huge monster. The doctor said that he was different. He was a creature that surpasses people. Then he stretched his fist forward, saying that weak people would never reach his level. The huge fist approached the protagonist. The guy, opening his mouth in fear, shouted for him to run away. The doctor, smiling, shouted that it was too late. Monster hit the ground with all his might. The guy covered his eyes. The protagonist calmly looked ahead, stepping forward on his fist, answering that this was already funny. The doctor, looking at him in fear, asked that he was able to push him away. His power contains the skill of an ogre. Raising his head, he shouted that this could not be. A second later, Alex released a huge charge of energy, crushing the monster's body. The doctor turned around in fear. The protagonist dashed forward, swinging for a blow. The monster raised its head, answering that who is he? Alex, landing, like a fist, crushed into pieces. The guy watching this, asked that he really hurt him. The protagonist continued to dash forward, inflicting many blows. Pieces of flesh fell to the floor. The substance lay on the floor. She said that how can a person do this? How can he be so strong? Looking at Alex, she added that he was born with this ability. He hates it. Alex sighed slightly and told him to stop. He looked menacingly ahead and added that this is why he does it. He wants to become stronger. Monster stretched out his tentacles and said that he didn't have the ability. That's why he had to. Does he know how terrible he feels? The doctor started crying, adding that does he know what it's like to be weak? He was born strong. He will never understand what a miserable and slavish life they live. Looking at Alex, he continued to say that those born with abilities have strength from the start. He didn't achieve it himself. He didn't try. Many faces rushed forward and the monster said that they got their strength because they were born with it, and then they tell them that they are so weak because they tried. The doctor opened his mouth wide, saying that this is incredibly disgusting and very annoying. Alex covered his face with his hand and the doctor shouted that he would kill them all. The protagonist stepped forward, saying that he did too. He furrowed his brows and added that he used to think the same thing. He remembered standing in front of the god, saying that he was thinking about what he was doing when he was doing the 12 labors. He imagined Hercules in his mind, thinking that the 12 labors that made him a great hero. Wasn't he afraid? Hercules lowered his head. Then, looking at Alex, he added that he tried to commit suicide. The protagonist wondered if this was a joke. Hercules remembered looking at his comrades covered in blood, adding that in a fit of madness, he killed his family out of guilt. Every day he thought that he could not live anymore. Remembering how he approached the noose, he said that Theseus stopped him. How can you atone for guilt by committing suicide? So it is not a matter of grandiose aspirations or courage. These feats were for the sake of atonement. He remembered how, gritting his teeth, he held a huge object, saying that it was hard. More than once he was threatened with death. He thought about it every day. He thought that he could not. He thought that now he can give up. Looking at Alex, he asked if he believed him. The protagonist thought that Hercules always passed trials and tribulations with ease. He thought, he is an ideal that always wins. God, smiling, added that the results are, of course, important, but if he asked if they are the main thing, he would say no. Alex reached for the phone, and God added that how exactly he achieved such results. That is what is important. That is the most important thing. Smiling, he continued to say that people said that he had accomplished the 12 labors because he was Hercules, that he had achieved such results because he was originally great, taking off his mask from his face, that no one is born great, only the test immediately becomes great. Stretching out his hand, he said that greatness, success are not so important. Of course, there are different situations. Sometimes it is simply impossible to win. There are circumstances that cannot be overcome. Pointing his finger at the protagonist, he said that in order to achieve greatness, it is not necessary to overcome the impossible. It is important to ask yourself the question, why become great? Only one reason is needed. Lowering his head, he continued to say that it may be stupid or childish, but Alex should always remember it. When he wants to do something or achieve something, there will always be tens of thousands of reasons why it is impossible to do. Smiling widely, Hercules said that only one reason why he wants to do this will help him achieve what he wants. So here in front of him talks about greatness. The protagonist, covering his face, thought that it was not innate strength that distinguished the strong from the weak. He added that there was no point in pretending that he knew everything, he just wanted to justify himself to himself. The monster was tightening the funnel. The protagonist sighed. Then he imagined great masters in his head. His heart filled with energy, and he thought that this was the harmony of strength and energy of the body. A barrier appeared around him. Frowning, he said that this was the art of Hercules. Then he extended his fist forward, using the second skill, Hercules' magical combat technique. Enormous energy rushed forward. It was a heavenly crushing blow. Alex covered his face with his hand. The whole room was covered in blood. The guy, frightened, looking ahead, asked why the world had become so white. The protagonist, clenching his fist, thought that he was in incredible pain, and this was no longer a joke. Imagining the monster in his mind, he smiled, thinking that the recoil was too strong. He originally did not intend to use this martial art, but this nonsense pisses him off so much. Looking at his hand, he asked what was going on, thinking that normally he would just pass out. Then, turning around, he asked if the guy could move. The guy, looking ahead scared, replied that he seemed to be. His body had recovered a little. Looking at the chains, he added that he was shackled. Then, lowering his head, he continued to say that the doctor said that even an S-class hunter would not be able to throw off these shackles of power. Alex calmly removed the chain, and the guy turned pale. The protagonist, smiling, asked that he could move now. Getting up, the guy smiled and apologized, asking who he was. Alex, looking ahead, thought that he quickly wanted to know, and then answered that he was his sister's friend. His comrade, looking forward, answered that it couldn't be. Was he really her boyfriend? The protagonist answered that he was just a friend. Why would he lie? The guy, opening his mouth in fear, asked if everything was okay with his sister. Alex answered that no, she had been worried about him all this time. The guy looked ahead in surprise. And the protagonist, stretching out his hand to him, added that why doesn't he go back and calm her down, although he looks fine now, but he can hardly speak because his regeneration is not so good. The guy, looking ahead, apologized. Bowing, he thanked him for saving him. Alex smiled slightly. Stepping aside, he said that they needed to go home. Two people in suits appeared in front of us. One of them, looking ahead with displeasure, asked, "So that's how it was?" His colleague, lowering his head, added that they were hit, the body was not found. The guy, looking ahead, answered that it simply disappeared, the research materials remained. His comrade answered that he searched everywhere, but did not find the key materials. Clenching his fists, he thought that they were going to mass-produce weapons from people by combining personality and awakened ones, create monsters by crossing special abilities. Pandemonium had been working on this plan for several years. The guy clenched his teeth, thinking that it had collapsed overnight. Looking at the blood-stained walls, he thought that there was no trace of the sword. Squinting his eyes, he asked who did this. His comrade, standing behind, answered that the inspection bureau would arrive soon and they had to leave. The guy said who could do such a thing. He, turning around displeased, added that he should find out. We are transferred to the protagonist. He asked in surprise that she knew about everything. The commander, looking straight ahead, replied that she thought she knew that he was a hunter, since he even had a YouTube channel, but she didn't tell her all the details. Lowering her head, she added that she hinted at what happened because she worked at the inspection bureau and came to the hunter. She thought that she should have explained to his sister that her brother was not guilty of anything. Alex lowered his head, and the girl added that even though she was his younger sister, he had reasons not to tell anything. The protagonist thought that he did not tell her because he did not want her to worry, but she still found out everything. Lowering his head, he thought that since she did not know anything, he would support her and protect her, but in fact, she also always covered for him and protected him. The girl, smiling, said that she was very good and very smart. Looking at Alex, she continued to say that she was sorry that she did not have one. The protagonist asked that she had an older brother. She answered that yes, he was 14. Lowering her head, she added that he did not age, because he only lived in her memory. Then the girl, looking at the city, said that the person he met, the ability to crossbreed was awakened in him. Frowning, she continued to say that the abilities of others awakened. It seems that he also managed to attach other monsters to himself. Alex, looking ahead in surprise, asked that this was possible, thinking that Hercules said that abilities are unique. How can you appropriate someone else's? The girl, clenching her teeth, answered that he knows better if this is possible. As a result, his own personality is lost. She imagined the monsters in her head, adding that the pandas Mao were not smart enough to plan the mass production of such monsters. Imagine how many victims there would have been if the plan had not been thwarted. Lowering her head, she continued to say that she could not say this on behalf of the inspection bureau. Then, bowing, she thanked the protagonist. We are transported to a room. The guy points to a piece of paper, and we are told that after the failure of the mass production of monsters, the inspection bureau began a full-scale investigation. The girl said something with a smile on the news, and we are told that this would have scared the public, so the investigation was hidden from both the media and the world. The protagonist watched as the girl hugged her brother. We are transported to Alex. He punches with all his might in front of him. The dragon turtle is instantly shattered, and many system messages appear in front of the protagonist. He looks at his phone with a smile, thinking that it seems that neither his skill levels nor his abilities were affected, but he destroyed all the equipment. He looked at the camera, thinking that he will exceed the money from YouTube. With tears in his eyes, he pulled out the flash drive. He said that how can he find someone who can film him, thinking that at least the memory card was intact. He is glad that the video was not damaged. Then he collected the stones, saying that he thought the competition for dungeon reservations would be more serious. He finally cleared his own, thinking that he will need these dragon turtle shell parts during construction. He then walked to the portal, thinking that he needs to get some materials, and he needs time. It seems that he will soon become a next-class hunter. After leaving the portal, someone asked that he has already returned. The guy he saved appeared in front of him. Alex frowned and asked how he knew he would be here. The guy replied that the administration told him. He then held out his hand, showing a piece of paper, saying that they had run out of dungeons to reserve, but they gave him a list of all the dungeons he had cleared. Alex, looking ahead, replied that he had been looking for him in all of those dungeons. The guy replied that he thought he would die of exhaustion. The protagonist then jerked back in fear, asking why he didn't just call. The guy said that he didn't know his number. Alex replied that he should have gotten it from his sister. Hearing this, the red-haired man punched his hand, saying that he was just a genius. He then pointed his finger up, saying that his sister told him everything. He knows that he collects monster byproducts. He is the one who saved his life, so he came to help. The protagonist smiled and replied that he didn't need help. He was a B-class hunter after all. He couldn't just exploit his talent. The guy, looking ahead, replied that he didn't need to pay. Alex immediately turned around and asked that he wanted to help him for free. His comrade replied that he heard that he helped his older sister. Alex stepped aside and replied that because his sister was helping him too, so she shouldn't worry. The guy raised his hand and asked him to stop. Why don't they go on a raid? And then he'll make a decision, because he'd booked the dragon turtle dungeon. The protagonist, turning around in fear, wondered that the dragon turtle was so popular that it was impossible to get to. Did he really kill someone to get it? The guy clenched his fist and told them to go together. He would prove that he could be useful, and everything they got would be his. Alex stared ahead for a few seconds, thinking that it didn't look like he would accept a refusal, especially if he gave him everything they gave him. He wouldn't lose anything. He glanced at the broken camera. Then he frowned, thinking that his comrade's regeneration was of a huge level. Looking at the guy, he thought that even if he got hurt, he would recover even from divine arts, so he didn't have to worry about him during the fight. The protagonist put his hand on his shoulder. Smiling, he asked if he knew how to use a camera. A bright explosion erupted in the middle of the forest. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly. A blow suddenly flew at the monster. Looking at it, the protagonist thought that he thought it would be more difficult. Looking at his hand, he added that instead of breaking, the armor seemed to disappear, did not understand what was happening. Alex struck with his fist. The thought appeared that the last time he used a destructive super fist, he hunted a dragon turtle. Grinning, he added that but the true purpose of Tai Chi is that the power dissolved into nothingness. Holding the shell in his hands, the hero thought that Tai Chi negated the hardness of the dragon turtle armor. This goes well with his skills. Hercules recommended it for a reason. He crumbled the armor and said that it was necessary to adjust the power. Looking away, the protagonist asked, by the way, the filming was going well, to which the guy answered approvingly. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he killed 20 dragon turtles in 1 minute, damn it. Holding the camera in his hands, Alex said that his salary would be 10 million won, but he would not receive incentives for views. Not to worry, there would be extra pay for working in dangerous conditions. Nick opened his eyes wide and mumbled. The hero grinned, hearing that he would try. A view of the building opened up. The girl gritted her teeth and asked that the boss hired a cameraman. Grinning, Nick said to leave it to him, he would figure it out. The monster's eyes lit up and he screamed. Suddenly, a blow flew at the guy. Looking to the side, he asked what he thought, that he could be dealt with so easily, said that Alex gave him this camera. Standing in front of the monsters, the guy said that he would protect her, even at the cost of his life. The girl looked at him in amazement and asked what the hell was this. Stretching his hand forward, Nick said not to worry, just continue, to which the hero asked what he was doing. The girl, looking at the screen, heard that he could be Alex's cameraman. It was such an honor, to which she replied that she thought the video could have been made better. The gate opened slightly. Grinning, the protagonist asked that she also came to the seminar, to which the girl said hello. Lowering her head, she said that Nick told her everything, he would teach him a lot. Closing his eyes, Alex replied that he was not teaching, rather he was helping him, and then thought that he no longer had to worry about his camera breaking down. Smiling broadly, he added that even though he was inexperienced, from dungeons to collecting materials, he took all the worries upon himself. Lowering her head, the girl said that he still saved Nick. She did not know how to thank him. She looked surprised, hearing that. Well, he was her family. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that so there was no need to thank, and the girl said that family? The protagonist looked at her in amazement, and asked that he was her older brother, right? The girl blushed when she heard what was bothering her, to which she replied that she was not. Looking away, she replied that Nick was already starting to call him his son-in-law. It was weird, nothing to worry about. The girl rushed forward and said that it didn't matter, to which the protagonist thought what was wrong with her, and she added that it was time, let him forget about it. Looking at his phone, Alex thought that in any case, he would soon become a hunter of the next level. 100,000 subscribers were just around the corner, and then he said that almost all the building materials he needed were collected, and the construction permits were almost ready. The view of the building opened up. The thought appeared that the preparations for the construction of the house were coming to an end. Sitting at the table, the hero asked what he was doing. A notification appeared that Hercules was offering a video call. The protagonist, wide-eyed, said that he was definitely doing it. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he had been so busy these days that he had ignored several calls from him. He forgot to call him back. Alex pressed the phone and asked that he was probably angry. Yes, he said that he would be lucky, if not too much. Wide-eyed, he thought that he would get it. A notification appeared on the phone. The hero closed his eyes and thought that he did not know. The protagonist closed his eyes. He heard that he was there. They had not spoken for a long time. Looking straight ahead, he thought that the voice seemed calm. Maybe he did not care, and Hercules asked that he at least imagined how worried he was. Smiling, the man added that why was he acting like this, and the hero thought that he was just furious. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that he had important things to do, to which Hercules said that it was a shame, of course, and asked what he didn't care at all. Lowering his head, Alex said that he didn't do it on purpose, things were just falling and falling, to which the man said that of course, the great lord was very busy, his things were probably much more important than his. The hero gritted his teeth when he heard that his channel had 99 subscribers, and he said nothing, to which he thought that after the last video, didn't the number of subscribers increase to 100? What was he doing, that the number of people dropped so much? Smiling broadly, the man said that oh well, what happened, besides. His eyes lit up and he added that he had been resting for a long time, and today they would train the whole body. The protagonist froze in amazement when he heard that he was ready, they would begin. Alex was doing push-ups, and he heard a voice say that he should straighten his back. Putting his hands on his hips, Hercules said that he shouldn't be lazy, once again, to which he thought that this was some kind of madness. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. It was heard that he couldn't shirk, it didn't count. Grinning, the man said that he shouldn't have fooled around with all this. The moon appeared. It was heard that 1, 2, 3. The protagonist looked at the notifications in surprise and said that mastery. Frowning, he thought that it had only grown by 3%. He felt another level of strength, as if something was rising from within. Multicolored particles appeared in the air. Looking at his hand, Alex thought that he couldn't do it anymore. No joke, he was going to die now. It would be better to use Tai Chi. No, it would be better to just die. Standing in front of him, Hercules asked who said that he could rest. Maybe he should take up a sword, this training would kill him. Looking at him, the hero thought that he no longer felt his body. This bastard was definitely going to kill him. Looking straight ahead, the man said that the real training was just beginning. Now they would do 3,000 burpees. Lying on the ground, the protagonist asked what if they would rather film the content. A view of the pyramids opened up. The Sphinx was flying in the air. He landed on the top of the pyramid. Stretching his hand forward, the beast asked who was here, what was needed, why he came. Grinning, Hercules replied that it did not matter, he came to compete with him in riddles. The Sphinx looked surprised and asked again. Looking straight ahead, the man replied that well, yes. Lowering his hand, he added that but just asking riddles is not interesting. Raising his hand up, the man said that so they will add a new rule. Looking at the hero, Hercules asked what the riddle battle with the Sphinx was, to which the hero replied that, well, yes, a riddle competition. The Sphinx grinned, and it was heard that as far as he knew, there was a video about it on the Sphinx's channel. Grinning, the protagonist said that no one had solved that riddle yet, to which the man replied that he had seen it, but was it possible to guess it? Looking away, Alex asked what but was there anything impossible for him? He said that it was possible, that was the riddle, to which Hercules said that no, he didn't really understand. Stretching his hand forward, he asked that he knew the god of wisdom, even he lost to the Sphinx, although the Sphinx itself had lost to Oedipus a long time ago, but since then it had not been defeated. Smiling, the hero asked that yes, really, said that but it's even better, if he defeats the Sphinx, the audience will grow by itself. Grinning, Hercules asked what then how to defeat him, to which the protagonist replied that he had no idea. Looking away, Alex said that despite the ability of omniscience, Thoth, the god of wisdom, lost, how can they win? To which Hercules replied that now he will do 5,000 more burpees, to which he said that however. The man looked surprised, hearing that their goal is not victory, right? To which he asked what he was talking about, said that he does not understand at all. Grinning, the hero said that it is not necessary to win the fight, they are on YouTube. Raising his finger up, he added that therefore, all they need to do is present everything in the right light. Smiling, Hercules said that so they will add a new rule. Looking at him, the Sphinx asked again, to which he replied, well, yes. Putting his hand behind his head, the man said that every time, the one who answers incorrectly, gets a slap, to which the Sphinx asked why he wants to die so much, or is this some kind of dirty trick? Smiling, Hercules answered that why. First he will ask 2 questions, he will ask 1, isn't it fair, if he answers correctly, he can hit him, or is the Sphinx afraid of guessing wrong? Sitting on the pyramid, the beast answered approvingly. He rushed forward and thought that an excellent opportunity, a great chance to beat this muscular pig. Raising his hand up, Hercules said that a good choice, well, let him ask him 2 questions, to which the beast replied, okay, well, the first question. Looking up, the Sphinx said that he was born in the water, if he returns to the water he will die, if he comes out of the water he will live, asked who it is. Putting his hand to his face, the man asked what a whale was, to which the beast replied no, the correct answer was salt. Raising his hand up, Hercules asked what, well, then he would hit. Gritting his teeth, the beast thought that he could hit him, he would not tear him apart, he heard that he was afraid to hit him, they had agreed. Closing his eyes, he thought that it was either way. Suddenly, the Sphinx struck Hercules. The man wiped the blood from his face. Gritting his teeth, he said that he felt it. Looking at him, the beast said that they had agreed, everything was according to the rules, to which he asked what and who was arguing, what was the next question. Grinning, the Sphinx thought that he had responded with a blow for a blow, great. He said that the next riddle was lying on the ground, either paint over, nor scrape off, nor cover up. The beast grinned, hearing that it was sand, to which he replied that the correct answer was a shadow. Suddenly he stretched out his hand and thought that he would give him a powerful blow. He abruptly struck Hercules. Blood dripped onto the ground. It was heard that it was his turn now, right? Smiling, the Sphinx said that it was true, and then thought that all that was required of him was to give the correct answer to whatever riddle Hercules asked. Standing in front of him, the man said that here is a riddle. After all, he knows the centaur. When a centaur is expecting a child, which of his halves has a belly? Plants appeared in the desert. The Sphinx looked surprised. It was heard that he does not know. Raising his hand up, the beast said that just a minute, let him think. Looking down, he thought that the upper part of the centaur's body is human, and the lower part belongs to a horse. Both have organs that can make you pregnant. But which one? It was heard that he does not know, yes. The beast opened his eyes wide and thought that there was a question he didn't know the answer to. No way. Smiling, Hercules said that he really wanted to capture the moment. Well, now, he thought, it was his turn to hit, right? The beast jumped up and thought that he was finished. He would definitely finish him off. He frowned and said that in both parts of the body. That's the answer. It was heard that he should hit him. The Sphinx looked surprised and asked again. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the man said that if he didn't know the answer, he would get hit, to which the beast asked what but why him. His eyes lit up and he shouted that no way. Smiling, Hercules said that okay, he said it was a riddle. Looking at the phone, the hero said that but he didn't say he knew the answer to it. The Sphinx began to fly away rapidly, shouting that they should save and help him. He did not want to die. Grinning, the man said that so be it, if he did not strike first. A glow appeared around him and he added that then he would strike, the magic of Hercules. Blue particles appeared. It was heard that the second kind. The man smiled broadly. He sharply struck the beast. The hero grinned and said that it was great. Notifications appeared, and he added that the level even increases from viewing. Looking at the statistics, the protagonist thought that the number of views was normal. Instead of 90 subscribers there were already 783, and then said that well, he thinks the video went well. A room in the company's center building appeared, and it was heard that they had learned what she had asked for. Looking at the sheet, the girl heard that Mrs. Ashley had acted on the request of a man named Alex. She had addressed his request to the director, to which she asked again. Looking at the hero's photo, she asked that her niece had asked her for a favor for this man. What kind of relationship did they have? The guy gritted his teeth and said that well, he couldn't say for sure, but Ashley spent 2 or 3 days a week with him. He thought, we can say that they were dating. Frowning, the girl asked that they were dating, to which she was told that yes, alone at the headquarters of the Hunters Guild, and she asked again. Looking down, Nicole asked that Ashley was dating a guy, and then thought that the guy who ignored celebrities and second-generation chables. The view of the buildings opened up. She heard that her niece was dating a guy. The thought arose that, as her aunt, she could not remain idle. Lowering his head, Hercules said that thanks to him, he gained 1,000 subscribers. Thank you very much. Let him forgive him if he was harsh with him. Looking at him, the hero thought that 1,000 subscribers, 300 more were added in one night, and then said that it was not worth thanking, so it was better for him to stand up. Kneeling, the man said that he, Hercules, was even a little sad, how such an idea came to him. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he would think of something. It just took a long time. He was probably disappointed, so stopped bowing. Banging his head, the man asked what he was saying, said that it was quite natural that the teacher who was building the house was busy. It was his fault that he was in a hurry and could not wait. Smiling, the protagonist asked, by the way, what about the Sphinx? It didn't die, right? To which the man replied that of course it didn't. Looking straight ahead, he added that he begged for help so much that he took pity, so he didn't use his full strength and hit softly. Frowning, Alex asked what he meant, hit softly, to which Hercules replied that well, you could say that the Sphinx got away from under his nose, but left something as gratitude. The hero looked in amazement, seeing that Hercules handed him a subscription. Stretching his hand out to the side, the man said, well, yes, a subscription to the Sphinx's channel. You could say he received it as a gift, but how can he use it? So he thought about his teacher, so there you go. Smiling, the protagonist thought about what it meant that he could subscribe to one channel for free. Considering the fee, he would save tens, no, hundreds of billions of one. Isn't that a victory? Closing his eyes, he said that this was the best gift, to which the man replied that since the teacher liked it, he was happy. The Sphinx gave him something else, she would give him this too. Alex looked in amazement, seeing that Hercules gave him a one-time ticket for dinner with Cleopatra, to which he thought that dinner, with Cleopatra. Smiling, the man said that he heard that she was a beauty. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that so he should not be shy and have dinner with her sometime. A restaurant appeared. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that his order was ready, to which the protagonist thanked her. Grinning, he thought, how did this happen? Grinning, the girl said hello? Cleopatra was sitting in front of him. The thought appeared, that a date with Cleopatra. Looking straight ahead, Alex thought, won't people think that he's crazy, by the way? The girl grinned, and he added that she was really beautiful. The hero closed his eyes and thought that Confucius said that a gentleman values intelligence and does not pay attention to appearance. A notification appeared that a gentleman's heart is humanity, righteousness and wisdom, skill 6%. Raising his glass, the protagonist thought that either this is her professional, he heard that they. Putting her hands to her face, the girl asked that they would get married. Alex exclaimed in amazement. Frowning, he thought that she was in her right mind, and Cleopatra said that she looked as if she thought she was crazy, and he said that he would not deny it. The girl looked surprised and asked that he was not overdoing it. Closing his eyes, the hero said that judging by her words, it was she who was overdoing it. Grinning, Cleopatra said that she just said, "What if he really thinks about it?" Asked that he is trying to be brutal now. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that he is just telling the truth. Stretching her hand forward, the girl said that well, he is the first man who behaves like this with her. Usually men are ready to give everything, including the liver and gallbladder, when they see her. Frowning, the hero thought that it is not surprising. When you see such beauty you really want to give everything, intestines, heart, pancreas, let him take everything. Grinning, the girl asked that so, they will get married, to which he thought about what and how she came to such a conclusion again. Looking at her, the protagonist asked that she was joking, to which Cleopatra replied that no, she is serious, and he added that then he decisively refuses. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and asked him why he didn't like her, considered her ugly, to which Alex replied that they couldn't be together, and she asked what love required physical interaction. The hero looked away and said that it didn't, but to some extent it was really necessary, and then thought that, in fact, he thought it was really necessary. Raising her hand up, the girl said that he didn't feel anything for her, to which the protagonist replied that he didn't give in to temptation. If he sacrificed his liver and gallbladder, it would only be for those he truly loved. Cleopatra opened her eyes wide and exclaimed. Looking straight ahead, she said that she had actually fallen in love with him, to which he thought she was talking nonsense, and she asked what she thought. She was talking nonsense now. A bright light was shining through the window. It was heard that yes, couldn't he just lie, and Alex replied that he couldn't. Looking at the notifications, the hero thought that the skill level continues to increase. Besides, the gentleman's heart increases the slowest. No one knows what will happen if he gives in to her. Sitting in front of the girl, he said that anyway, he is a man and cannot date Cleopatra, to which the girl replied that he does not look like a man, especially now that he did not give in to her temptation. She opened her eyes wide and said that if he has problems downstairs, to which the protagonist asked that they can finish dinner. Cleopatra smirked and said that let him forgive her. She was joking, however. Stretching her hand forward, she asked what if he becomes a god. Gritting his teeth, the hero said what the hell, he already said that he is a man, to which the girl replied that she understood, but she was once a man too. The protagonist looked surprised to hear that if he became a god they could be together. In fact, there was a way to date even if he didn't become a god, to which he asked what she was talking about. Grinning, Cleopatra replied that what he was thinking, they could date even if he didn't become a god, or rather, she could descend to him. Alex opened his eyes in amazement and asked how that was possible, said that as far as he knew, there were no intersections between his and her dimensions, to which she replied that but initially there was one. The hero frowned and thought that initially, so there was a passage after all. It was her that he didn't know. Sitting in front of him, the girl said that there was a man who escaped from GodTube. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked what about him, could she tell him anything? Grinning, the girl said that it was. Raising her finger up, she added that it was a secret. If he found out her feminine secrets, how she would use them later. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that Alex was now in the restaurant, to which she was answered that yes. Looking to the side, the guy said that he ordered portions for two. It seemed they were eating now, asked what he would order. Looking straight ahead, Nicole thought that it seemed like he was interested in Ashley. She hoped that she met a good man. Gritting her teeth, she added that of course, Ashley would be able to figure everything out herself, but girls in love always look at everything through rose-colored glasses. He did not dare to treat his beloved niece like that. No, she must see everything with her own eyes. The car rushed forward. It was heard that she should go right now, to which the guy replied that he understood. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that it was a secret. It was heard that she could not even tell her husband. Smirking, Cleopatra asked what could be better than asking how many moles she had on her body. Frowning, the protagonist replied that it was enough to joke. Looking up, the girl said that he was strange. Men liked it, even drooled, and Alex said that she would not tell him how to go to another dimension. Putting her hand to her face, Cleopatra replied that no, but she could tell him something, because if she told him everything, she would hardly see him again, to which the hero thought that she would say it or not. Closing her eyes, the girl asked what she thought, would she tell him or not, to which the protagonist answered approvingly, and she added that he was still straightforward. Smiling, Cleopatra asked that he really did not want to marry her, to which he answered that no, he was not going to. Getting up, Alex said that this would be the end of their dinner, and then thought what else to talk about. Gritting his teeth, he added that if this continues, he is sure that he will be taken for a man. Other people only see a blocked smartphone. They probably think that he is talking to himself. Stretching her hand forward, the girl said that she really wants to meet him again, asked that she can subscribe to her channel. Frowning, The hero asked what she really wanted, and then thought that he thought why she was calling him to marry her. Grinning, the girl said that at first yes, but not now, now she sincerely wants to date him. Looking away, the protagonist asked what and how this is connected with the subscription to the channel, to which Cleopatra replied that only then she will be able to see him. Smiling, she added that to demonstrate her sincerity, she will tell him a secret. Stretching her hand forward, the girl said that each god has his own channel. The windows of the building appeared, the thought arose that each god has his own channel. Gritting his teeth, Alex asked what nonsense, and then thought that it would be better if she decided on marriage, he does not know. Looking at the phone, he added that although the meeting was a little crazy, there was a sense, his skill increased by 7%, right, maybe even if it will be awkward, from time to go on a date, and also a subscription. The hero walked straight, a thought appeared that what was he thinking about, he heard that how many dungeons were left until level A, we must go on a raid right away. He looked at the phone in amazement, and asked what happened to Mary. Looking at the message, the protagonist thought that Mary was today's birthday, he was so busy that he completely forgot about it. A traffic light appeared, he heard that how could he, a thought arose that Mary's birthday, and not just a birthday. Standing near the car, the girl said that not a restaurant, but a mausoleum, and the guy asked that by the way, she is sure. Frowning, Nicole asked what he was talking about, to which he replied that he understands that she is interested in what kind of person Alex is, but why did she come in person? Looking straight ahead, she replied that it was because of Ashley. The girl turned around, hearing that he would wait for her here, to which she replied that it was fine, she would be quick, and let him think about where they would go, he did not want to talk in this mausoleum. Gritting his teeth, Nicole said that by the way, let him choose his words, they should not seem rude, to which the guy replied that he understood. The people looked at him in fear, hearing that a breakthrough from the dungeon had been detected within a radius of 30 meters. Looking up, the girl asked what a breakthrough from the dungeon was. Looking at the explosion, she said that it could not be. Looking straight ahead, they heard that this was not a drill, a breakthrough from a B-class dungeon. Let them urgently take cover in buildings. A building appeared, a question was heard, let him wait here, okay. Looking away, the girl said that it seemed like he was really smart, understood everything they said to him, although it would be nice if he went with them. Grinning, she added that he would meet their parents, to which the hero replied that yes, he was now part of the family too. The jars were on the shelf, it was heard that they had arrived. The girl was standing by the closet, a thought occurred that today was Mary's birthday, and the anniversary of her mother's death, she could not forget the day she died, because on that day the whole family went to celebrate Mary's birthday. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that at that time there was a breakthrough from the dungeon, it was heard that she wanted to ask him. Grinning, the girl asked that she remembered how her mother died, to which he asked again, and she added that when she hugged them after the explosion of the dungeon. Turning around, Mary asked what she remembered, what she said then, and then said that she just didn't remember, but she thought that at that moment she wanted to tell them something really important. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that he remembered, and would remember until his death. Closing his eyes, he replied that he was afraid, he didn't remember either. They looked in amazement, hearing that this was not a training alert. A breakthrough from a B-rank dungeon was detected. A portal appeared, it was said that a dungeon breakthrough, a phenomenon that occurs when the magical power of a dungeon breaks out, it has two consequences. The first is a shock to the dungeon, when monsters appear from there. Orcs crawled out of the portal, the thought appeared that they had to deal with them, and this is not so scary. However, the main problem is the explosion itself, when the magical power of the dungeon explodes. People ran away in fear. It was said that even if you do not take into account the damage from the explosion itself, people can die from the effects of magical power, even if they are lucky enough to survive. The girl clenched her teeth, a thought appeared that they often get sick. The hero looked at his hand, a thought arose that sometimes, if the magical power resonates, then there are rare cases of awakening. Frowning, the girl asked again. A portal appeared in the air, it was heard that all citizens should immediately take shelter in the nearest building. People looked in fear. They rushed forward sharply. A room appeared, heavy sighs were heard. Nicole lowered her head down. She looked sharply to the side. The man opened his eyes wide and screamed. A glow flew in front of him. Suddenly he fell to the ground. The man stretched his hand forward. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought it was too late. Suddenly someone rushed forward. The hero ran straight ahead, and the girl thought it was Alex. Frowning, she shouted for him to come back, too late. Walking next to the man, the protagonist replied that he couldn't. A glow appeared around his leg. Alex raised his head up. Gritting his teeth, he thought, damn, it's too late to take him into the building, what should he do? Red particles were flying in the air. The hero clenched his fist tightly. He raised his hand up. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that Tai Chi is creation and change itself. His hands were covered with particles. A thought appeared that it is necessary to observe the laws of nature, the law of transformation, because nature is real, everything in the universe can change, it is connected with two sources. Waving his hand, Alex thought that there is only nothingness and being, that the world is made of them, as well as the magic of the dungeon. Raising his hand up, he added that it also consists of the harmony of Mother Nature. Frowning, the guy asked what it was, and the girl asked again that he blocked the explosion. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that he managed to block the explosion with the help of Tai Chi, but he cannot neutralize it. Looking to the side, he added that the energy was leaking out, it was too dangerous. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist turned to Fener. The wolf suddenly jumped towards the man. It began to absorb the dark energy. Archie stood still. Alex grinned, thinking that thanks to Fener, there was no need to worry about the explosion magic leaking out, but the problem. Raising his hand up, he added that here. Frowning, the hero thought that he could no longer hold on, he would have to take the explosion on himself, an explosion containing B-class magical power. Would he be able to withstand it? Looking straight ahead, he added that moreover, now it was even more concentrated. Perhaps he would not be able to withstand such a blow and would die. Archie waved his tail, a thought appeared that it would be better, of course, to avoid such a fate. Raising his hands up, Alex thought about what he was thinking now. Opening his eyes wide, he shouted. A view of the building opened up. The girl exclaimed in surprise, and the guy asked if that was possible. Mary rushed forward and turned to the hero. She ran forward quickly. The girl sat down next to the protagonist. Looking at him, she asked why he did it, asking him not to die, let him come to his senses. Smiling, Alex asked that this had already happened. Yes, when his mother died, he remembered what she said. The girl began to cry, saying that he shouldn't talk about it. Why doesn't he ever listen to her? Let him not talk like she did. Looking down, the hero said what his mother said then. Lowering her head, the woman said that he shouldn't worry. His mother was fine. Looking at her, the hero heard that today was their Mary's birthday, and that day should be filled with only pleasant things. Smiling, the woman added that he should never, ever remember that this was the day her mother died. His mother asks. His mother was fine. Closing her eyes, she said that today her beautiful daughter was celebrating her birthday. A hospital appeared, and the thought arose that thanks to Mom, who took the full force of the explosion, they were able to survive. As Mom promised, she took her last breath the day after Mary's birthday. Shelves appeared in the hospital, and the thought arose that but still, Mary's holiday was followed by the anniversary of their mother's death. And in their country, the anniversary of death is celebrated the day before the day when someone died. Smiling, the hero thought that not making Mary's birthday the day of Mom's death, it seems that this is the only thing Mom wanted, and then said that this is what she said. Stretching his hand forward, he added that the man said. With wide eyes, the man screamed that he really can't, his daughter's birthday is today, he can't die on such a day. Stretching his hand forward, he added that Dad is so sorry. Smiling, the protagonist said that this is why he suddenly thought of their mother. Kneeling, he added that he couldn't help but help. Alex's eyes widened, he heard that he woke up. Looking to the side, he thought that it was SH Hospital again. It seemed that he had lost consciousness in the columbarium, this time Ashley. Looking at the girl, the hero asked who. He clenched his teeth and thought that if he thought about it. Looking around, the protagonist added that isn't this an ordinary ward, from the furnishings to the size, a VIP ward, why? Smirking, the girl said that she was Ashley's aunt. Her name was Nicole, she wanted to talk to him. That's why she came to the columbarium. Closing her eyes, she added that by the way, she doesn't want to ask what happened, how he ended up here, she can tell you. Looking to the side, Alex replied that well, this is not the first time. Raising his head up, he asked that she doesn't know where his sister is. The girl frowned and replied that his younger sister, she thought she was a little shocked. After he lost consciousness, she also fainted. Having risen, the hero asked again where she was now, was she okay? Smiling, Nicole replied that she was fine now, she was in the next room, quickly came to her senses, to which the protagonist replied that thank God. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked why she came to him to talk about something. Looking at him, the girl replied that she agreed. Alex raised his eyebrows and asked what she agreed with. Closing her eyes, Nicole replied that for him to date Ashley, asked that they weren't dating. The hero smiled and hesitated, and then thought that they met twice a week for fencing lessons, but why all of a sudden? Looking at him, the girl said that she agreed, and he added that she also agreed with something. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that Ashley's aunt was a member of the SH owner family, she was the director. He asked for $10 billion a month for Ashley's training, perhaps her aunt suspected something because of the amount. Smiling, he thanked her, and then thought that her consent meant that he could train Ashley, that was great. Closing her eyes, Nicole said that she agreed, but her brothers might have a different opinion. Looking at her, the hero replied that he understood, and then thought that it was logical that the brothers might think differently. Standing in front of him, Nicole said that it would be especially difficult to get the chairman's permission, to which the protagonist asked, "What's that?" But it seemed like Ashley asked the chairman's permission. The girl looked at him in amazement and asked that she asked the chairman, exactly. Looking straight ahead, Alex replied that yeah, Ashley said she got permission from her grandfather. Nicole's eyes widened and she said just let them take a look at this guy, and when did they even have time? She closed her eyes and added that if that was the case, there was no need for her to come, to which the hero wondered what kind of reaction she was having. Looking away, the girl said that by the way, she heard he was building a new house himself, she would help him as much as she could, and asked if he needed anything specific. The hero exclaimed in surprise, and she added that she was the head of SH Construction. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard that Ashley wasn't one to ask for help very often, so why was he surprised that she asked for him? Nicole put her hand to her face and asked if he had already collected the necessary building materials, to which Alex replied that he needed more than he expected, some materials were hard to get, so he was busy raiding dungeons. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked why raids were needed when building a house. Grinning, the hero replied that he was going to build a house from the remains of monsters, to which she asked that it was even possible. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that, well, I guess, to be honest, he wasn't sure if he could build it, but he would at least try, and if he couldn't, he would think of something. He looked at her in surprise when he heard that she would give him building materials, to which he asked if that was true. Grinning, Nicole asked again. Auntie, it sounds good, huh? Stretching her hand forward, she said that she liked it, and she would also pay for everything. Alex opened his eyes in amazement, and thought that it wasn't some pennies, it was about 3 billion, although, maybe for the company it was pennies. Looking at her, the hero asked what but why she wanted to do this, to which Nicole replied that this was a newlywed house where he and Ashley would live, yes. The hero looked puzzled, and she asked that she had looked too far into the future. Smiling, the girl said that in any case, she would take care of it, the sooner the better, right? Giving him a note, she added that here was her number, she would give him a business card, but she had too many branches under her control, so there were no separate business cards. Opening the door, the girl said that in any case, this number was hers, let him call if he needed help, let him rest easy. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked that the newlywed house where he and Ashley would live. Alex and Mary were sitting in the park. Smiling, he thought that Nicole, like Ashley, treated him in a special way. It seemed that some misunderstandings had arisen that needed to be clarified. Looking away, the hero added that but still, Mary is better in this hospital, she is recovering. Frowning, he thought that by the way, how should he explain everything to her? Grinning, the protagonist thought that Carolina said that she had already told her about his life as a hunter and about the channel. But still, how to explain everything, where to start? He looked away, hearing the appeal. Looking at the man, Alex asked that the man from the columbarium. Grinning, he added that he was also put here. How does he feel? Lowering his head, the man answered that thanks to him, he is fine, and the hospital said that everything is fine. Closing his eyes, the hero answered that thank God, he heard who it was. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that it was he who saved her dad's life, to which the girl asked again. She opened her eyes wide. Grinning, the girl said that thank you for saving her dad. She turned around and said about the dog. The girl grinned and said let him play with it. She rushed forward and added that they were playing tag, and the man said that her mother had died in childbirth. He grinned and added that if he had died really. Tears fell to the ground, it was her that she did not know how to thank him. The hero opened his eyes in surprise hearing that he had saved his daughter too, really, thank you very much. The girl waved her hand and said that they would see each other again. Archie exclaimed sadly. Smiling, Mary said that yesterday she had had the same dream that she had constantly had since her mother's death. Usually her mother's face was very sad in it. Looking straight ahead, she added that she seemed to want to tell him something, but she could not, and therefore she was sad. Turning her head, the girl said that but not this time, her mother thanked her. The hero lowered his head, hearing that when she asked what she was thanking, she simply repeated thank you. Smirking, Mary said that now she thought she would not dream of her anymore. Looking straight, the protagonist answered that yes, but hoped that she would at least occasionally come in good dreams, to which she said that yes, she meant it, although she would miss her. Closing her eyes, the girl said that everything was fine, although she was sad, but she had an older brother. Looking at the wolf, she added that they also had a Fener. Alex raised his head up. The blue sky appeared, the thought appeared that well, from next year Mary's birthday. Sitting on the bench, he added that it would be completely different. Lying on the bed, the hero thought that if only he was a little faster, he could save him, and at the same time avoid the explosion. Smiling, he added that Hercules would probably succeed, and then said that although he would not move, he would destroy the explosion itself. Standing up, the protagonist said that but he is not Hercules, even an S-class hunter would not have been able to withstand it, and then thought that it seemed like he had received a new free subscription, maybe he should subscribe to someone who specializes in speed. He looked at his phone and thought. Alex began to type and said that although it would be better to ask Hercules. The man lowered his head and asked what he had called him, to which the hero asked again what was wrong with him. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what he had been training, to which Hercules replied that today was the day of the triad, he had called when he was slightly busy. Smirking, Alex thought that forgetting about the triad and running away was what had helped defeat the Sphinx, and then asked what and how many approaches he had already done. Lowering his head, the man said that he had slightly lost strength because he had concentrated on the video, having lifted only 34 megatons, to which the hero asked again. He opened his eyes in amazement, and wondered if 1 megaton was equal to the amount of energy released during the explosion of 1,000,000 tons of TNT. So when Hercules did a deadlift, it was the equivalent of 34 TNT bombs exploding. Wow. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he should forgive him for interrupting such an important lesson, to which Hercules replied that the teacher called him. Of course he showed up, and he added that it was enough to address him so respectfully. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that no, he was a teacher, how could he? To which Alex replied that he felt uncomfortable, and he added that well then, fine. Stretching his hand forward, Hercules asked what happened, why did he call him? Standing in front of the hero, he said that, frankly speaking, studying movement speed and technique separately was not the best idea. He strongly did not recommend doing so. Gritting his teeth, Hercules asked that he was studying Tai Chi now. Yes, he said that it was not only kicks, but also movements of the whole body. You can't use one without the other. The hero frowned when he heard that if he started to master another technique of movements, then his Tai Chi would also be distorted, to which he thought that he could not give up Tai Chi, but why not subscribe to someone who moves fast? Smiling, the man said that however, he thinks that everything will be fine if he just becomes faster, right? The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked what he would simply increase his speed, to which Hercules replied that the arm muscles are not the only muscles he uses when he clenches his fist. Raising his hand up, he added that starting from the lower part of the body, this requires the participation of all muscles, including the lower back and shoulder muscles. The coordinated work of the entire muscular skeleton is important here. Tai Chi systematizes all the movements of the body. Smiling, the man said that he would explain it more simply. If he learns to move faster, he will improve his Tai Chi. This means that the effectiveness of divine martial arts can be pumped up even more. Alex lowered his head and thought that if he just increased the speed, there would probably be no problems. He heard that if he succeeded, he would be able to use magic even better than him. Closing his eyes, the hero said that it was unlikely, to which Hercules replied that no, he was learning the best qualities from the gods, he would succeed. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that he would wait impatiently, to which he thought that yes, and he could hardly imagine such a thing. Looking at the phone, he added that by the way, does the god of speed exist? He could not remember anyone. Looking straight ahead, Alex thought that until he subscribed to the channel, he would not know what power the god had. It was a pity that he could not cancel the subscription later. Raising his finger up, Hercules asked what he wanted. Would he recommend one? How about Hermes' channel? The hero looked at him in surprise and asked again, and the man said that if Hermes decided to run away, then even he would not be able to catch up with him. An image of a god appeared. It was said that Hermes, like Heracles, a god from Greek and Roman mythology, the god of thieves, one of the 12 gods of Olympus, thanks to his speed serves as a messenger of the Olympian gods. Frowning, the protagonist thought that Hermes is not only very fast, he has another feature. Raising his hands up, Heracles said that sometimes he tries to deceive him. He was going to kill him, but he cannot catch him, to which Alex thought that for sure, the god of fraud. Smiling, Hermes said that he never lies, just sometimes does not tell the whole truth. He rushed forward. The thought appeared that he said that because of deception, Zeus threw lightning at him, but never hit. The hero grinned, hearing that the speed of this guy is incredible, but let him think about it carefully. Looking at the phone, the protagonist thought that Hercules had said enough, there was no need to worry so much. Frowning, he added that wait a minute, he was not only connected with speed, he was also a scammer. Smiling, Alex thought that he didn't know, well, Hercules had recommended him. If something went wrong, he would try to get a subscription from him. A notification appeared that he had subscribed to the channel and received super speed. The hero opened his eyes in amazement and thought that super speed, thank God, so he was not a scammer after all. It was light outside. He heard what kind of video. Hermes' videos appeared. Looking at the phone, the protagonist asked what he was doing. He only filmed pranks. Putting his hand to his face, he added that it meant that he couldn't improve his skills with the help of videos, and then he thought about super speed. Could he improve it on his own? Alex grinned and said that he seemed to have fully recovered. He looked at his phone and thought that he would see how much his speed had increased after he subscribed to the channel, although his skill was still at 0. A glow appeared around his legs, and he thought that he would now measure his current speed. Suddenly, the hero rushed forward. A bright beam remained behind him. He lowered his head, breathing heavily. The protagonist turned around and thought that such speed creates a serious strain on the body. Yes. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Alex looked to the side and said that the mountain, it seems this place is familiar to him, it can't be. A city appeared. He heard that the Quanic Mountains, he got there from the hospital in a few seconds. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that it was crazy, what speed, such speed. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that this is not the limit, if he increases the skill level, he will become even faster than now, or will simply be able to control his speed. Holding the phone in his hands, the protagonist said that he needs to continue to improve his skill, only then will he find out the answer, and then thought that by the way, he should be more careful, you could say that he is lucky now. Smiling, he added that suddenly he crashed into some building or car. Not only could people get hurt, but also the cost of the building would have to be reimbursed. What is he even thinking about? Raising his head up, Alex said that he thinks he will practice this skill in the dungeons. Now he needs to quickly check out. The hero stood in front of a crowd of monsters. The devil hound opened its mouth. With his eyes wide open, Nick thought that the devil hound is a B+ rank monster. It is a beast from the world of demons who invaded the earth in the past. Suddenly, the monsters rushed forward. The creature screamed furiously. The hero stood still. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that no matter how fast he was, the devil hounds were subsonic. Suddenly, the protagonist struck the monster. The creature screamed loudly. Alex struck. The guy opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. The hero's eyes lit up brightly. He struck the creature. Gritting his teeth, Nick thought that his speed, he was ahead of the subsonic hounds. The protagonist quickly attacked the monsters. He shook his hands. The guy looked at him in amazement. Alex grinned and asked what he managed to film. The hero looked at the phone and thought that it seemed like the skill was growing. Smiling, he added that along with the speed he can achieve, and he gradually begins to control it, he is fast, but can become even faster. Looking down, the protagonist thought that if he reached the limit of his skill, he would even be able to surpass Hercules, by the way. Looking away, he said that it was just a nightmare, to which the guy replied that he should forgive him. Looking at the camera, Alex thought that even editing wouldn't help here, and then said that it was all video. Holding the camera in his hands, he added that he couldn't even understand anything, everything was blurry, and then thought that even the filming couldn't keep up with the super speed, and he needed to improve his skill, he would have to control the speed for the video. Looking at the guy, the hero thought that Nick also needed to be taught, although his A+ rating, he thought, was enough to keep up with the super speed. Smiling, he added that Hercules said that when the body is weak, the head suffers. If he continues to work hard, then everything will work out, right? Looking away, the protagonist said okay, now we have to. With wide eyes, he asked what the unfamiliar number was. Holding the phone in his hands, Alex thought that the company, they had already collected the materials that were so difficult for him to find. Grinning, he added that finally, it was time to build a new house. The blue sky appeared. It was heard that, by the way, where did they get his number? Ashley was asked. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what and how they found it all so quickly, to which the guy replied that director Nicole had specifically asked them to do everything quickly. They had brought the goods from the warehouse. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked that they had a supply of these materials in the warehouse, to which he replied that with the company's reserves they could start construction at any moment. Even if he needed something in the future, there was always a supply of materials in the warehouse. Bill gritted his teeth, hearing that yes, for some reason he thought so, to which he asked that as far as he had heard, he was going to build only from the remains of monsters. Smiling, Alex replied that yes, he was going to which the man said that using such materials would make the house more durable. Asked that, but is that possible? Bill looked in amazement, hearing that he had to try, and if it didn't work out, they would change it. Okay, to which he thought that he at least knew how much these materials cost. Nonsense. Gritting his teeth, he added that it was so hard to assemble them, he should be proud, but he thought there would be no problem, no matter what materials were needed. He knew nothing about construction. The man grinned and thought that at least Nicole was different. She studied hard, starting from the basics. Although there was no need for it, she was proud when she smelled of cement. Instead of big words, she proved everything with her work. Looking away, he added that, well, whatever, and then asked if he had ever done any construction, to which the hero replied that no, this was his first time, but he had made a lot of weapons. Bill's eyes widened and thought that architecture is not the production of weapons, for which only a blacksmith's hammer is needed. They create optimal housing for people, combining engineering, sociology, and the humanities. It is art. Gritting his teeth, he added that but if this idiot wants to build a building, he can't believe that before this he only held a hammer in his hands. And he won't tell him that he is an idiot. Putting his hand to his face, the man thought about what he said that his name was Alex. He doesn't know how he met Nicole, but she very kindly asked him to help him with the construction of the house. Frowning, he added that she didn't just mean help with building materials, she wanted him to teach him construction, and then asked that he already had an architectural plan ready. Grinning, the hero answered that well, he has a rough idea, to which the man asked what he found out what the land on which he was going to build the house is like, and he said that well, approximately. Putting his hands behind his back, Bill said that construction does not tolerate a careless attitude and his basic knowledge for architectural design. First of all, you need to know the quality of the land on which the building will be built. Looking away, he added that it was also necessary to know aesthetics for the proper use of space, and even knowledge of human psychology so that everyone felt comfortable in the building. No matter how beautiful the building was, if the actual residents were not comfortable, then all efforts would go down the drain. Stretching his arms out to the sides, Bill said that so it was necessary to think about future residents, take into account their psychology and needs. A philosophical combination of applied sciences and psychology. That's what design is. Frowning, he added that design, engineering and technical equipment, we can't forget about them either. All these are processes that will turn an ordinary concrete box into a real building. Pointing at the hero, the man said that architecture is the pinnacle of all disciplines developed by mankind, to which he replied that it seemed that he was too frivolous about architecture. The protagonist, looking straight ahead, heard him say that he had prepared drawings, to which he replied that he had. Holding the drawing in his hands, the man said that he would allow him to check them for him, to which he thanked him. Bill grinned, hearing that how did he, to which he thought that how did he himself did not understand, probably a beginner's drawing. He looked in amazement and asked where he got such a good drawing. Frowning, the man thought that some kind of nonsense, he had 10 years in construction, but had never seen such a perfect drawing, it was simply divine. Looking at the hero, he said that he seemed to say that he was a hunter, to which Alex replied that he also runs a YouTube channel, to which the man asked what channel, about architecture, to which he said no, a hunter's channel. Bill gritted his teeth and thought that yes, a plan is just a drawing, a projection of the imagination from the head. Stretching his hand out to the side, he said, well, then they will start building, and then thought that but to embody imagination into reality is a completely different matter. In practical work he can be a complete inept. Raising his hand up, the protagonist said that then they will first destroy the old house. A devastating explosion occurred. The man froze in amazement in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he thought, how can a house be destroyed with one blow of a fist? Looking at the hero, Bill added that how can one person lift such a weight? Looking down, Alex said that right, he forgot, first they need to make a pit. He raised his leg up. A powerful explosion occurred. The man opened his eyes in fear and said that he told him to dig. Looking straight ahead, he thought, but not to cause an explosion. Opening his eyes wide, Bill said that he knew that hunters have superhuman strength, but how can a person be that strong? Grinning, the hero said, well, the pit is ready, so what now? He threw the material up. Looking at it, the man said that he'd better go home. Grinning, Nick said that he came to help, to which the protagonist asked what could help move the building materials. Holding the material in his hands, he asked what these were. The guy looked at him in amazement, and asked that he couldn't even move it. Frowning, he added, okay, he'll see who's who. The building materials began to fall to the side. They fell on the guy. Looking at him, the hero asked what happened. He was crushed. The blue sky appeared. It was heard that a hunter of his level should not be so weak, he should practice. Bending over, the protagonist asked what hurt so much, said that he should let him look. Opening his eyes wide, he thought that it was too hard. His right side was completely crushed. Raising his hand up, Alex said that well, he wasn't hurt badly, stop pretending, he was embarrassing himself. Looking at him, the guy replied that he wasn't pretending, he was in pain, he thought he needed to go to the hospital. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked why he needed to go to the hospital, let him just regenerate, to which Nick replied that it wasn't that easy if something was fused incorrectly. Pressing a needle on his neck, the protagonist asked what it was. Looking at the guy, he asked what was better now, to which Nick asked again what he had just done. Turning around, Alex replied that the broken body's energy channels were blocked. He pricked an acupuncture point and released the energy channel, to which the guy asked again, and he added that well, he thought that was what it was called. Raising his hand up, the hero said that okay, he would continue building, he should also rest and join in. He looked straight ahead. Turning around, the protagonist said that although no, let him wait, asked that nothing terrible would happen if he was crushed a couple more times. The guy looked at him in fear, hearing that they would not pull him like that, to which he asked what he was talking about. Holding the building material in his hands, Alex said that he would teach him to be strong, he would not receive such a lesson anywhere else. The guy raised his head and exclaimed. The hero smiled broadly and said that he was doing this so that he could become stronger. Looking straight ahead, he said that a little more work and that would be enough. The thought occurred that he thought it would take 2 weeks, but it only took 3 days. A scream was heard behind him. Lying on the ground, the guy asked for help, to which the protagonist asked that he had now injured the other side. Stretching his hand to the side, Alex asked that he really couldn't be more careful, to which Nick replied that he was going to die now. He pressed the needle on his neck. Closing his eyes, the guy said that by the way, he was afraid, he wasn't much help, to which the hero replied that he was helping, thanks to him he had coped much faster. Grinning, he added that maybe it wasn't noticeable now, but he was becoming much stronger, to which Nick said that with each regeneration he seemed to increase his power. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that although slowly, he was gradually learning. A glow was flying around the guy. A thought arose that although he didn't look like Ashley, he was glad that Nick was gradually mastering Tai Chi. Looking straight ahead, Alex thought that this was a power that could not be fully studied, even if he had S-level talent. Although he was not far from Ashley, he still almost did the impossible, considering that he only had a plus level, but still Nick. Smiling, he added that he didn't think that thanks to super regeneration he would be able to do it. Every time he got injured, divine magic healed him. It's a pity that the power of Tai Chi can't be forcibly introduced into the body. Putting his hand on his side, the hero thought that they say that if the body is weak, then the head suffers, and Nick had made considerable progress in 3 days, growing from level B to B+. Looking at the phone, he said that it seemed that he was very mistaken, and then thought that his mastery in divine arts had also grown. A notification appeared on the phone. The thought appeared that this was enough to at least slightly alleviate Mary's illness. Perhaps he would be able to pump up the skill even more. Grinning, the protagonist thought that he would experiment with potions, thinking that it was worth trying to give them to her. Falling to the ground, the guy said that he was asking to save him, to which he thought that maybe that was enough for today. Taking the material in his hand, Alex turned to the guy. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he would finish building the house himself, so let him rest. Smiling, the hero said that according to Hephaestus, it really was cozy here. Looking up, Nick asked that he really built it himself, to which the protagonist replied that he had seen it himself, and he added that it was true. Alex looked at the notifications in amazement, and thought that the skill level had immediately increased so much. Raising his eyebrows, he added that from building a house, if he continued to build and destroy, then the skill would reach 100%. Smiling, the hero thought that by building a house, he did not want to look for materials again, and the guy asked when the housewarming party was. Looking at him, the protagonist asked again, to which Nick replied that since he had built a new house, he should celebrate it. Putting his hand to his face, Alex said that indeed, he should call his loved ones, and then thought that no, there were people who helped with the construction of the house. Grinning, he asked what would help him throw a party, to which the guy replied that of course, and when was he going to celebrate. Looking up, the hero said that, well, if you take into account the time to prepare, in about 3 days. Smiling, Nick replied that they would see each other in 3 days, he would tell his sister, to which the protagonist asked that he would just leave. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he would buy him something, then eat it, to which the guy said no need, let him cook a lot of delicious food for the housewarming. Smiling, Alex asked why he ran away so quickly. He was afraid that something would fall on him again. The building appeared. It was heard that who else should be invited to the housewarming. Someone could come without an invitation. He thought Mary and Fener would be enough. The door opened slightly. It was heard that it was Bill. Sitting at the table, the girl asked how the construction of the house was progressing, how things were going there in general. The man lowered his head and said, well, construction. Nicole looked at him in amazement when he said that the construction was completely finished, to which she asked again. Standing in front of her, Bill replied that it was just like that, finished. In fact, they didn't even need his help. The girl's eyes widened and she asked him what he meant by the house being built, but didn't he say that the construction had only started 3 days ago? Frowning, the man replied that it was, he had done it all with his bare hands. Waving his arms, he added that he was flying as he dug up the ground like soft tofu, to which Nicole asked what he was even talking about. Lowering his head, Bill said that he didn't really know either. Looking straight ahead, the girl wondered what the hell he was even doing. Looking around, Mary exclaimed, to which the hero asked her what she liked. Smiling, she replied that it was just cool, it really was their house for real. Waving her arms, the girl said that the ceilings were so high and the living room was so spacious, there were so many rooms, it didn't look like their old house at all. The hero grinned when he heard that he liked it, to which he thought that she really liked it that much. Looking at him, Mary asked that didn't he say that they were going to have a housewarming party, to which the protagonist replied that he invited someone. Taking his hand, the girl replied that they would go then, to which he asked what was going where, and she added that she would buy food for the guest table. Alex looked at her in surprise and asked that she was going to cook herself, she would definitely be fine, and then thought that although Mary was a good cook, her physical condition. Closing her eyes, the girl replied that everything was fine, she knew how to cook. Looking at her, the hero responded approvingly, and then thought that maybe it was because she had been treated at the SH hospital, her complexion had improved, and she looked great. The buildings appeared, it was heard that they would go faster, and Fener with them. Sitting at the table, the guy was pronouncing the hero's name. Lowering his head, he thought that he had destroyed the Pandemonium branch in Seoul, disrupted the plan for the mass production of Illegal Awakened, which had been in preparation for several years. Frowning, Joe asked where he was. Looking at him, the guy replied that he would find out, to which he had said that he should tell him. Suddenly he looked at him in amazement, and asked that he really wanted to meet him himself. Stretching his hand forward, Charlie said that the director himself, if he went, the director of the inspection would notice, it was too dangerous. Gritting his teeth, Joe replied that this was the second time Alex had attracted his attention, so let him tell him where he was. Standing next to him, the guy said that it was better to leave it to him. Jake grinned and asked why he was shooting a cannon at sparrows. Gritting his teeth, Joe replied that he shouldn't deal with him, it was not the time to waste time, he could handle him himself. Smiling, the guy said that if he said so, then he was resigning, but Joe looked at him in amazement, hearing that it looked like they had a problem. Looking straight ahead, he asked what that meant, to which Jake replied that well, didn't he smell it? It was the stench of the inspection department's bloodhounds. Suddenly, a blow was heard. It was said that it was a stupid pun. A glow appeared around the guy and he said that he would not repeat it twice, to which he apologized. Bending over, Jake said that they needed to find a suitable person as a victim for the resurrection. It seemed that the inspection had become too lively. William had already realized this. The guy gritted his teeth, hearing that the inspection had interfered with him, because he personally participated. Joe looked at him in amazement, hearing that this is why he came to him, the leader. Only he can stop William. To which he thought that the plan to create Illegal Awakened is just a stepping stone for the work they are preparing. Looking straight, he added that the inspection will most likely find out about it too. Putting a hand on his shoulder, Joe said that Mark, this guy attacked him too. Frowning, he asked that he would definitely cope, to which Jake asked again that he was comparing him to Mark. Smiling, he added that he should just leave everything to him. The hero looked at him in amazement, and exclaimed. Looking at the table, he asked why she had prepared so much, to which the girl replied that well, they are expecting guests. She smirked, hearing that but hadn't she overdone it too much, to which Mary replied that it was better to have some left than not enough. Holding the bowl in his hands, Archie barked, to which the protagonist asked what he wanted to eat too. Gritting his teeth, he thought that no, there would be nothing left for the guests, and then apologized. The wolf lowered his head, and Alex said that they would cook separately for him. Looking to the side, the girl asked what and when the guests would arrive. Looking at his phone, the hero replied that he told them to come to dinner. It seemed like they should already. Suddenly, a notification appeared on his phone. Smiling, the protagonist said that it looked like someone was coming any minute. Nick closed his eyes and said that they had arrived. Looking at them, Alex asked what was in the bag, to which the girl replied that they were having a housewarming party. They couldn't come empty-handed. Looking around, she asked if they really built everything themselves, and Nick said that he should forgive them if they were late, to which the hero replied that no, they were just in time. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that thank God, because his sister was messing around for so long, he already thought that they would be the last ones to arrive, to which Angela asked what and with what she was messing around. Raising his hand up, Nick said that she said that since they were going to Alex's house, she was obliged to look beautiful, to which the girl asked when she had said such a thing. Grinning, Angela said that he should not pay attention to his words, because he was an idiot. The hero laughed, hearing that she was pretending to be an idiot because she was ashamed of herself, whether he would shut up or not. Grinning, the girl said that she was glad to see them. She was Alex's younger sister. Her name was Mary. Looking at her, Angela asked that she was a younger sister, to which the girl answered approvingly. Closing her eyes, she said that it was nice to meet you and introduced herself, and Nick said that he was glad to see her. Smiling, he said that he was Alex's friend. His name was Nick, to which Mary replied that she was also very pleased. Looking at Archie, the girl asked again. Suddenly the wolf rushed forward. It was heard that he was so cute. Grinning, the hero thought that if he thought about it, then the Fener became like this when Mary saw him. Looking away, the girl said that Nate said that he could not come. She thought he was busy with the work that he wanted to demonstrate at the seminar. Grinning, the protagonist answered that he called him, asked why this seminar was so important to him. Putting her hand to her face, Angela said that the seminar was a competition of blacksmiths. Blacksmiths from all over the world gather there. In fact, that's true, there is even a prize for the winner. Alex looked surprised and asked again, to which she replied that yes, and also the technique that he learned from him, he wants to demonstrate it too. Stretching her hand forward, the girl said that the size of the prize changes. This time the master himself will give the prize to the winner. Smiling, the hero asked what Master Sean himself was, said that although Nate would probably go crazy. Turning around, he said that he should wait a minute. A notification appeared that an unknown object was approaching. The door opened slightly. It was heard that Amanda had arrived. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked how he knew she was here. Standing in front of her, the protagonist answered that there was a way, asked that she came alone, and where was her mother, to which Amanda replied that her mother could not come because of work, so she came alone. Closing his eyes, he said that it was a pity, it would be great if she came too, and the girl said that they had not seen each other for a long time. How was she doing? Walking forward, Mary said that everything was fine, asked when they last saw each other, to which Amanda replied that she thought almost a year, and she asked why so long. The girl opened her eyes in amazement, and asked that he invited all the guests to the housewarming on the same day. Alex looked at her, and said yes, but shouldn't it be like this, and then thought he'd never been to a housewarming party, so he didn't know how to do it right. Putting her hand to her face, Angela said no, that wasn't it, just how to say it. An unknown object notification appeared. Looking at the corpses, the guy said Pandemonium people. Gritting his teeth, Steve asked what the hell happened here and what was going on in this town. Frowning, Kai said the search was over, to which he asked if there were any survivors. Steve gritted his teeth and said crazy bastards. Standing in the middle of the field, he asked what they found, if there was anything unusual, to which the guy said there was something, he didn't know why, but only men died. The moon appeared, it was heard that there were no dead women. Why? He was never able to figure it out. How does he know? Joe intervened. Looking away, Steve said that yes, in such a meat grinder to survive is a blessing, asked where the director was, to which Kai replied that he was chasing Joe. Taking a step forward, the man said that he was here. Looking at him, the guy asked what was wrong with Joe, to which the director replied that he had lost him. He was much stronger than he thought. Suddenly, he began to fall down. Looking at him in surprise, Steve asked that he was okay, to which William replied that he was just dizzy. How awkward. The guy looked at his bloody hand in amazement. Lowering his head, William said that everything was okay, let him not tell anyone. Smiling, he added that if the director of the inspection would behave like that after an attack by a criminal, society would start to worry. Closing his eyes, the man said that everything was okay with him. Looking at the guy, the employee turned. Gritting his teeth, he asked that he was okay, to which Joe asked again what happened. Charlie looked down and said that thanks to him the ritual was not interrupted, to which he was asked what the inspection bureau found out about him. Standing next to him, the guy answered that no, thanks to him they managed to completely hide the ritual. Grabbing his face, Joe thought that William, they first encountered him like this, it seems he underestimated him. Smiling, he said that it was stupid, he had to pay with his left eye. Closing his eyes, the hero said that Jessie came, to which she said hello. Looking to the side, the girl told the guys to say hello. Smiling, the protagonist said that they were welcome, let them come in. The people exclaimed in amazement, and the boy said that the house was so cool. With wide eyes, he asked that they could also live in such a house, to which the girl asked again, and the girl asked how much such a house cost. The children asked each other how much the house cost. Looking at his hands, the boy asked what $1 million was, said that for $1 million you can buy so much chicken. Looking away, he added that Alex is so rich, to which Jessie said that what is he talking about. Lowering her head, she said that he should forgive him, he is still little and does not understand, to which the protagonist replied that everything is fine. Gritting his teeth, he thought that it seems like everyone has already arrived. Only Nate and the landlady could not come, and then said that the rest. Alex grinned and said that it looks like everyone is here so they will go inside, and then thought that he is unlikely to come. He invited him out of politeness. But no, he will not come. Looking away, the girl asked that he has not bought everything for the house yet, to which the hero replied that yes, he recently finished construction, he made a table and chairs quickly. A question was heard that he made them himself. He exclaimed in surprise, looking at the phone. Standing in front of him, the girl asked, didn't he say that everyone had already arrived? To which the protagonist asked again, what was it? Frowning, the guy asked where he was. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he was in the house, to which he was told that it seemed like he had invited friends to his house, but he didn't know for sure. Jake grinned and thought that it felt like he didn't even understand the situation he was in. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that it seemed like things could get worse, asked what he was going to do. Clenching his fist, Jake replied that he would kill them all. There was a crowd of people standing in front of him, and they heard everyone get ready. Standing in front of the hero, the girl asked, didn't he say that everyone had already arrived? To which he replied, well, yeah, who could it be? The people sat silently at the table. The girl lowered her head. Amanda frowned. Mary closed her eyes and asked why the atmosphere was like that, to which the hero replied that he thought they should take matters into their own hands. Smiling, he asked if maybe he should introduce everyone, and said that he would start. Standing up, the protagonist said that as they all knew, he was Alex, and the girl said that she was the younger sister. Her name was Mary. Closing her eyes, the girl said that Amanda, she was the daughter of those who owned this house. Angela introduced herself with wide eyes, and Nick replied that he was her younger brother, he helped Alex, he was his cameraman. Looking down, Jessie introduced herself, saying that she was a video editor and film editor. Stretching her hand out to the side, she added that these were her younger brother and sister. Carolina frowned and said that she was the head of the inspection squad at the Seoul branch of the bureau. Looking straight ahead, Ashley said that she was the master of the SH Hunters Guild. Looking at them, the hero thought that he had invited them out of politeness. Who would have thought that they would actually come? Closing her eyes, Mary said that that was enough, let them eat. Looking at the food, the girl asked what she could eat, and the boy said that he would eat stewed beef ribs. All to which Jessie replied that they should not eat everything. Grinning, the protagonist replied that everything was fine, that was what they cooked for, and Mary added that yes, she tried so hard. The house appeared, it was heard that it was simply delicious, let him try it too. Smiling, Angela said that God, there was no need to rush, by the way, about their gift, and Nick said that he would show it now. Opening the box, they said that they had prepared the ogre tendons. Looking at him, the girl asked what it was, did he like it? To which Alex replied that it was just what he needed, and then thought that he had just finished building the house and was going to start making weapons. Smiling broadly, he asked if it was too generous for a housewarming gift, said that each hair cost 100 million won. Looking at him, Angela replied that it was, but actually, it was not just a gift, to which the hero asked what it was. Closing his eyes, Nick said that he had saved him last time, so he wanted to at least somehow repay him, to which the protagonist replied that it was still too much, and the girl added that no, let him take it. Amanda grinned and said that now her gift would seem not good enough. She decided to give workbooks and materials for entrance exams. She thinks Mary should start preparing for entering university. She closed her eyes and added that she would help him pass his exams. There was a lot of work to do, to which Mary replied that thank you, she would work hard. Holding out the box, the girl said that this was from her, to which the hero asked if it was a camera, and she added that yes, the boss keeps saying that the camera is broken again. Holding the box in his hands, the protagonist thought that she remembered what he said in the video. It was too generous of her. Grinning, he said that thank you, from now on he will only film with it. The guy clenched his fist, hearing that he should not think of breaking it, to which he replied that his mission would be to protect and guard this camera at the cost of his life. Lowering her head, Carolina said that she should forgive her. It was her first time at a housewarming party. She did not know that she needed to prepare a gift, she just wanted to see Alex. Looking at her, the hero replied that it was okay, thank you for coming. He looked in amazement, hearing an apology. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that she usually does. Ashley frowned and added that they give items for the home, right? Looking at her, the protagonist replied that yes, for everyday life, to which the girl said that here. Looking at the phone, Alex asked what it was, a carafe and sofa. Angela looked at him in amazement and asked what he said, a sofa is a carafe, to which he asked again. A room appeared, and it was heard that here, let them take a look. The girl looked at him in surprise and said that the sofa is a carafe and the wardrobe is a harivaton, to which the hero asked that they were expensive, and she answered that that was not the word, millions, if not billions. Looking at her, the protagonist said that no, how can furniture cost billions, to which Angela said that it is also almost impossible to get them. Looking at the screen, she added that only 10 such sofas are produced per year, and there are only 1,000 wardrobes in the whole world. It is sold only to VIPs. Gritting his teeth, Alex asked how the hell she managed to do it, to which Ashley replied that director Nicole is responsible for selling such furniture. She also chose the gifts. Pointing to the phone, the girl said that if she were him, she would take them anyway, maybe she could choose one, to which the protagonist said that he thought it would be difficult to choose. The girl's eyes widened and asked what she didn't like about the gift. The people looked at her in amazement. Carolina looked at him in bewilderment. The hero froze and asked what all of this was a gift. Gritting his teeth, he said that all of this furniture, cabinets, chairs, tables, a robot vacuum cleaner, refrigerators, washing machines, dryers. The protagonist's eyes widened and added that the dishwasher, TV, stereo system, iron, toaster, dressers, beds, blankets, pillows, mattresses, to which Ashley replied that yes, that's all. She looked around in amazement. Leaning against the refrigerator, the hero said that it was true. Looking at the products, he added that this is what SH Company stands for, and then thought that this was quite a housewarming gift. They really were living in different worlds. The protagonist asked, wide-eyed, that if you think about it, doesn't this look like a wedding dowry? Maybe she thinks that he and Ashley are dating. Smiling, Alex thought that for some reason it seems like it will only get worse, and then said that he doesn't know. Walking down the street, he added that maybe he just misunderstood. The hero looked at the notification in amazement, wondering if it was Nate or the landlady. He froze in surprise, seeing that aggressive magical power had been detected, switching to emergency mode. Frowning, the protagonist asked again. A bright explosion erupted in front of him. The guy asked with a disgruntled look where he was, and the plot introduced us to Mike, one of the leaders of Pandemonium. A man stood in front of him and assumed that he had invited friends to his home, but he did not know for sure. Mike chuckled at what he heard and thought that it felt like he did not even understand what situation he was in. The stranger looked at him and clarified what he would do. Mike, with a crazy look, said that he would kill them all. A crowd of enthusiastic people stood in front of him. Turning around, Alex read that an unidentified object was approaching and wondered who it could be. The guys were sitting at the table. They were scared. The protagonist's comrades did not say a word. Puzzled, Alex assumed that with such an atmosphere, he needed to take matters into his own hands. Holding the back of his head, the protagonist offered to introduce everyone. He said his name with a smile on his face, and Mary added that she was his younger sister, and also said her name. The girl closed her eyes and said that her name was Amanda and that she was the daughter of the people who owned the house. The kids excitedly said that their names were Angela and Nick, that she was the CEO of Soyan, and that he was her younger brother, who was Alex's cameraman. Shy Jessie looked down and said her name, noting that she was a video editor and film maker. She pointed at the children and said that they were her younger brother and sister. Caroline said with a serious expression that she was the head of the inspection squad at the Seoul branch of the bureau. Ashley sat next to her and said that she was the master of the SH Hunters Guild. Alex, dumbfounded, looked at the girls and reasoned that he had called them out of politeness and could not have thought that they would really come. Mary laughed and said that now they could start eating. The children were drooling in anticipation of the food. Sitting opposite Jesse, the main character said that everything was fine and that was what they had cooked for. The night sky enveloped the building. Nick reached into his pocket to take out the gift he and Angela had prepared. The guy placed a box on the table, inside of which were ogre tendons. The joyful protagonist said that this was just what he needed, after which he thought that he had just finished building the house and was going to start making his weapon. Closing his eyes, Alex asked if this was too generous for a housewarming gift, noting that each hair cost 100 million won. Angela waved her hand and replied that it was not just a gift. Embarrassed, Nick said that the protagonist saved him last time, so he wanted to repay him somehow. Amanda held the documents in her hands and said that now her gift would seem not good enough. She decided to give him workbooks, materials for the entrance exams. She thought that he should start preparing for entering the university. With a smile on her face, she said that she would help Mary pass the exams and they had a lot of work to do. Embarrassed, Jessie handed over the box and said that it was her camera. The boss kept saying that the camera was broken again. Taken aback, the protagonist thought that Jessie remembered what he was talking about in the video. This was too generous of her. Smiling, Alex thanked her, noting that he would now only film with it. Clenching his hand into a fist, Nick declared that his mission would be to protect and guard this camera with his life. Carolina looked down and said that it was her first time at a housewarming party, and did not know that she needed to prepare a gift. She just wanted to see Alex. The protagonist looked at her and replied that there was nothing wrong with that and thanked her for coming. She apologized with a sad look. Ashley held her chin. She frowned and asked if it was true that they usually give home items. Puzzled, Alex replied that it was so, for everyday use. Looking at the phone, the protagonist asked about Karafni's sofa. A dumbfounded Angela asked again if he had said a sofa was a Karafn. A scream could be heard in the room. Angela was standing next to Alex and screaming that such furniture was worth billions. The protagonist looked at her and asked how furniture could cost billions, to which he received the answer that it was also almost impossible to get them. She looked at her phone and told him that only 10 such sofas were produced per year, and there were only 1,000 wardrobes in the whole world, and they were sold only to VIPs. Ashley was sitting at the table and said that director Nicole was responsible for selling such furniture, and she had also chosen the gifts. Pointing her finger at the phone, Angela said that if she were him, she would have taken them anyway. He could choose one. Taken aback, the girl asked if he didn't like the gift. The guys were surprised. Carolina was shocked. An exhausted Alex asked if all of this was a gift. He frowned and said that all this furniture, cabinets, chairs, tables, a robot vacuum cleaner, refrigerators, washing machines, dryers. Ashley looked at him and said that this is all. Ashley began to look at the dumbfounded boys. He put his hand on the freezer. Looking at the ice cream, Alex thought that this was an amazing housewarming gift. They really did live in different worlds. Taken aback, the protagonist wondered if this looked like a wedding dowry. He sheepishly assumed that Nicole thought that he and Ashley were dating, and for some reason he thought that things would only get worse. Walking down the street, Alex came to the conclusion that maybe he just misunderstood everything. Looking at his phone, the protagonist received a notification that an unknown object was approaching. The protagonist stood quietly on the street when he read that aggressive magical power was detected, switching to emergency mode. He was horrified. A powerful explosion was heard in front of him. A crowd of warriors gathered in front of the main character's house. The guy held his fist in front of his face and said that Alex had a nice house, and the plot introduced us to Jake, a top-level performer of Pandemonium. Standing behind the bandits, he ordered the house to be destroyed. The man began to rip the door open. He began to shake. Holding his head, Jake said that he couldn't believe that these idiots were also in Pandemonium. He grabbed a spear. The spear was surrounded by a red aura. Looking at the building, Jake reasoned that they were attracting attention from the surrounding people. Perhaps people from the bureau would be sent there. Swinging the spear, the guy thought that he had to make it before they arrived. A powerful blow was heard. Leaving from there, Jake ordered to finish quickly. Turning around, the bandits addressed him. Frowning, the guy asked what else they wanted. There was a soft dent on the door from the blow. Stunned, Jake asked who else it was. Carolina held a katana in her hands and said that the criminals attacked a private house too openly. The dumbfounded man said that she was the commander of the Soul Guards. The girl lowered her head and noted that ordinary criminals do not attack so openly. They simply would not have the courage. It seems that they came there with some purpose. An enraged Carolina clarified whether they were from Pandemonium. Nick stood behind her and asked who else they were. Jake was taken aback by what he saw. His gaze fell on Ashley. He asked with a frightened look why she was there. Turning around, the man asked what they should do, while Jake reasoned that it was dangerous to touch SH Group in Korea. He bit his lip and emphasized the fact that he could not retreat now. With a smile on his face, he ordered to kill everyone except Ashley. The bandits rushed at the guys. Nick began to look around. Carolina wounded one of the criminals. Covering Nick with her body, She screamed that these were criminals from Pandemonium, and there was no time to explain why they were there. She rushed into battle. The girl suddenly jumped up. She swung for a powerful attack. Carolina killed the bandit with one swing. Nick watched in shock. The girl moved quickly and continued killing guys. A drop of sweat ran down Nick's face. Ashley cut the bandit's neck. She made a powerful series of attacks and put the katana back in its sheath. A shocked Jake thought about how these girls could handle it together. Smiling, he said that he understood everything, and in his mind he noted that for the first time in a long time, something interesting was coming. A fire arrow was flying at Carolina. She managed to reflect it. Jake stood in front of her. Looking at the girl, the guy said that he did not think that he was so famous. He took a step forward. Directing a volley at Carolina, Jake asked her to try to reflect it. The guy laughed and asked if it was too hard for her. Caroline frowned, parrying the attacks. He made a series of attacks and suggested having some more fun. Nick, dumbfounded, thought that he didn't know what was going on there, but these were criminals who were trying to invade Alex's house. Watching Ashley, he assumed that she was busy too. He closed his eyes and noted that if he had known something like this would happen, he would have taken a shield with him. He suddenly frowned. He went back into the room. Nick was clearing the dishes from the table. Holding the table in his hands, the guy thought that since Alex made it, it could be used as a shield. He started to move towards the exit. Turning around, Nick noticed the girls asking what was going on there. Standing in front of them, the guy asked them to promise him that they would stay inside. Ashley continued killing the bandits. Nick rushed at Jake from behind. He noticed Nick. Jake directed fire energy at him and threw him aside. Nick began to cough up blood and noted that he was strong. Dodging the attack, the guy wondered when the bandit approached him. Dumbfounded, Nick came to the conclusion that Jake was too fast and he could not dodge. The bandit cut off his hand. Carolina suddenly turned her gaze. The criminal kicked the guy, saying that he was a lot of trouble. Nick flew to the side. Swinging his spear, Jake wished him death. A stream of fiery energy rushed towards the guy. Ashley suddenly came to the rescue. Their blades crossed. There was a smirk on the bandit's face. Looking at her, Jake said that she had good skills and a good sword. He happily emphasized the fact that, however, she was still a child. Standing in front of Ashley, Jake thought that the acceleration allowed him to rise to his level in Pandemonium. This is his skill. There were clots of blue energy in his body. While the bandit reasoned that speed and incredible visual acuity were his specialty, not only thinking accelerates, even the speed of cognition increases, thanks to the acceleration of hormones and metabolism. What is happening around him slows down, as if in slow motion. He watched Carolina. Swinging his spear, Jake noted that he can easily overcome the speed of sound, this world that moves at his pace. Everyone except him moves like snails. Jake thought with a smirk on his face that in a world where everyone is standing still, the only one who can move is him. He was suddenly taken aback. The guy imagined a demon behind him and thought that an alarm sounded in his head, a feeling that if he did not run away now, he would die. A bright blue flash sounded behind him. Jake turned around. There was an explosion. The bandit flew to the side. He wondered with a frightened look if he had managed to dodge. Frowning, the guy emphasized that it was simply impossible, because in this world he was a god. A bag of groceries fell in front of him. Alex lowered his hand and said that he had dropped all the ice cream. He was putting the ice cream in a bag and asked who Jake was anyway. Looking around, the protagonist clarified what was going on there. Nick approached him. The dumbfounded protagonist asked why he was holding the table and where his left hand had gone. Turning around, Alex assumed that he understood what was going on there. Carolina stood behind him and screamed that it was Pandemonium. Enveloped in a blue aura, Alex assumed that they had not understood the first time. Jake was horrified. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist said that he would have to repeat himself, and that they should not have messed with him. He stood in the middle of the street, and said that they all should not have stuck their noses in there. His eyes started glowing red and he said that they shouldn't have messed with him. Sitting on the ground, Jake thought that he was sure that it was Alex. Jake remembered how an enraged Chuck said that it was better not to mess with the protagonist, he had already hurt people. A powerful aura enveloped the protagonist. The guy got to his feet and said that he had already heard that Alex was fighting with his comrades. There was a smile on his face. The bandit showed him the middle finger and said that he had failed to kill him with one blow, he would soon regret it. The red aura began to spread from Jake. The bandit imagined the hand of a clock and noted that the world had slowed down. He reasoned with a mad look that this world was subject to him, only he could move there. Alex's blow flew into him. He cried out in pain. Jake began to cough in pain. The protagonist continued to press him. Turning around, the bandit wondered how the protagonist could move. Watching Alex swing his fist, Jake wondered how he had broken through to the ultra-fast world. He was horrified. The bandit stopped and noted that it was impossible. He charged his spear with energy. Alex's fist met the tip of the spear. Jake was shocked. His hands began to shake and he thought he had hit it right. The protagonist was walking towards him. Standing in front of him, the criminal reasoned that this was just ridiculous. He asked with a frightened look if he could not catch up with the protagonist in his world. Alex's eyes were shining brightly. Frowning, Jake noted that it was not just the speed. The protagonist swung his fist, while the criminal reasoned that it was an irresistible force that he could not bear. The leader was right. Stunned, Jake came to the conclusion that he could not defeat Alex. A picture of a wounded body appeared in his mind. Gritting his teeth, the bandit came to the conclusion that he had to run, otherwise there was no way to survive. The protagonist was running towards him. Ashley and Caroline watched the fight in amazement. Nick was confused, thinking that he couldn't make out anything, not a single movement. They saw many blows around them, while Nick thought that this fight, which he should see with his own eyes, was completely indistinguishable. Jake flew to the side. He was stained with blood and said that Alex was a monster who was getting faster and faster. He noted with a frightened face that even he couldn't be that fast, but he couldn't give up. A red aura covered his body. The protagonist was moving towards him. A powerful red beam flew past the bandits. Alex quickly walked forward. He frowned and wondered if this was all because of his friends. The protagonist opened his mouth and sighed. Red energy was hovering in front of him. The protagonist entered it. Caroline stood behind him and called out to him. She said with a serious expression that Jake should not be killed. Without turning around, Alex replied that he knew this, but he could not promise anything. His eyes began to glow even brighter, and he added that he could not control this power. The protagonist stopped and thought that until now they had only competed in speed. Without realizing it, he was limiting himself. Alex remembered the battle with Jake and emphasized the fact that he realized this. Watching how this guy uses his ability, not only speed, he expanded the concept of speed. You can speed up the entire body. A green aura surrounded him, and he thought that this is the same as a divine skill. Breaking stereotypes about speed, he erases his subconscious limitation. Alex closed his eyes. Green clots of energy appeared in his body. He looked at the moon. Looking at the terrain, the protagonist thought that a night breeze was blowing. A picture of a moving planet appeared in his imagination, and he emphasized the fact that everything in this universe is subject to time. Closing his eyes, the protagonist added that this is a world where they feel every second of 24 hours. He stood quietly and reasoned that even if you speed up by 1.5 times, everything will already change. Everything in the world slows down, even the sound seems to hang in the air. Introducing Jake, the protagonist noted that if you speed up almost twice, which is quite achievable, you will get a world accelerated to the limit. Streams of green mana hovered around him, and Alex noted that this is a world inaccessible to other people. His face was serious. The image of Hermes appeared around him, and the protagonist stated that he also has a divine skill. He calmly noted that this is the world of the present moment. His eyes began to glow. He saw a running bandit. The dumbfounded guy turned around. Alex swung his fist behind his back. Turning around, Jake called him a monster. A powerful blow was aimed at his stomach. The protagonist landed on the ground. Behind him was the outline of a deity. Alex looked at his phone and said that in just one use, almost 9% had been added. He remembered how he had made a quick dash and assumed that now he could at least somehow control the super speed. Now at least the surroundings were not affected. The puzzled protagonist emphasized that this was not even the maximum speed, but 10%. It seemed that even Hercules could not catch up with Hermes. He said exactly that. Waving his hand in front of Carolina, who was walking towards him, Alex said that he almost killed the guy. The girl stood in front of the wounded Jake. She thanked the protagonist with a frightened look, noting that he tried very hard. Inspecting many corpses, Alex said that she had had a hard time, and he was very grateful for protecting everyone while he was gone. Looking back, the protagonist thought that working as a guard, she probably encountered such situations hundreds of times. It was unlikely that this was a problem for her. Standing in front of Nick, Alex said that he seemed to be fine, because his arm had safely grown back. The protagonist turned his gaze to Ashley and wondered if she was okay. Turning around, the protagonist reasoned that everything was fine on the outside, but she was probably experiencing something like this for the first time. Looking down, Alex noted that this must have been a real shock for her. Ashley folded her trembling hands while the protagonist reasoned that fighting monsters and fighting people were completely different things, especially for the first time. Alex looked at her and added that this applies even to a genius, although Ashley always looked emotionless, like a robot. In fact, she is still a young fragile girl, a teenager. It is just hidden behind her talent as a genius and SH group. Holding her chin, Alex emphasized the fact that Ashley came to the housewarming for the first time in her life. The girl blushed when she heard words of gratitude from the protagonist. She looked down from the words that if it were not for her, the guys would have suffered. The protagonist took her hand and said that if she also fought Pandemonium, it would happen again in the future. If she was not ready, it was better to give up right now. Ashley looked at him, puzzled. Alex thought with a serious expression that it was great to fight and win, but sometimes retreat could be the beginning of the path to victory. An image of an old man appeared in his imagination, and the protagonist thought that Confucius said that when they decide not to do something, it is not a failure or avoidance, it is a choice in favor of another opportunity. Their spiritual growth should not be unattainable. Smiling, Alex asked not to try to always win and not to give in to emotions. Ashley was surprised by the words that in fact she is the most important. The protagonist took her hand. Putting her hand on her chest, the girl thanked him. Standing in front of her, the protagonist reasoned that she simply had little experience yet. If she did not get upset and did not give up when faced with such a thing, then one day she would become a hunter known throughout the world. Alex added with a satisfied look that until then she should develop her skills while being safe. This is what he should provide as a teacher. For this he receives 10 billion a month. Holding his head, the protagonist imagined a mountain of gold. The inspection bureau arrived at his house. Alex said goodbye to his friends and noted that the housewarming ended in confusion. Fortunately, none of the guests were hurt. Everyone returned home safely. Standing behind Archie, the protagonist reasoned that the guys from Pandemonium could not even enter. Even if they had gotten in, the dog would have dealt with them. Looking after his comrades, Alex thought that he was grateful to them, but he was sorry that he dragged them into all this. Carolina. Louise held the documents in front of her and said that the information was confirmed, that they were all members of Pandemonium. She added with a calm look that every single one of them was wanted. Holding her chin, the girl asked what they would do with the surviving bandit, to which she received the answer that they would finish him off. The protagonist was taken aback by what she heard. The guy closed his eyes and said that if they left him alive, he would still start killing again. Innocent people would suffer, so it was better for them to get their hands dirty. Puzzled, Alex emphasized in his mind that he now understood why the inspection bureau was called Butchers. Carolina approached him and told him that the name of the guy who attacked him was Jake. He was one of the lower-level leaders of Pandemonium, after which she clarified whether the protagonist would mind if they interrogated him. Smiling, Alex replied that he did not mind. After all, this was their job. The protagonist looked after the agents and mentally wondered if he should interrogate him himself or leave it to the professionals. Turning around, the protagonist asked Carolina to tell him if she found out where Pandemonium was. Looking at him, the girl replied that she could tell him, but she didn't know why. Furious, Alex said that they ignored the first warning and he needed to repeat it. Taken aback, Carolina accepted his request. She stood still and emphasized that another housewarming gift would be that their team would now constantly guard his house. The guys were surprised by Carolina's words. Looking at the trembling guys, Alex assumed that she had not discussed this with the group and did not know whether it was possible to abuse her official position for personal gain. Inspecting the buildings shrouded in sunlight, Carolina said that one of their tasks was patrolling the territory. His house was under their jurisdiction. The girl calmly stated that Alex was now the target of Pandemonium, and the guards were obliged to protect citizens from any danger. The agents led away the wounded, while Carolina said that this was necessary in order to stop the chaos. Holding his chin, the protagonist decided to summarize that they believed that this way they could capture Pandemonium. Smiling, the protagonist asked if he understood correctly. Carolina stood in front of him and answered that this was approximately so, but first of all, it was a housewarming gift. Embarrassed, Alex said that since Carolina said so, he could not refuse. Looking at the blow left on the door, the protagonist thought that although he had built a house, it was still missing a lot. Although he did not let in the intruders, he could not scare them away. An enraged Archie appeared in his imagination and Alex added that he was not too worried because there was Fener, but you never know what could happen. If the guards constantly patrolled the territory, then he would be sure that Mary and the house would be safe. Alex shook Caroline's hand and said that he asked her for help. Closing her eyes, the girl thanked him. The puzzled protagonist noted that he should be the one thanking her, and she also knew how to smile, as it turned out. Caroline walked ahead of her team and said that now they had to finish with this place. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. He suddenly became indignant. Alex looked at his trembling hand and assumed that his bones were broken. The protagonist imagined Jake and came to the conclusion that he was stronger than he thought. Bandits appeared in his imagination and Alex noted that when he fought the previous opponent from Pandemonium, he easily dealt with him, and Jake broke his arm and cut off Nick's. They are on the same level, but different, like heaven and earth. Looking at his arm, the protagonist came to the conclusion that it was stupid to resist the spear with bare fists. He was lucky that he had superpowers. Stunned, Alex emphasized the fact that he would have been left without an arm at all. Remembering the battle, the protagonist added that if Jake managed to get him with a spear, he would have died. He imagined how the mysterious bandit stretches his hand towards him and added that soon Pandemonium will come to take revenge on him, which means that in the future he will have to deal with those who are stronger than Jake. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist assumed that he had reached his limit in a fight with bare fists. Images of various weapons appeared in his imagination and he said that now it was time to make himself a weapon. Imagining hands and teeth, the protagonist thought about how a man has a weak body, teeth, but not sharp nails, but you can't call them claws. The protagonist imagined a spear, thinking that he invented the weapon. Remembering how the stranger killed the tiger, he thought about how the man used wood, which was harder than his nails, and stones, which were harder than his bones. The guy imagined how people fought with a mammoth, thinking that he overcame his physical disabilities, using what nature gave him around him and gained a combat advantage over most animals. He hunted animals that he previously thought he would never defeat. Imagining a man with a spear, Alex thought about how a man reached the peak of the pyramid in the cruel wild nature. He was able to break free from the shackles of the food chain and become the main predator. The protagonist remembered the walls with weapons, thinking that it had been like this throughout human history. Weapons are also very diverse. Sitting in front of the furnace, the protagonist thought that maybe that was why he didn't know what to choose. The guy imagined an iron glove, thinking that it was the safest option, and said that he was better with martial arts than with weapons. He got up from the chair, thinking that besides, as Hercules said, the ideal armor is the one that makes you stronger. Picking up the iron from the flames, Alex thought about the glove again. The protagonist held the tongs, thinking that last time he used ogre tendons, but this time differently. The protagonist smiled and thought that his skill level of divine metallurgy was almost 6 times higher now. Even if he used the same ingredient, the result would be completely different. He raised his hammer and asked if it was time to start. The guy hit the iron. Alex hit the part with the hammer, thinking that he needed to find the perfect balance between plasticity and durability. The protagonist struck hard. Notifications popped up that he had made a good weapon. His skill level of divine metallurgy had increased slightly. The tired protagonist picked up the glove, asking if it was good. Remembering how she held the weapon, he thought about how Ashley paid a whopping 40 million won for such a glove and it was a disposable weapon. Even Hephaestus would appreciate it. The guy grimaced with delight and said that it was crazy. This one would probably cost more than 100 million, maybe he should sell it. Alex waved his finger and said that he couldn't do that, he wasn't in poverty right now. The main character was putting on the glove. Raising his hand, the protagonist thought that it was very comfortable. He almost didn't feel it. Cracks appeared on the glove. The guy was taken aback. He watched as the weapon split. Alex was sweating, confused. Looking at the fragments, the main character asked if it had really turned into dust. It was his 100 million. The protagonist said with a sad look that maybe he had done something wrong, although in that case he wouldn't have received a not bad rating. Why did that happen? Maybe the material was defective. Imagining a monster, he thought that the ogre's tendons were full of the creature's strength, and said that it was the strongest material in the world, capable of withstanding everything. He imagined a deity with great insight. Imagining Hercules, the guy thought that even the ogre's tendons could not withstand his strength, which meant that higher quality materials were needed. Alex put his hand to his chin and said that he needed a monster stronger than an A+ ogre. The protagonist cowered in panic, asking if there really weren't any. Imagining Hercules clenching his fist, the protagonist wondered if there was even a monster that could withstand his monstrous strength, if Hercules couldn't use any weapons. Frowning, he asked if that was true. The guy imagined Hercules wearing a helmet, thinking that, for example, he had a helmet made of a Nemean lion. Alex imagined his comrade fighting the beast, thinking that due to its extremely strong and thick skin, they say, the lion did not flinch even under Hercules' blows. Remembering how the god strangled his opponent, the protagonist thought that Hercules then rushed at the Nemean lion and strangled it for 30 days in a row, so he says. The protagonist imagined himself sitting in front of the man, thinking that, well, the lion had died and its body had begun to decompose. Raising an eyebrow, he said that all that was left was the scalp that Hercules had used to make a helmet, according to Hercules himself. The guy put his hand to the back of his head, saying that it meant that to create a weapon that could withstand Hercules' strength, you would need at least a Nemean lion, nothing special. Frowning, Alex asked where he would find one, and if he did, how he would catch it. The protagonist imagined himself running with a wounded arm, and assumed that it meant he would have to fight barehanded for the rest of his life. The man stood behind him, saying that he had been wondering why the light was on in the workshop, and that it was him. Nate held a bundle, asking if he had made weapons. The protagonist smiled confusedly, and replied that he had been unsuccessful. He burst into tears, saying that he could no longer use weapons, and that he should forget about it. The owner of the forge smiled and said that he didn't know what happened, but he clearly needed to cheer up. Let him look at the weapon he made. Looking away, Alex asked him again. The protagonist took out his sword, thinking that, as expected of him, he used not only his skill, but also the Hephaestus technique that he taught him. Picking up the weapon, the protagonist said that it looked great. He thought it was an order from some important person, specifying whether it was an S-class hunter. Nate looked at the surprised guy, answering that he would present this sword at the seminar. Imagining a smiling girl, Alex thought that this was the blacksmith seminar that they talked about last time. He definitely has something to show at the seminar, and said that this was probably a much more important competition than he thought. The man took the sword from him, answering that everything was correct. It was the most prestigious blacksmith competition in the world, but if he participated, he would probably win. Smiling, the protagonist asked if he could participate too. The blacksmith looked away and said that in order to participate, one must be a member of the World Blacksmith Association and have the appropriate qualifications, all of which requires a bunch of documents, and also the awakening, an ability must be confirmed. Smiling, the protagonist said that he couldn't do that, thinking that he was registered as unawakened, not to mention the ability. Crossing his arms, the guy said that he heard that there was a prize for winning. Nate smiled and said that it was just a symbol. This time it would be completely useless, because Master Sean himself would process it. Presenting a sparkling chest, Alex asked how that was. Would the master really process something useless? What would the prize be? Raising his finger, the man replied that it was called orichalcum. The protagonist imagined a glowing piece of metal and told us that it was discovered after the 5th Industrial Revolution. Due to its extreme strength, it is indestructible, and in its raw form it is much more familiar to them than in its processed form. Imagining the metal in the trash, the protagonist thought that a truly useless prize, no matter how noble it is just trash that cannot be processed. He heard that even Master Sean cannot process it. Nate grinned and said that this is what he meant, it is a kind of symbol. The guy smiled, thinking that the seminar, where blacksmiths from all over the world gather, does not know how skilled they are, but the man has every chance of winning. Alex was shocked and thought that this is a metal that is indestructible, which no blacksmith in the world has yet processed. Imagining orichalcum in flames, the protagonist thought that it should be called divine metal. He imagined the man swinging his hammer, thinking about the forging process of orichalcum. He was sure he had seen it before. The Mjolnir forged by Hephaestus was made of it. The protagonist clenched his flaming fist, thinking that maybe with SS-rank divine metallurgy it would work. Imagining the deity behind him, he thought that it was possible. Hephaestus made a bunch of weapons for the Bogos using orichalcum if he could get it. The boy looked up, thinking that he had to do this, but he couldn't participate in the seminar. He couldn't give up like that. Alex crossed his arms, thinking that he could participate under Nate's name, but he doubted the old man would allow it. The protagonist looked at the well, wondering what if he helped him win. The protagonist smiled and called his uncle. Standing in front of the blacksmith, he offered to make a deal. The guy watched his uncle swing and said that it was not so. Pointing his finger at the iron, Alex said that you need to hit at a different angle. This will maximize strength and endurance. The man picked up the hammer and asked if that was how it should be. He hit the metal. Putting his hand to his forehead, the protagonist said that he should listen to him. At the very end he should do it completely differently. The protagonist pointed his finger and said that it was necessary to go a little further. Couldn't he see it himself? He decided so because he only uses his mind. Grabbing his head, the guy said with displeasure that you need to use your senses, feel every centimeter of the metal, understand its structure. Alex raised an eyebrow and said that he simply never focused on it. If he were an ordinary person, he would not even suspect it. He was also awakened. Let him try. Nate anxiously closed his eyes and said that he seemed to feel something. The protagonist looked at the furnace and said that here is the point. Here you need to hit harder, and the uncle asked how much harder. Raising his fist, the protagonist replied that this way. A bright light appeared from the furnace. Taken aback, the man asked how he could repeat it. The guy put his hand on his shoulder and said that he told him he could do it if he kept trying. Let him try. The blacksmith confidently swung his hammer. He swung it quickly. Nate hit the iron. Frowning, Alex called his uncle. Touching his shoulder, the protagonist said that it was better to put the hammer down and start training. The protagonist imagined a smiling Hercules and said that in order to master the techniques he taught him, he should build up his muscles. The man rolled his eyes and said that there was less than a week left until the seminar. Even if he started training, it was unlikely to help. Raising his finger, the guy said that he doesn't have to worry. Everything will be great if he drinks a special potion that he made. He looked at the building and asked if there were any doping tests at the seminar. Alex watched his uncle do push-ups and count from 1. Nate drank the potion. The protagonist watched him lift weights and said that breathing is important, but that he shouldn't get hung up on breathing and try to keep up the pace. The man fell face down into the potion. Remembering all of Nate's training, the protagonist told us that he had been undergoing special training all week. The plot moves us to a week later, where the building was illuminated by the sun. Raising the hammer, the uncle said that everything was ready. The guy took the sword. He looked at him in surprise and said that it was amazing. Raising the weapon, Alex said that it was a real work of art, exactly matching his hand, as if it was made for him. Nate crossed his arms and said that the sword's hilt was made with the addition of the facial muscles of a doppelganger. The protagonist imagined the warrior standing in front of his copy and thought that the doppelganger was a monster that could take on the appearance of an opponent. Smiling, the protagonist thought about how he added the muscles of a doppelganger, so the sword's hilt changes shape depending on who holds it. He imagined Hephaestus and thought that the technique of implementing the monster's abilities into equipment was previously unavailable to ordinary people. Nate held the sword and said that he learned more in a week than he had in the last 20 years. Smiling, the guy thought about how he had made significant progress in 1 week, but in reality, he had advanced so much in just a week. Alex remembered how his uncle held the hammer, thinking that thanks to 20 years of experience, although not perfect, he learned the divine technology. The protagonist imagined the old man in the branches, thinking that Confucius once said that there are 3 important plants: plum, chrysanthemum, and bamboo. The protagonist smiled. He remembered looking at the root of the bamboo and asking how long it takes for it to grow, adding that until 5 years have passed, the bamboo will not take root. Imagining the leaves, the boy thought that, however, in 5 years, the shoots will finally appear. Alex imagined looking at the stalks, thinking that in 5 weeks the bamboo will grow to the sky, and wondering if it really grew in just 5 weeks or 5 years. Remembering Nate forging iron as a child, the protagonist thought that, of course, 5 years have passed already. The protagonist watched his uncle examine the sword, thinking that the growth of a person is also like the growth of bamboo. He looked at the many weapons, thinking that even if the results are not immediately visible, even if it seems insignificant to someone, there is value. The guy crossed his arms and continued his thought that the main thing is not to give up, it's time for a change. Alex scratched his head with a smile and said that he had nothing to do with it, he just helped a little. Let him not exaggerate his merits. All this is the result of his hard work. Frowning, the protagonist said that it was true. Nate burst into tears and thanked him. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked if he would present this sword at the seminar, if he thought that it would be enough, thinking that now all that was left for them was to wait for the will of heaven. The plot moves us to the Palais Garnier in Paris, where there were many people. We were told that this was a blacksmithing seminar, the Forgeron Forum, a scientific forum where blacksmiths from all over the world communicate and discuss their work. The host brought the microphone to his mouth and said that it was time to move on to the 51st Combat Forum. The main event was beginning. The spectators sat in the hall and listened to the first work presented, a sword made by Master Antonio. Smiling, the man asked his friend if he was the best master in Italy. The host removed the cloth from the weapon and said that the name of the work was Dragon's Breath. The stranger happily closed his eyes and said that it looked like Master Antonio. He would not disappoint. The guys were taken aback, hearing that it was crap. Frowning, the man asked who dared to say that. The old man sat silently on the throne. Sean leaned on his cane and asked discontentedly if they called it a work of art. The stranger stood up from his chair, clarifying whether it was too much to call it crap. Even if he was a master, how could you insult someone else's work? The old man examined the tip of the sword, saying that he added a pigment that dissolved in the metal, because if you just paint it, the paint will peel off. He stood up with a cane and said that because of this, it became fragile. It is unlikely that this weapon will last long, rather it will break after a couple of blows. Introducing the dragon, Sean said that if he really wanted to make a red weapon, he would have used the bones of a red wyvern or a red dragon. The craftsman grinned and said that it was not some kind of inaccessible material, but he did not do it, believing that he simply did not have the skills to use these materials. The old man hit the weapon with his cane and asked what kind of useless shape it was, whether such a handle made sense at all, whether it was useful in battle or just for beauty. The dumbfounded man stood in the hall, listening to how if the purpose of this work was simply to show off at the exhibition, then let it remain a work of art. Sean walked past the exhibits and said that everything was crap, garbage, only good for the trash. Looking away, he said that it was not bad, for one time. The host brought the microphone to his mouth and said that the work of a Korean master named Nate is called. Standing next to the weapon behind the glass, the man said that there was no name, an unnamed sword. The guy in the audience looked at him in surprise and said that it was a little strange. Sean dropped his cane. He suddenly coughed. Frowning, the master asked who made the sword. A voice came from the Hunter Bureau headquarters, asking if the master was coming to Korea. Taken aback, Sid asked why he was only talking about it now. The guy stood in front of him sadly, and replied that he had suddenly decided to come to Korea. The man put his hand to his chin, listening to him ask what he should do. Clenching his fist, Sid asked why he needed to go to Korea, when exactly he planned to come. He was taken aback to hear that according to rumors, the master had just arrived in Ikkian. The man stood up from the table and asked to cancel all the meetings scheduled for today. Extending his finger, Sid asked if he really thought this meeting with the congressman was so important, that he should just cancel everything scheduled for today without further ado, although no. He raised his fist and said that for the entire time that Master Sean was in Korea, everything had to be cancelled. The protagonist represented many people, thinking that the highest point a person could reach, the peak of his power, was an S-class hunter. There were few of them in the world, only 6 in Korea, but now. The white ogre stood in front of his opponent. He growled fiercely. The guy created a glowing ball. The monster was struck by many sparks. The burnt ogre screamed in pain. Adjusting his glasses, Oscar said that ogres usually couldn't resist lightning. He waved his staff and asked if he really had resistance to it. The guy snapped his fingers. Oscar watched as the flames enveloped the ball and activated an explosion. The monster burned in the fire. Watching the enemy fall, the guy said that there was no immunity to explosions. He stood in front of the girl, saying that there was no defense against blows either. Lena showed with her fingers that everything was fine and said that he understood that he wouldn't get the full amount if he ruined the material. Oscar looked at the corpses in the distance and asked if she had killed them all with one shot to the head. Raising a finger, he asked if she had heard the news that Master Sean was coming to Korea. The girl turned around and asked why he was suddenly going to Korea. Smiling, the guy said that no one knew. He had also heard it out of the corner of his ear before he came here. He didn't know what he was doing here, but maybe it was because of Ashley's gun. Lena put her hand on her hip and asked what was so special about her, adding that all you hear is Ashley and Ashley, but she is just a child, she doesn't even belong to the S-class. Oscar smiled and answered that everyone was children, she was not born an S-class hunter either, he was just telling the truth. The girl put her hand to her chest and asked if he thought she considered herself worse than this child. Standing in the clearing with her friend, the guy asked again if this was true, because last time she said that she was annoyed that Ashley got Sean's gun. Smiling, Oscar listened to her that it was a little annoying, why only Ashley got it, and answered that she was definitely jealous. The girl grimaced with displeasure and said that it was just annoying, as a newbie, she was given too much. Raising a finger, the friend said that now he did not know whether it was envy or jealousy. Lena imagined Stacy surrounded by flames and asked if he was jealous and envious of her, wasn't he constantly compared to her? Smiling, the guy answered that he thought Stacy was cooler than him, clarifying whether this was considered a type of jealousy. He looked after her, asking where she was going, and his friend answered that she was going away from him. Looking at the corpses, Oscar said that she abandoned the monsters she had hunted so hard, and thought that she was going to meet Master Sean, and most likely not only her, if Sean and other S-class hunters will see. The guy turned around and asked if maybe he should go then, because it would be great if he made him a new staff. The plot moves us to the SH Hunters Guild building, to the underground training ground, where the girl fought with an opponent. She pushed off the wall. The protagonist dodged the blow. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if it was dangerous. Imagining yin yang, he used the Tai Chi technique. Bright mana rushed forward. Ashley swung her sword. The guy dodged the attack and used the monstrous strength of Hercules. The flow of energy threw the rival back. Alex looked at his sitting friend and asked if she was okay. Picking her up by the arms, the protagonist said that he would look at the wounds. The protagonist frowned and said that he was sorry, because he did not mean to hit her so hard, thinking that even if nothing was broken, the shoulder was very swollen. Remembering how he fought with his friend, he thought about how her last attack was so strong that he accidentally used his superpower, although he tried to weaken the blow, but why did she say that everything was fine? Looking down, Ashley said that she was fine, because she tried to kill him. The guy smiled confusedly and thought that she tried her best. He thinks that she cannot defeat him, but is she too sure of this? She is much more talented. Looking at the ceiling, Alex asked to wait a minute and thought that she pays him so much for training, he must be stronger than her, otherwise. Healing mana appeared around the guys. The girl looked at the healed shoulder and said that it was incredible. The protagonist looked at the phone and thought that, by the way, I wonder why the level immediately increased by 3%, from the restoration of Nick's arm and leg was less, although there was something like copy-paste. The protagonist looked at her shoulder with alarm, thinking that or all because Ashley is the most gifted. Imagining a person in space, he thought that the human body is like a microcosm. Each person has his own universe and his own characteristics constitution. The guy imagined the glow in the galaxy, thinking that among the many constitutions there are some that are special in nature, extreme yin or yang delay of the 3 disasters, the body of the 5 elements, the body of the moon, the body of the 4 gods and so on. Among these talents there is a constitution called the heavenly body. Looking at Ashley's serious expression, Alex thought that she was a martial arts heavenly body. The energy of thousands of universes existed harmoniously in this constitution. She could easily withstand even divine power. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he did not understand why Ashley could cope so easily. He thought that she was just lucky. The protagonist imagined her closing her eyes and thought that when he healed her, he healed thousands of universes. It seemed that even healing a simple injury in such a body gives a good experience. He took 3 needles and said that he could move now, but just do not overdo it. The guy stood in front of the student, asking when, he said, the exam for promotion to S-class would be, and she answered that it was in a month, I think. Imagining the girl's photo and the headlines of the articles, Alex thought that the hot topic for discussion now was her exam for an S-class guard, whether she could become the 7th S-class hunter in Korea. The protagonist thought with a serious expression that it was the same with the housewarming. She tried hard before, but now she got so carried away that it was too much. Smiling, the protagonist asked her to take care of herself and not to get hurt before the exam, thinking that even if he said so, she still would not listen. The guy turned away and said that that was all for today, and she offered to go together. Ashley looked at him seriously and said that she was going to meet with Master Sean. Frowning, Alex asked why he suddenly came here. The protagonist smiled and thought that there was a blacksmith seminar. Did his uncle really win? Imagining the glowing metal, he decided that it meant that the orichalcum was his. The building was illuminated by the sun's rays and the protagonist thought that only a few days had passed, and he said that everything would last 2 months, which meant Sean came to Ashley. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that maybe he wanted to check her sword before the exam, and replied that he didn't think he should. Alex raised his hand and told her to go alone, thinking that of course he was a master of metallurgy. But he had divine metallurgy, so he would just be wasting his time. Meanwhile, the guys were standing in the room with monitors. The girl smiled and called out to Master Sean. Turning around, Mia said that he was finally here. SH Hunter Guild building, Ashley was walking down the stairs. Sean, getting out of the car, said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. With a smile on her face, Ashley asked the guy how he was doing. Closing his eyes, Sean said that he was just a blacksmith, to which the girl replied that they had prepared a celebratory dinner. Ashley, looking away in surprise, offered the man to rest, but he refused. The girl's eyes were looking at something in surprise. Sean, showing the sword, said that he wanted to meet the one who made it. After building the house, the hero began to live a normal life again, making videos for the channel. Creating something new, the main character understood that he was in raids in the dungeon, where he creates equipment from the materials obtained there. Alex began to remember his training with Hercules with displeasure. The system window showed the guy his number of subscribers. The main character looked at all the information in the system windows with a smile on his face, realizing that the number of viewers quickly increased after he uploaded a video on how to increase rank to A in 1 month. But the hero still did not understand why they clung to rank B. Thinking about the girl, the guy understands that she needs to be encouraged for such a good job. Warming up, he thinks that if everything is good on the channel, then soon he will become an A-class hunter. Looking up, the guy understood that he must make his equipment, because one day he can lose. The clock showed 4 o'clock. Remembering his partner, the hero hoped that he could examine him with divine healing if he broke something. Pressing the button, the hero said that he should first improve his divine metallurgy skill, and for this he needed to prepare the materials he had obtained. Thinking about battles, the guy knew that in fact, it was much easier for him to raid dungeons than to carry and store materials. Looking away, the guy thought that it would be nice for him to have something like a subspace pocket, since it can store an unlimited number of items, because a subspace pocket is not a weapon, something like magic. Subspace is several spaces connected by a portal or wormhole, a general term for space that is not part of our universe, so we can say that subspace pockets are a type of magic that allows you to use this space. Laughing and thinking about battles, the guy knew that only high-level magicians can use power, because even Hephaestus can't do them. His gaze thoughtfully looked down. Imagining power, the hero thought that Hermes' super speed and the power of divine magic increased several times, to which Hercules said that it could be called a power that surpasses all conceivable human power. Thinking about magic, the guy understood that if he added the power of godhood, it might be possible to increase the power of the gods even more, and then with the help of the metallurgy of the gods, it would be possible to do something similar. With a smile on his face, the hero thought that then he would be able to cast a spell on his weapon or be able to create subspace pockets. Standing on the street, the hero decided to try the power that would help pump up the skill of divine metallurgy. Looking at his phone, Alex thought about whom to choose, because in order to strengthen, an incredibly strong person is needed. Suddenly, an idea came to the guy. Alex decides to choose Osiris's wife in surprise, as this is the famous Mother Mountain goddess of magic Isis, so it will help all skills. Looking up, the hero thought that he needed to understand what sides of personality she develops. Holding the phone in his hands, the guy decided to ask Hercules, despite the fact that he does not think anything about magic. Someone began to enter the door. The guy, standing with his back to him, thought who it was. Ashley stood behind him, the hero. Looking forward in surprise, Alex did not understand where she was from. Sean, standing near the hero, began to smile. Alex, looking at Sean, did not understand why he was here. Ashley looked at Sean in surprise, wondering if it was really him. Ashley thoughtfully remembered how Alex told her about the glove from the S-rank dungeon. Alex, wide-eyed, continued to ask the hero why he was here. The man calmly looked forward and explained that he was here to meet Alex's uncle. The hero was very surprised. The girl, showing the sword, said that he was the creator of this sword. Looking at the weapon, the guy realized that he knew that Sean was a judge at the blacksmith seminar, and then flew to Korea to see his uncle. Alex, with a smile on his face, decides that his uncle won and now the orichalcum is theirs. Thinking about the weapons, the guy was glad that the armor could withstand his power, and he could make them. Alex says that his uncle is not here. Layla, looking at Sean, told him Alex's translation that their uncle is not here yet. The girl, looking at the guy, asked him how they could meet. Watching the news on his phone, Alex realized that he did not want to touch his uncle, but the orichalcum was an extreme case for them. While dialing his uncle on the phone, the man informed him that he would be there soon. Sean, looking at the hero, thanked the guy. Alex, looking slyly to the side, knew that he needed to get Orihulkin and then he would immediately start making equipment. While they were waiting, the hero decided to watch Isis's video. Isis, with a smile on her face, stated in the video that repairs were easy. Alex, smiling, recalls Jake's words that if something goes wrong, it cannot be fixed. Isis stands with the staff in her hand. With a smile on her face, the girl stated that if they were watching this video, they had problems with sexual function. Alex, looking at the phone in surprise, was shocked, because this was ancient magic and sacred history. Meanwhile, Isis continued to explain that the sexual function is sacred, because thanks to it, life is born and there is nothing to hide or be ashamed of. Sitting on the floor, the heroine said that men and women are very sad to lose this function, because her husband suffered from this, and she is familiar with it. Thinking about the girl, Alex thought that Isis had turned into a great fish of the abyss and swallowed Osiris's boyfriend. Alex, shocked, looking at his phone, said that Greek and Roman mythology was 5 minutes away from madness, while Scandinavian mythology was quietly crying on the sidelines. Isis happily stuck out her tongue and said that she had come up with something for her husband. She hit the ground with her staff. Alex did not understand what she was doing. Isis, with a smile on her face, began to dance and sing something to herself. With a smile on her face, the girl showed a heart. The cacti grew quickly. Isis stood in front of the cacti. Alex, standing with his back to the phone, looked at the phone. The frightened hero did not understand what he had just seen and how to live after that. With a smile on his face, he realized that Isis could grant ability enhancements, and perhaps he would be able to endow equipment with a spatial storage function. Looking at the phone, Alex decided to see how much the subscription cost. Someone was standing behind him. Nate, out of breath, asked the heroes if Sean was still there. Layla turned around and looked at Nate. The hero still couldn't catch his breath. Sean, with a smile on his face, said that he wanted to meet him and congratulate him on his victory. Nate was surprised. Touching the back of his head with his hands, the guy asked him to repeat, because he didn't understand French. Layla, with a calm face, translated everything that Sean wanted to say. Nate beamed brightly when he realized that he had won. Looking to the side, Alex knew that Nate would win. Holding the phone in his hands, the guy looks at the price of the subscription. With his mouth wide open, the guy was shocked by the price, because the previous subscriptions cost 2 billion. Looking at the phone, Alex thought about how to properly organize all the income and expenses. Looking thoughtfully ahead, the guy knew that firstly he would get 10 billion from Layla, another 300 billion from the production of armor and weapons, and also from YouTube he would get about 8 million won, which would be about 10.8 billion won. Looking around in confusion, the hero thought about the expenses, which were about 3 billion. Thinking about the expenses, he realized that he could afford a subscription. Poking at the phone, the hero realized that the tuition was already too high, so he decided to subscribe. His fingers pressed the subscribe button. Alex, looking at the phone with fear, thought about whether it was worth the money. Looking around in agony, the hero calculated that this amount would be enough for a family of 4 for 111 years, and this is only for a month and it will all disappear with just one click. Looking at the phone, the hero calculated that with other subscriptions it would come out to as much as 7 billion in a month. Closing his eyes, the hero heard a notification that he had subscribed to Isis's channel and that 4 billion would now evaporate every month. Alex opened his eyes in displeasure and surprise, thinking that he had gone crazy. The system window showed the guy the acquisition of a skill in the management of reality SSS. Reality management. Thinking about the little things in the environment, the guy, given Isis's reputation, was not surprised by the SSS rating, despite the fact that this had been forgotten, but Isis was the most influential goddess in the ancient world. Thoughtfully looking ahead, the hero realized that he needed to pump up his skills, but first he watched a video on the channel. His eyes looked ahead in fear. Gritting his teeth and fists, the hero began to think about the cosmic horror that had appeared from the abyss again. Clenching his fist, the hero decided that he would have to cope alone. With a smile on his face, he realized that he would first test his strength and create a subspace pocket, as he had originally planned. The system window showed information that subspace is a type of magic with which you can remove and deliver an item from nowhere, and without having to carry it with you. The frightened guy did not think that he would be able to do it right away. Imagining all this in his head, the hero knew that the greater the power of reality control, the greater the cosmic return, and in the worst-case scenario, the caster can disappear himself. Looking around, Alex decided to make the pocket physical. Standing near the table, the guy realized that this was his first experience with Alex, so he decided to watch videos on other channels. With a smile on his face, the hero decided to do it all himself, because the main thing for the guy is that the pocket is durable. Sean, standing with Nate, admired the strength and flexibility of the sword. Holding the sword with admiration, Sean praised its hilt, which amazed him every time. Looking ahead in surprise, the hero thought how it was possible for the hilt to change depending on who takes it. Looking at all this carefully, The guy thought that the quality of Nate's swords had improved, but he could still make something even better. Holding the sword tightly, the guy understood that he couldn't do it anymore, but despite all this, if necessary, he would go a long way for her. Nate explained with a smile on his face that he used his facial muscles. Layla translated his words with a calm face. Sean looked ahead in surprise, not believing that it was possible to use such properties of a monster. Memories arose in his head that since they began to use the remains of monsters, there was a big leap in metallurgy. Materials appeared that were superior in strength to many metals. Thinking about all this, it was clear that the use of monster properties was limited. Thinking about monsters, it was clear that some properties could not be included in equipment, because they disappear when the monster dies and they cannot be returned. Opening his mouth wide, Sean thought that he could be the god of metallurgy, but this was almost impossible. Nate smiled and pointed forward, saying that this master had taught him. Sean turned around to look at him. Looking at Alex working, it was clear that he didn't look like a blacksmith at all, and such a guy couldn't teach Nate. Sean asked the hero incredulously if he was joking. Laughing, Nate agreed that it was hard to believe, but continuing to talk, the hero suggested watching Alex do something. Alex was working at the table, forging something. Looking away, Sean thought that Alex was trying to invent something, because temperature is a key moment in forging. Looking at the smiling Alex, it was clear that impurities can only be removed by forging while it is hot, but the guy himself was staring stupidly and did not know the basics of forging. Seeing Alex's work, Sean decided that it was just stupid. Alex hits a red-hot sword with a sledgehammer. Sean was surprised that Alex did it on purpose. Hot forging makes the part stronger, and because of the high temperature it is difficult to make the part thin. When creating the sword, it was clear that during cold forging the highest temperature changes and the metal is cooled down before the moment of impact, because if it is hot it will break, and if it cools down it will harden. Sean was surprised to see how Alex felt the right temperature. The hero looks ahead with distrust. Looking ahead, Sean understood that ordinary people cannot do this. The man continued to watch everything from the side. The frowning guy could not believe it. Seeing Alex working, Sean understood that people do not even dream of such a thing, not to mention him. For the guy it was like dreaming about the impossible. The system windows showed that the part was completed and the level of the master of divine metallurgy increased. Alex looked at the finished object with a smile on his face, realizing that it was not easy for him to make a thread out of metal. The system window began to show the level of the master of divine metallurgy. Holding a lump in his hands, Alex hoped that it would at least be solid. Looking at the glowing stone, the hero decided to try to make it a subspace function. Standing at the table, Alex did not understand how to do this. Suddenly, surprised Sean burst in. Incheon Airport. Sitting on the bus, they began talking about Nate. Sid looked away with incomprehension, thinking how they all ended up there. Standing in the company of people, the guys heard not to panic and find out where Sean is now and where he is going next. Lila passes by one guy. A smile appeared on her face. One of the heroes said that her career was over, but they could bring her back. Sean displeasedly turns Alex by the shoulder. The hero displeasedly asks him to leave. Lila calmly explained that Sean interfered with him unconsciously, and says that he is sorry. Approaching the guy, Lila replied that Sean wants to talk about metallurgy. The protagonist, smiling, said that he would not talk to him and would rather watch Hephaestus's video instead. Alex, grinning, promised to think about meeting him if he was given Ori Halcyon. Layla, in confusion, asked the protagonist why he needed this thing. Mentally rejoicing, he explained that he wanted to make a weapon or armor out of it. Sean was genuinely surprised that Ori Halcyon could be processed. Rubbing his chin, Alex said that all this was possible. Sean exploded with indignation. Alex, frowning, decided that Sean was annoying. Turning around in surprise, Alex heard Layla say that they would immediately go get him home. Opening his mouth, Alex clarified whether he would go to France, which Layla confirmed. Alex, looking away, promised Layla to talk after his return. Alex's eyes widened in fear. Nate, smiling, assured the protagonist that what was more important than this meeting was that he was working with him. With a smile on his face, Alex received divine treatment S. Looking at Nate leaving, Alex told him not to overwork himself. The guy sighed with relief when he realized that he could now focus on the matter. Alex concentratedly closed his eyes, holding his hand on his heart, starting to use the force. Looking ahead, the hero thought about the fact that there is space, because this is the law on which the universe is built, and this place is woven from matter. Space expansion. Alex stands engulfed in flames. Holding a red ball in his hands, he calls it cosmic recall. Clenching his jaw, the guy felt that he might not be able to withstand it, but he must endure. The red flame burned brightly. The bag was lying on the floor. Alex, sighing with displeasure, looks at the bag. The system window showed the level of mastery of reality management. Smiling tiredly, the guy realized that this was more difficult than Hercules' training, and it was incredibly difficult. Looking ahead in surprise, it seemed to him that nothing had changed in appearance. The finger opened the bag. The guy watching this with admiration decided that he had succeeded. Looking ahead, the hero decided that spatially he was the size of a football field, and Alex decided that it was worth all the effort. The surprised guy hears how the crowd of people were indignant and walked towards him. Turning around, he thought who had come to him this time. The guy saw Sid and Oscar in front of him. Oscar does not understand what this is at all. Alex, holding a bag in his hands, did not understand who was standing in front of him. The car rushes quickly forward. Sid, sitting on the couch, said that Sean left Korea. Alex, looking at them, calmly said that he had left for France after all. Lena asked Alex in surprise what was really happening in his workshop, to which the hero replied that he was wondering if he could get anything from Sean. Lena, looking around, asked why Oscar was there. The hero was surprised and did not understand how Alex did it. Sid, looking forward, said that it was incredible, to which Carolina replied that it was very unusual. Holding her hands on her chest, the girl said that it was impossible. Oscar asked Sid in surprise if he had heard the saying that any sufficiently developed science is indistinguishable from magic, because magic does not contradict the laws of physics. Holding fire in one hand and flame in the other, Carolina said that many consider magic to be something supernatural. The girl began to mix fire and ice. Lena, touching her mouth with her finger, answered that water interacts with fire, so it began to boil. The eye looked forward in surprise. Holding water in her hands, Carolina said that she simply hid the fire with a transparency spell. Waving her hands, Carolina explained that fire gives off heat and water boils at a temperature of 100 degrees Celsius. The heroine, folding her hands, explained that this is how the law of atmospheric pressure is formed, and water boils, and in other words, they simply use the laws of the universe. Fire brings cold, not heat, and water will never boil, because it is simply impossible. Oscar, opening his mouth, objected to the girl, because this subspace pocket changes the laws of the universe. Lena, looking ahead, asked in surprise if this contradicted her words. Looking ahead, Coraline understood that the world denies its existence. Opening her mouth, the girl said that only someone above the laws can understand this, namely, only God. Sid, incomprehensible, still did not understand this. Looking to the side, Caroline seemed to have seen this guy somewhere. Sid does not understand what is happening. He hears Sean's name in the earpiece. The building. A security guard stood in front of Chuck, who reported that despite the fact that the treatment is going well, the right eye cannot be restored. The hero, looking ahead, thought about the scar. Chuck asked discontentedly what happened to him. Voices were heard from the building saying that there was no special news, and the investigation was suspended, and now they did not need to do anything that could attract attention. Someone asked Chuck if he knew that Sean was in Korea. The guy thought that Pandemonium in Gyeonggi-do attacked Sean. Chuck was in complete shock. The hero was told that a girl from one of the groups was involved. Squeezing his chair with his hand, he was angry at the children, because the damage to the organizations was huge, and they were still climbing into the group. Sitting in the chair, the hero asked the guard again what they were telling him about the kidnapping. Looking ahead, Chuck thought that Sean was a very important person and he was a world-class personality. So the hero was afraid that the attention of the whole world would be focused on Korea, which is why he had to leave him alone. Chuck asked the guys from behind the chair if they had succeeded in all this, because it was not easy to cope with Sean's security. The guard looked up and replied that they hadn't had time to send security because Sean's trip had been so spontaneous. Standing behind the hero, the man replied that Layla had been in charge of the entire process. Chuck was very surprised to learn this. Thinking about the situation, the hero decided that it was impossible for her to know what was happening in Pandemonium. With a smile on his face, Chuck understood that she had taken this risk. The hero smiled and found it funny that Layla intended to get rid of him. The guard looked ahead and wanted to tell him something else. Turning his head, Chuck decided that not only Layla was involved in this, but also Alex. The monster hissed loudly at the guy. The huge basilisk wrapped its body around Alex. The snake hissed at Alex, using its power. Alex magically looked at the power. Alex used all his magic on the monster. Nick watched all this from the side. He opened his mouth, shocked that Alex had completed a B+ level dungeon in 47 seconds. Nick stands silently next to Basilisk. Shaking his head, the guy answered that he would do everything. The tired guy was dragging Basilisk's body on himself. It seemed to him that it weighed a ton. He looked at the bag in surprise, not understanding how to put this colossus in there. The head began to slowly climb into the bag. Putting the monster, Nick was surprised that Basilisk's body disappeared into the bag. Gritting his teeth, the hero heard how he was asked to step aside. Alex is holding a huge ball of snakes on his shoulder. Nick asks if Alex made this thing with which the monster disappears. Smiling, Nick admired Alex to himself. Looking at each other, the guy asked Alex if it was hard to carry Basilisk, to which he said that the monster is not that heavy. Alex offers Nick to try to carry it, to which he refuses. Nick admiringly recalls how Alex carried building materials just as easily, inviting him to the next dungeon. The guys rush to the portal. Alex asks Nick to be careful with the camera. City. Once in the city, the hero sees Carolina in front of him. The guy is surprised and does not understand where she is from. Looking ahead, the girl asks to give her a minute, as she needs to tell him something. Incheon International Airport, Oscar tells Sid that Sean was kidnapped from his plane. Sid asks the hero with confusion who kidnapped whom from the plane. Thoughtfully looking ahead, the guy thought that the culprit was definitely from Sean's entourage. Oscar held out a list of airline employees. Sid carefully studied the documents. Roth began to get nervous. Nervously studying the lists, the hero thought about something. Oscar, looking forward, assumed that they had been brainwashed with mental magic. The guy, looking forward, fearfully answered that there were no signs of a fight in the plane and that mental magic had probably been used. Sid angrily realized that it was submission without a fight. Thoughtfully looking forward, the hero decided that it was a high-level magician, since he could defeat a hunter of that level in an instant. Lena, turning to the side, said that she was still a child. Carolina, walking forward, said that there were traces of teleportation magic. The girl discontentedly claimed that there had been a magician among the kidnappers. Sid, holding a note, agreed with her, asking her if he could be tracked. Oscar, turning to the side, said that he had done this many times. Oscar, standing in a stance, decided to try to do this, realizing that he was unlikely to succeed, because the magic was distorted so that it could not be tracked. Looking forward, Oscar said that this was a high-level magician and perhaps even stronger than himself. A glass of water stood on the table. Chuck, sitting at the table, heard Alex's name for the fourth time. Sighing, Chuck would like to deal with him right now, but he needs to focus on eliminating the damage. Travis, looking at the floor, explained that Alex is connected not only to Sean, but also to Lila. Thinking about Alex and Mia, the heroes realized that they really pissed him off. Thinking about all this, there was an understanding that they would eventually face each other anyway. Smiling, the hero decided that everything was not as bad as he thought. Imagining this situation, the hero understood that it did not matter to him who of them wins. Getting up from his chair, the guy decided that he would not lose anything in any case. Looking at the beautiful view, Chuck decided that his profit would also increase, because the bigger the battle, the larger the battlefield. Suddenly, the video unexpectedly showed that it was necessary to kill the prisoner so that it would be clear where Sean and Lila were. Carolina showed Alex that this video was uploaded to YouTube. The girl, taking something out of her jacket, answered that it was all connected with Pandemonium. Alex did not understand why the kidnapper needed to attract public attention. Alex sits at the table while the crowd passes by, thinking that they just want to cause chaos. Looking ahead, the guy realized that their demands were also the most unusual. Closing his eyes, Alex could not understand why it was necessary to demand release and why they needed to know about the murder. Using divine insight, the hero understood that the one who knows something is very important, otherwise they would not have demanded to kill him. Carolina, looking down, explained that they do not negotiate with criminals. Looking ahead with displeasure, the girl said that the whole world's attention was riveted to the kidnapping of Sean and Lila, since the video was published not only in Korea, and if someone gets hurt, the leadership will not be able to hide it. Gritting his teeth, the guy forbade fulfilling their demands. Carolina is surprised by this. Alex calmly asked the girl what criminals usually demand. Carolina, looking down, answered that in most cases it was money, and if the conditions were met, the hostages would be released. The girl was surprised. Alex, continuing to use force, recalled that criminals usually did not say where the hostages were, even if they said they would release them. Alex, looking thoughtfully to the side, thought that Chuck was not in control of the situation and that he would only be able to say where the kidnapped people were, since the video was not published by the kidnapper. Carolina did not understand why the video was posted then. Looking forward, the hero answered that if they gave in to him, he would simply play with them. Continuing to sit, the guy answered that this could not be ignored. Confidently getting up, Alex decides that they can use this entire situation. The Hunter Inspection Bureau in Seoul. Caroline stands calmly at the door. The guys looked ahead in surprise. Nick stood in front of the door. Carolina, looking to the side, asked the guys where they were keeping Jack. Carolina and Alex headed to the interrogation room. Turning around, the girl told them to do what they were going to do. Alex enters the room. Jake is tied to a chair. The hero squats in front of Jake. Opening his mouth, the man did not understand what he was doing. Alex takes his fingers. After a few seconds, the hero abruptly breaks them. Jake screams loudly in pain. The girl outside hears the scream through the soundproofing magic. Alex looks away angrily. Standing in front of the guy, he says that there are many points on the human body for influence. Clenching his fist, he mentions organs that can feel pain. Grabbing his hair, Alex promises that Jake will not die. Grimly hanging over him, Alex says that it will hurt so much that he will dream of death, but compared to what he did to innocent people, this is nothing. Screams were heard from the building. Carolina watches the room through the cameras. Looking away, she asked to rewind a little. Holding the mouse with her hand, the recording was rewound. Coraline looked at the recording with interest, listening to the words again. The recording showed Jake saying that he was under a taboo. This interested Carolina, because she did not understand why this was not said during the interrogation. A taboo can only be removed by the one who imposed it, because it suppresses certain actions and completely blocks certain thoughts. If the taboo is broken, the spell will take life. Alex squeezes his hand over Jake's head. Carolina is frightened and does not understand what he is going to do. Alex uses his power. Jake was horrified. Those watching the room were surprised to see this. Carolina is frightened and realizes that Alex has just removed the taboo. The girl's eyes widened, not understanding how this was possible. Alex orders them to tell him everything he knows. A memory appeared in her head of Alex saying that he did not know how exactly they escaped from prison, but his legs were safe and sound. Thoughtfully looking ahead, the girl thought that he meant something else. She remembers that Alex usually looks like an ordinary, harmless person. But as soon as he sees the criminals, he becomes different, as if a demon is possessing him. Thinking about the guy, the girl decides that he is usually kind to his younger sister, and in ordinary life he is not evil, but the more he hunts, the more he changes. Carolina sighs, feeling the warmth from Alex. Looking at the guard, they let Jake go. Messages came to the phone. Alex, with a smile on his face, realized that Jake told him everything he needed and now everyone would think that they were fulfilling the kidnapper's demands. Looking away, the hero thought that now it was unlikely that anyone would decide that they were able to remove the taboo. Alex's head was starting to spin. Walking down the street, the protagonist understood that the location of the hostages would soon be reported and even the guy himself did not know what would happen next. But the main thing is that there was no guarantee that they would really be there. Clenching his fist, he decided that he would have to act separately from the bureau, and quickly. A confident look ahead decided that they needed to make sure that no one could expect them. Alex walks along the sidewalk with Fener. Standing with the guys, everyone thought that so far everything was going better than Mia herself thought, because the girl thought that Layla was not just talented. Directing a hand with magical power, everyone thought that she would have to be patient. Mia, the leader of the highest level of Pandemonium, understood with a smile on her face that everyone had little time left. Dory, standing to the side, was now alone. Thinking about her, everyone understood that she was being told that Mom and Dad had gone very far away and would not return soon. Dory looks ahead, not understanding how far they had gone. Soon, her parents never returned home, but Dory did not cry, because she was told that if she was strong, then Mom and Dad would return. Two people were arguing with each other. Dory was peeping at them from another room. Looking to the side, the heroine heard that they assumed that something bad could happen to Dory, because she was a rich heiress, and therefore they needed to raise her themselves. Standing alone in the room, the girls saw that the nanny had left. Dory understood that she had left because the work was too hard. Having abandoned the bear, she decides that she will no longer complain and make life difficult for others, because then no one else will leave. But in Dory's childhood there was one memorable moment. There were dumplings on the plate. Running forward, everyone understood that Dory loved dumplings. That day the cook had to cook dumplings. Standing in the room, the girl saw a woman lying on the floor, suffocating. Holding her mouth, Dory understood that the woman had fallen. The woman was sweating and asking for help, saying that she did not want to die like that. Behind the door, there was talk that the cause of the cook's death was poisoning, since poison was found in the dumplings she ate. Sitting on the floor, the girl understood that from that day on, Dory no longer saw this cook. Putting her face in her knees, the heroine understood that everyone she liked was leaving her, Mom and Dad, the nanny, even the cook. Raising her head, Dory was told that from today on she would live with her grandfather. Seeing the man in front of her, Dory understood that she was afraid of her grandfather, but she did not argue, because it seemed to her that this was how it should be. Then Dory was 6 years old. With a smile on her face, Mia felt like Layla was from a rich family, but the problems were the same. As she continued to use her power, she realized that it was easy to induce an injury. The girl lowered her head, and it was heard that it was easy to induce an injury. Smirking, Mia said that it seemed like there was not much left, to which she was told that she was still a child. Sitting on a chair, the man asked if she could let Ashley go, said that she had nothing to do with him, so he should just let her go. Looking at him, the girl asked if he was really just a master blacksmith, said that he was so resistant to her mind control. Isn't it amazing? Sean frowned, hearing that, but that was the only thing remarkable about him, to which he asked if her target wasn't him. Smirking, Mia replied that it was originally like that, however. Stretching her hand forward, she added that someone more important than him had appeared, for example Ashley. Gritting his teeth, the man asked that it couldn't be. That's how she needed the money. He would give her all of his. Standing next to him, the girl asked again. Looking to the side, Mia said that she was one of the leaders of the Pandemonium, asked what she thought. She needed the money. Looking at her, Sean asked what then why, to which Mia replied that he didn't need to know. Walking forward, someone turned to her, to which the girl asked what happened. She gritted her teeth, hearing that the guards were here, to which she asked, that's how. A glow was flying around the people's heads. The thought arose that how did they know where they were? They couldn't be tracked. He was sure that he had completely erased the tracks. The image of a man appeared. It was said that they could not find out their location. An office appeared. The guy was looking straight ahead. Frowning, the girl thought, how the hell did they do it so fast? Looking straight ahead, the man said that Joe had probably leaked the information to them. Mia grinned and replied that it seemed so. Looking straight ahead, she added that this bastard. Frowning, the man said that there were also Korean S-class hunters with them. They would be here any minute. The people were walking forward, and it was heard that the director of the department was with him, and 4 more S-class hunters. Frowning, the girl asked that even they. Clenching her fist, she thought that the most difficult opponent for a magician is another magician. There is nothing to think about, we need to get out. Stretching her hand out to the side, Mia said that all members of the organization should immediately prepare to retreat, immediately. The room appeared. It was heard that he understood. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked again. Suddenly the walls exploded. A glow flew around the leg. The main character was standing opposite Mia. Looking at him, the girl thought, who is this guy? The protagonist gritted his teeth, and she added that she was seeing him for the first time, a guard. Alex looked away. A thought appeared that he could not understand if they were acting alone. Standing in front of him, Mia asked that he was alone. Grinning, the hero asked that she was expecting her girlfriend. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that she was a fearless bastard, asked that he even knew where he was. Stretching her hand forward, she added that he should get lost. A red glow appeared around her. Looking straight ahead, Mia said that she would make so many holes in his body. The protagonist stood still. He closed his eyes. Alex clenched his fist tightly. Blue rays appeared in front of him. The girl looked in surprise and asked again, and then thought that this was impossible. Frowning, she added that she could not believe it. He just put his fist forward. Looking at the hero, the girl wondered if he was even human. What kind of power was this that surpassed human abilities? Standing still, Mia said that it was impossible. Looking straight ahead, she added that it couldn't be, and then thought about what kind of energy it was. Gritting her teeth, Mia said that she had seen this, such power. She trembled and added that what if? Suddenly, a glow appeared around her, and she screamed that no, it was impossible, she would send him to the next world. The protagonist looked at her silently. Crossing his arms, Hercules said that he should avoid clashes with the magicians if possible. It was better to ally with them. Grinning, he added that but if there was no way to make an alliance with them, then he should kill him as soon as possible. A bright glow appeared around the hero. He clenched his fist and used the divine power of Hercules. Suddenly, lightning from his hands rushed forward. The man raised his hands up. It was said that the divine power of Hercules, a power capable of destroying even the laws of the universe. The girl looked straight ahead. A thought appeared that on the other hand, reality control is capable of changing these laws, an ability that can make everything he has planned come true. The beams collided with each other. It was said that destruction and control. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he thought that since these are opposite forces, there is no point in arguing about which is better. Grinning, he added that this is what he thinks. A blue glow appeared around the girl. A thought appeared that Isis's ability is a great power, even if the law of the universe is simply changed, in front of this power. Mia gritted her teeth. It was said that everything else is powerless. The hero extended his hand forward. Stamping his foot, he said that everything will collapse and disappear. Grinning, the protagonist said that Hercules, no wonder on godhood. The girl lowered her head and said that they call him the strongest. Gritting her teeth, she croaked. Grabbing her hand, Mia said how such power was possible. Frowning, she thought how it could even exist if she was stupid and did not block the blow. The girl stretched her hand forward. The thought arose that the magic of movement over short distances, although she dodged with all her might. A beam flew at Mia. Grabbing her face, she thought that this is how she looks. This is just an example of enormous power, if he was born with it. Grinning, the girl added that he would not be able to survive, however. Mia stretched her hand forward. Red beams flew up. The thought arose that they say that a crisis is an opportunity. Looking to the side, the hero asked that taking hostages is not too much, to which she shouted for him to shut up. Grinning, the protagonist replied that of course, it will be more difficult to deal with her. Crossing his arms, the man said that he should avoid clashes with the mages if possible, to which Alex asked why. Gritting his teeth, Hercules replied that these guys were actually very cunning. As they say, no one knows what they will do next. Lowering his head, he added that it was better to stay away from them, or make an alliance with them. Clenching his fist, the man said that if an alliance was impossible, then he should kill them as quickly as possible. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that if this was so, then he could not delay. Standing in front of him, the girl said that he needed to regain control of his body at least a little. Smiling, she added that she was not going to die alone, they would die too. A blow flew at the people. Raising his hands, the protagonist thought that in order to deal with her for sure, he would use the heavenly fist of destruction without hesitation. Now this is the best he can do. But he can only use the heavenly fist and the attacking dragon once. Gritting his teeth, he added that although he might be able to do it twice, but considering the consequences, he shouldn't use these attacks thoughtlessly. Alex smiled and thought that for now, even with such power, he could save them. A red glow spread throughout the room, and the thought appeared that she was a high-level mage who could control space. Space and time were inseparable concepts, which meant that someone who could control space could also control time. Taking a step forward, the hero thought that even if he existed at the moment of time and space, it was impossible to guarantee that it would continue like this. Suddenly, he rushed forward and added that this time he needed to finish the job. The girl smirked and asked who he was. How did he know how to use these powers? Looking straight ahead, she added that he was finished. The protagonist was rapidly approaching her. Looking straight ahead, Mia thought that her ability was S's mind control. Everyone in her field of vision could become a victim. Alex frowned. The thought came that even more so, he was so focused. The hero swung. It was said that even if he had superpowers, he could not escape her mind control. The girl stood in an empty room. Gritting her teeth, she asked what was that guy's mind. Looking straight ahead, Mia thought that by nature the human mind is confused and disordered, explores strong memories, she can use traumatic ones and affect the mind. Lowering her head, the girl asked why there was nothing here. She turned her head sharply to the side. Hercules was squatting with a barbell. The girl rolled her eyes and thought that her throat, she could not breathe. Looking straight ahead, the man asked that she did not see that he was training now. Mia grabbed her throat, hearing that he should not distract him. Gritting his teeth, Hercules said that he should go. Raising her head up, the girl wheezed. Breathing heavily, she asked what it was. Clutching her face, Mia thought that she could not remember at all, as if the memory itself was blocked. Opening her eyes wide, she asked what he was. A beast appeared behind the hero. A question was heard, what kind of creature it was. People were walking forward. Looking to the side, the guy asked what was happening, to which the girl asked again, what were the sounds of battle? Someone came here before them. The man frowned and thought that the information about the location of the Pandemonium was confidential. Only those present knew it. Loud sounds were heard in the room. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he did not know what was happening, but, gritting his teeth, he added that they would go inside first. Stretching his hand forward, the girl screamed. A portal appeared near her. Mia looked straight ahead. Swinging his arm, the hero threatened her. Suddenly he waved his hand. The girl abruptly moved to the side. With wide eyes, she told him not to come closer. A red net appeared on the floor. The protagonist looked to the side. He swung his fist. With wide eyes, Mia said that he was just a monster. Spirits were flying in the air. The girl gritted her teeth and said, well? She raised her hand up and added that he should try to reflect it. Lightning appeared in the air. It was heard that now there was no escape. Standing still, Alex spoke about the divine technique of Hercules. Taking a step forward, he added that the first type. Suddenly a huge dragon appeared. Looking to the side, the hero thought that she had escaped again. Where did she go? The girl was standing near the hostages. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said damn, and then thought that he had already exhausted all his strength. There was no time to think about it. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he would have to strain all his strength. Suddenly Alex looked in amazement. The hostage flew into him. Standing in the portal, the girl said that it was too late. She smirked and said goodbye. A hand appeared in front of her. The hero leaned forward. Frowning, he thought that no way, there was a magical trace left if he used it. Closing his eyes, the protagonist added that he would be able to catch up with the magician. Blood was coming out of his mouth. Lowering his head, Alex thought that he had spent too much energy in the fight, but even in this state he could use reality control. He could create a portal to pursue the wizard. But, standing still, he added that he did not have the strength to bear the consequences. If he was not careful, then using his powers would simply destroy him. Wide-eyed, the hero thought that, however, Ashley was under mental control. If her mind was completely destroyed, then even divine healing would not fix it. Closing his eyes, he added that so, either now or never. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that he needed to catch up with the magician, even if he had to risk his life. Red beams appeared in front of him, to which the man asked what it was. Looking straight ahead, he added that it was the hunter Alex. He had been here all this time, and what was he doing now? Looking to the side, the hero turned to them, and then thought that yes, his strength was not enough now, too many things needed to be changed. Standing in front of the people, he added that but Stacy and Oscar, if two genius magicians could open a portal and do all the dirty work for him, it was quite possible. Frowning, the protagonist said that there was no time to explain, asked that they could use teleportation magic. The kidnapper ran away with Ashley. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked again, and the girl said that they could, but why? Looking at them, Alex said that they needed to go after them immediately. He would piece together the traces of the teleportation he used. They had to track where he had escaped to. Stretching his hand forward, Oscar said that but the completed teleportation could not be tracked. Even if one relied on magical powers, it would not be possible to calculate the exact spatial coordinates. Looking straight ahead, he added that he was sorry. but it was impossible to catch up with him, to which the hero replied that if the two of them helped a little, he would. The protagonist frowned and said that he had connected two spaces. Stacy looked at him in surprise and said that what was he talking about? Space is a concept that is impossible. Alex opened his eyes wide and said that they did not have time, to which the girl replied that well, if so, and the guy said that they would try. Oscar closed his eyes. A bright glow appeared in front of them. Frowning, the hero shouted loudly. Stretching his arms forward, he thought that he needed to change the immutable laws of the universe. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist added that it seemed like his head was about to burst. His heart was beating so hard that it seemed like it was about to explode. Multicolored rays appeared, and the thought appeared that he couldn't stop. Gritting his teeth, Alex thought that even if he risked his life. A bright light appeared in front of him. A purple portal appeared. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked what a portal it was, and Stacy said that it was impossible. Looking to the side, the hero said that now let them go, he would follow them. Surprised, her eyes widening, the girl asked how this was even possible, who he was, and the man said that whoever he was. Turning around, he added that they were going quickly, they had to save Mistress Ashley. The man was kneeling, and it was heard that they should clean up here and take care of Master Sean. Walking forward, Sid said that it was necessary to finish with this. Standing in the middle of the room, the girl said that it was a pity that Sean had to be abandoned. Grinning, she added that but this ridiculous monster, lucky that she got out alive, luck is still on her side. Ashley was sitting on the floor, the thought appeared that she, and Ashley remained. The girl looked straight ahead, it was said that if you think about it, she has almost gone crazy. Grinning, Mia thought that it means, it is decided, very soon she will become her puppet. Suddenly she grabbed her throat. Looking at her hand, the girl said that it is really all about the fact that there is no left hand. A red sphere appeared, the thought appeared that her magic circuit inside was completely destroyed. If she is not careful, she might lose magic for the rest of her days. Looking to the side, Mia thought that the main thing is to survive, the portal is completely closed, this guy will not find her. A portal appeared behind her. Turning around, she asked what it was. The man stood in front of her. Mia asked what the portal was, they opened it again, her eyes wide. She froze in amazement, and said no, then thought that he was here too. Grinning, the girl added no, he was not here. Stretching her hand forward, she laughed loudly. Grinning, Lena said that she saw that 4 S-class hunters were sent to her, asked what they were they crazy, what was so funny? Looking straight ahead, Mia answered that yes, it was all funny, especially her. Stretching her hand forward, she added that they came here without having a clue what was going on. Pentagrams appeared, she heard what they were thinking, why she teleported here. Standing in front of the hunters, the girls said that they walked into the tiger's mouth with their own feet. Looking straight ahead, Stacy said it was a magic circle of amplification. Raising his head up, the guy said that his power, it permeates all space. Grinning, Mia said that only for her this is the final arena. A pentagram appeared under the people. The people looked in amazement. Smiling widely, the girl thought that here her power of mind control has no limits, here she is almost a god. The moon appeared outside the window, the thought appeared that the movement of air, the wind. A red sphere appeared, it was said that even space and time, here she controls all the laws of the world. Stretching her hand forward, the girl thought that if she ordered them to kneel, they would stand, if she told them to die, they would die, in this place she is their god. Grinning, she said that good, and now? A green beam appeared, it was heard that everyone would die. Gritting her teeth, Mia thought that this guy, this bastard monster. She grinned and said that even if he was a monster. The girl stretched out her hand and said that before the god he was just a bug. She reflected the green beam, the thought appeared that even if he interfered, even if he attacked, let him come. The girl's eyes lit up. Looking straight ahead, she said that for a second, and then thought about what was happening. Hercules clenched his teeth, the thought appeared that did he pull her into his mind, she would be able to control him. The girl stood still. Looking to the side, she said no. Standing in front of her, Hercules said that he told her the same. His eyes lit up and he added that he should not be disturbed. Clenching his fist tightly, the man shouted that it was necessary to obey. The girl clenched her teeth. A green beam flew at her. The hero looked at her. Lying on the ground, Mia wheezed. The pentagrams began to collapse. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked that he released magic. Standing behind the hero, Sid asked what it was. The girl trembled and wheezed. Looking straight ahead, she told him not to come near. Looking at her, the protagonist heard him not to come closer. Looking at him in fear, Mia screamed at him not to come closer. Walking forward, Alex turned to Ashley. The girl was staring at one point. The hero extended his hand forward. Crouching down, he said that she should not try to cope with everything alone. Ashley looked down. It was heard that if you try too hard, sooner or later you will simply burn out. Frowning, the protagonist said that sometimes even the strongest need to just accept it. Lowering his head, he thought that the youngest granddaughter of the owner of SH herself, the hope of the company's hunters, the girl who lives up to all expectations. Looking at the girl, Alex thought that what kind of heavy burden Ashley carried all her life. Perhaps he will never know. He extended his hand forward. The hero frowned and said that how the world sees her does not mean that she should actually be like that. The child was sitting on the floor. It was heard that collecting the pieces of the puzzle of her life, it is not necessary to correspond to them. All the secrets can simply be forgotten. The protagonist looked at her. It was said that it is okay if the mosaic is not complete, imperfection is the norm. Ashley looked straight. It was heard that let him leave self-sacrifice. First of all think about himself, and other people will be able to understand everything. Alex grinned and said that let him become the most important priority for himself. Looking at the girl, he added that she should be selfish, not to please people, also need courage. Looking straight, the hero said that she does not need. The girl stretched her hand forward, hearing that everyone likes her. Ashley looked at him in amazement and asked why he was here. Lowering his head, the protagonist sighed. Smiling widely, he said that he was so glad. Alex stood up and said okay, and now? Looking straight ahead, the man heard that there was still something left to do. Looking to the side, the hero asked what they could do to help him. News about the rescue of the hostages appeared. The phone was lying on the table. Grinning, the guy said that finally, asked that Mia was hurt. Standing in front of him, the man replied that he might not believe it, but it was not the S-class fighters who defeated him. It seemed that Alex was also hurt. Lowering his head, he added that just in case, let him conduct another investigation, to which he was told that they had already done it. Sitting at the table, the guy said that Alex, he is definitely not an ordinary guy, knows how to deal with leaders who are too confident in their abilities. Grinning, he thought that he was very arrogant, but this time his impudence helped him. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what happened to the Pandemonium in the Gyeonggi area, to which Travis replied that since they lost Mia, he thought the branch manager would have trouble recruiting the remaining fighters. He smirked and said great, then thought that both of them were a pain in the ass. Everything was going according to plan. Walking into the office, the man shouted that they were in big trouble. The Pandemonium was in the Gyeonggi area. Looking straight ahead, the guy heard them say it was destroyed, to which he asked again. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that all the strongholds in Gyeonggi were said to have been destroyed by the hunters and the inspection bureau. Looking straight ahead, Joe asked what kind of nonsense. How could all the strongholds be destroyed? There was no way they could have known the locations of the strongholds. Lowering his head, Travis replied that most likely Mia, who was in charge of the region, had revealed the locations. The guy looked at him and asked if there was a taboo on it. His eyes widened and he added that or they found a way to remove it. He lowered his head and asked if that was impossible, and then thought about how the taboo was removed. It was almost impossible, but that was the only explanation he could see if it was true. He widened his eyes and added that maybe Jake's taboo was removed too. He had all the information about Pandemonium, so he was trying to figure it out. Gritting his teeth, the guy said what the hell and then thought if the taboo was removed then they knew everything. Sitting at the table, he added that it meant they were in control now and they were playing by their rules. Frowning, Joe asked who the hell could remove the taboo and who was leading them on now. Standing in front of him, the man said he had something else to tell him to look at this. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked again, to which he was told that the video that Alex had uploaded last time, another one had been uploaded today. Looking at the phone, Joe asked what the... It started playing the video. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that he was next, exactly him. The guy pressed his finger on the screen. Clenching his fist, he shouted the hero's name. People were sitting at the table. Looking straight ahead, the man heard that they thanked him very much. Grinning, Ben said that thanks to them, their Ashley was now safe. If he needed anything, he should just say so. The guy gritted his teeth, hearing that he would fulfill any request they made, and the girl said that they could not demand a reward. The people froze. The thought appeared that all they did was scream and lose consciousness. Frowning, the man said what really happened. Sitting on the couch, he asked what he heard about the hunter Alex. The protagonist turned around when he heard the word thank you. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that thanks to what he did in Gyeonggi-do, the criminal world could have been eradicated, but it was still strong. She smirked and added that he had caused them a lot of damage. They had never encountered anything like this since the Pandemonium appeared in Korea. The protagonist closed his eyes when he heard that she didn't even know how to thank him. Her boss also asked him to thank him, to which he replied that that was enough already. Looking to the side, Alex thought that the director of the inspection bureau was William, and then said that in any case, he did it for personal reasons, and then added that he did not want to get involved with him anymore. The protagonist frowned and thought that he had warned them. He would protect Mary and the people close to him. Looking straight ahead, the girl turned. The protagonist turned his head to the side. Frowning, Sean said that here he was. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that the master was looking for him. Looking straight ahead, the master said that he did not know how to thank him and wanted to apologize for his rudeness. Looking at him, Alex asked again. The man grinned and answered that he was born a genius. Standing still, he said that the ability that awakened in him, metallurgy, he easily did what others could not, was ready for what others did not even dare. Looking straight ahead, Sean said that before he had time to come to his senses, he was already called the best blacksmith in the world, but it was not enough for him. The man ran forward. It was heard that the highest prized places, constant self-improvement, he constantly urged himself on, rushed forward like a draft horse. He raised his head up, it was said that, and suddenly ran into a wall of divine skill. Sean was falling down. It was heard that when he encountered an obstacle, he tried to overcome it somehow, and could not. The man looked ahead. It was said that he thought that there was no opponent who could resist him. The man stood still. It was said that, but in fact he simply could not overcome himself. Sitting on a chair, he said that, and suddenly, when he looked at himself from the side, frowning, Sean said that he hated metallurgy, he, who once loved it more than anyone else. The hero looked away, hearing that, and the sword he made for Ashley was his last work, because he did not know if he could do something better. The protagonist looked at the weapon. It was heard that, and then he met him. He clenched his teeth. It was said that, incredible. The man looked away. It was heard that on the one hand, he was envious and jealous. Sean looked at him in surprise. It was said that he had been rude without realizing it. Standing in front of the hero, he said that was why he wanted to apologize. Sean closed his eyes and said that if he had met him a little earlier, maybe he would have become a completely different person. Grinning, he added that if it were possible to go back in time, he would. Couldn't he love metallurgy again? Turning his head, the man said that he would try to get rid of his pomposity and regain his fighting spirit, but he was old and weak. Taking a step forward, he added that, and also, if only he had known earlier. Looking away, Sean said that he would send him orichalcum as soon as he returned to France. He wanted to see the process with his own eyes, so let him try. Grinning, the hero said that what interested him was not divine metallurgy. Looking straight ahead, he asked what he had heard of Confucius, to which the man asked what Confucius. He was talking about one of the three masters. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was the same as him, but did not give up until the end, and did not he manage to turn everything around. The man closed his eyes. It was heard that in those days, a person on average lived about 37 years, and Confucius was already over 50. By modern standards he would be over 100. The man stood in front of the flame. It was heard that even in such an old body he tried to make his dream come true. There were constant wars then. The whole world was in turmoil. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that in the end, he became one of the three strongest masters, asked why he shouldn't make his dream come true. Frowning, the man asked that he really thought he could do it. Grinning, the protagonist answered that of course, it was not too late to start all over again. In their world it was never too late to do it. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he added that the main thing is to try hard, asked if he didn't know that. The man looked at him silently. Sean grinned and said that he saved him twice. Standing in front of the hero, he added that he would start over. Raising his hand up, Alex said that in order to revive his passion, let him create some new weapon, for example. Looking to the side, he added that the armor was for Carolina, to which she asked what it was for her. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that he had saved Sean only thanks to her. Looking straight ahead, the girl said no, he had done everything himself, so it would be better for her to do something for him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that she also guarded his house, thanks to which he could work in peace, so her merits were much greater, to which the girl said no. Looking to the side, Alex said that in addition, she ran the inspection bureau, and weapons from the master would help her. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he had heard a lot about the inspection bureau in Korea. These are people who work for peace. Okay, he would make weapons for her. Carolina looked at him in amazement and asked again. Looking at the hero, Sean said that first he would still have to go to France. He had to send him the orichalcum. Perhaps it was a cheeky request, but the hero smirked when he asked if he would be able to watch him process it, to which he replied that it was quite expensive to learn from him. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that then it would be one for winning the seminar, the second for saving his life, and the third for training. How about 3 orichalcums? Smirking, the protagonist said that at least that was still not enough. Closing his eyes, he added that well, they would celebrate a new beginning, he would give him a special discount. Stretching his hand forward, Sean replied that he would return in 2 weeks. When he arrived, then they would begin. The door opened slightly. Closing his eyes, Alex thought that 3 orichalcums, if he succeeded, then he would be able to do something else besides gloves. What kind of equipment he could create. The girl thanked him with wide eyes, to which the hero asked what for, and she added that thanks to him she would be able to use the equipment from Master Sean. Alex grinned and said that then he had one request, let him continue to guard his house. Looking at him, Carolina replied that she would give her life for him. Turning around, she added that she would go right now. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that great, and now they need to think about what equipment to make. He looked to the side, hearing a scream. The girl jumped and screamed. Alex looked at her in bewilderment. The man looked out the window. The door opened slightly. He could be heard calling, to which the chairman replied that he should come in. Gritting his teeth, he said that he wanted to meet a guy named Alex. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked whether he was personally or not. Bowing, he added that he would find him right now. Looking straight ahead, the chairman said the hero's name. Looking straight ahead, Hercules shouted that this was the last approach. Let him pull himself together, not lower his pelvis, straighten his back. The hero held the tree on his shoulders. It was heard that this was Sparta. Quiet, weaklings are forbidden to whine. Rolling his eyes, he said that it was too hard. Clenching his fist, Hercules asked what and how else can you pump up your neck, said that it was enough to talk and let him start working. Inhale. The protagonist frowned and thought that how could training be harder than a fight with Mia and the others, really? Suddenly he fell to the ground. It was heard that excellent, good work. Raising his hands up, Hercules said that he was still weak, but still. Alex looked puzzled, hearing that at least no one was interfering, like last time, to which he asked again. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he was training, and suddenly some cockroach appeared. He was busy, so he just told him to get lost. The hero looked up, hearing that there was no need to wander around other people's minds, to which he asked again. Looking straight ahead, he exclaimed. Grinning, the protagonist thought that so this is how Mia ended up in this state, and he could not understand. Hercules stood in front of her. A thought appeared that the ability to control the mind, she strengthened it hundreds of times with the help of a magic circle. Perhaps she managed to look into the world of godhood, located outside of his consciousness. Sitting up, Alex thought that means this is what the leader of the Pandemonium was counting on. The hero looked at the girl. A thought appeared that even despite the taboo, this is why she did not put up much resistance when he asked, and this is why he was the only one he told about the location. Looking at him, Hercules said that he was not such a weakling, maybe because he was a mage, to which the protagonist thought that it was Hercules who had destroyed her mind, but had he destroyed her ability? Gritting his teeth, he added that it was interconnected. If the mind was completely destroyed, did the ability disappear? Standing in front of Hercules, Alex thought that the mage he could not finish off, although he had put all his strength into it, was destroyed by just one word from Hercules. Looking up, he added that he should never give up. A notification appeared on his phone. The hero asked again, his eyes wide. Looking at the phone, he heard what was the matter, to which the protagonist replied that his skill level was growing too slowly for some reason, and Hercules asked how much it had grown. The man put his hand to his face, hearing that it had only grown by 0.02%. Stretching his hand forward, he said that perhaps it was time. Alex looked at him in amazement, and asked what he was talking about. Standing in front of him, Hercules replied that the time had come. There comes a period when progress stops. The hero lowered his head when he heard that given his meager talent, he had grown incredibly fast, to which he replied that yes, that was true, and then thought that since GodTube had never had a human subscriber before, he was a pioneer and did not know the specifics. Standing in front of him, the man said that on GodTube he would learn the power of the gods, but perhaps his progress would stop now, actually. The protagonist looked in amazement when he heard that he needed to evaluate himself professionally. If he did not grow, then his skill level did not increase either. So far his skill level was frozen at about 30%. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that he thought this was the limit he could reach. Looking at the phone, Alex wondered if this was about superpowers, or about other skills too, that is, at some point he would reach the limit. Grinning, Hercules said that he shouldn't worry if he didn't give up and continued training. Maybe he could overcome that limit one day. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that yes, if he kept trying, someday. But how long would it take? Putting his hand to his face, he added that it was obvious that the problem was his talent. What could he come up with? A glow appeared around the man. A thought arose that becoming a god, before it seemed like just a myth, was it really all about the body? The hero frowned. A thought arose that but even if he went to extreme measures. Looking at the phone, he said that in their time, even medicine didn't always help, and then thought that if he thought about it, he guessed that divine magic had reached its limit. Wide-eyed, the protagonist said that well, there were ways to make stronger potions, he had seen them on the channel. An image of a man appeared. It was heard that medicinal and poisonous herbs are no different, except for life. Mother Nature gives and defense mechanisms, absorbing the life force of nature. You can effectively use this philosophy of survival. This is medicine. Looking away, Alex said that but this is somehow too much, to say eat poisonous plants, and then thought that although he does not know whether this plant is poisonous, but for some reason it seems that it is poisonous. A fish appeared. The thought arose that next time he will have to eat a fugu fish poisoned with mercury. He will just eat it and die. Looking up, the hero said that of course, he is not going to give up. He was lying on the ground. The thought appeared that but he does not want to die. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that of course, if he eats little by little, he will gradually get used to it. But this method will also take too much time. The thought appeared that, as he thought, this is the only option. The snake appeared. It was said that the secret of cooking its deadly poisonous meat, the secret of the meat trader's success is the immortal Hydra. Subscribe to the new channel. Lowering his head, Hercules asked why he suddenly started talking about the Hydra. The monster appeared. It was said that the nine-headed Hydra, its ability is immortality. It regenerates even if its head is cut off. Grinning, the man said that it was just nostalgia. He heard that she makes a living by cutting off her own head and selling the meat. Judging by the conversations, it is very tasty. Looking at him, the hero heard that maybe they go to lunch, to which he thought that he cuts off his own heads and sells them for meat. On GodTube there are only crazy people. Standing in front of him, Hercules asked why he watches her channel, to which the protagonist replied that he wants to get resistance to poisons. He grinned, hearing that resistance to poisons, to which he replied that one of the most outstanding abilities of the Hydra is poison, which can kill even a god. Hercules crossed his arms and said that the master was poisoned by the Hydra's poison, to which Alex thought that the Hydra's poison, also known as the poison of deicide, can kill a god because it brings unbearable pain, and there is no antidote. The man sat on the throne. It was said that the man poisoned by the Hydra appeared before Zeus. He died in terrible agony. Alex grinned and thought that that's why they called it the poison of deicide. It can even kill a god, or rather, this poison can make him beg for death. The Hydra appeared. It was heard that the mucus that covers the Hydra's scales is poisonous, but the Hydra's own poison does not work on it, right? So it has resistance to poison, which even a god does not have. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that regeneration is not the Hydra's only ability, so if you subscribe to its channel. The man put his hand to his face when he heard that it might be possible to become resistant to poisons, to which he asked if it was definitely possible. Looking at the phone, the protagonist thought that if he could become immune to the Hydra's poison, but if he drank the healing potion, there would be no problem. He added with wide eyes that there was one problem. The channel's subscription terms appeared. Gritting his teeth, Alex asked that the subscription fee was 8 billion. Raising his head, the hero sighed. Clutching his head, he said that even if he sold the 3 orichalcons he would receive in 2 weeks, it would still not be enough, and then thought that there was also the manufacture of armor, where he would find 8 billion every month. Standing still, the protagonist was breathing heavily. He turned around abruptly. Looking to the side, Alex wondered who was there, and who had addressed him. The hero's eyes widened in amazement. The man frowned, wondering why the head of SH Group was here. Sitting in front of him, the hero asked him what he was doing here, to which the man replied that he should forgive him for the sudden visit. Ben raised his head up. Looking at the hero, he thought that this guy was so young, he was just taking his first steps in society, and at the same time he saved Sean and Ashley. He couldn't believe it. Frowning, the chairman thought that, as always, appearances were deceiving. He had seen so many people in his entire life. Sitting on a chair, he added that someone who might seem like a nobody suddenly did something that no one else could do, so you can't judge people only by their appearance. Closing his eyes, Ben said that he had already been told everything. He had saved Ashley. Like her grandfather, he sincerely thanked him. The protagonist smiled and replied that it was not worth it. After all, he had not acted alone, to which he was answered that he still wanted to repay somehow. Frowning, he asked what he meant. Looking straight at him, the man replied anything. He would do everything in his power. He frowned and thought that for hunters who had reached a certain level, money was no longer so important, at least the ones he had met. For such strong people, self-development was the main thing, and with money, most of what they needed could not be bought with money. Putting a hand to his face, the hero said, "Well then maybe." Looking straight at him, Ben replied that he should say what he wanted, and then thought that he wondered what he would ask for. Looking away, the protagonist asked that he could pay him a little more for training Ashley. The man looked at him, confused. Looking straight at him, he asked again, and then said that no, he meant, he was asking for money. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied, "Well, yes, only 5 billion, or 5 billion is a bit much, but if so, then 4 billion, or even 3. Ben frowned when he heard him joke. 2 billion would actually be enough, which he thought he was bargaining with. Looking up, Alex said he thought 1 billion was too little, but maybe they could raise it to at least 1.5. Gritting his teeth, the man wondered what the hell this guy was. He couldn't figure out what kind of person he was. The girl was swinging her sword. She was breathing heavily. Ashley lowered her hand down. The guy looked at her. He exclaimed in surprise and thought that she was just training non-stop. It had been 20 hours already. The man clenched his fist tightly and thought he should stop her. But, walking straight, he added, he had known her since she was a child, and she was not always like this. Maybe it was because of what happened recently. The girl held the weapon in her hands. A thought appeared that maybe she thinks that everything is because of her shortcomings, feels weak and helpless. Being the youngest granddaughter of SH Group, she alone carries so much on her shoulders. Ashley swung her sword sharply. Her hands shook. Looking at her, the guy exclaimed. A bank account appeared on the phone. Looking at the phone, the hero said that 14 billion. The fee for Egley's training doubled, and he immediately deposited 10 billion. Sitting in front of him, the man said that good. A thought appeared. Is it really possible to transfer 10 billion at once? Grinning, the protagonist said that after all, SH Group is a serious company. Ben, GodTube. Looking at the phone, he added that but now he can immediately subscribe to the Hydra channel. Now he gets 20 billion a month. so he can easily afford to spend 15 on subscription fees. Closing his eyes, Alex thought about how one can spend 15 billion every month. Frowning, he said that it was too late to retreat now, because he had to overcome himself. The hero pressed the subscribe button. Grinning, he said that it turned out to be much easier than he thought, and then thought that it would be something like divine poison. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist asked what, but unless something changed, he did not feel anything. Looking down, he added that the Hydra's poison consists of bile and blood, asked that maybe his blood had become toxic, although maybe he should check it himself. Looking straight ahead, the guy turned to him. Alex squatted down. It was heard what the hell he was doing. Grinning, he asked what he was talking about, said that he needed to check something. Blood was dripping from his finger. The blood fell on the monster's tongue. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that it was poisonous after all. Gritting his teeth, Nick said that he never understood what was going on in his head, and the protagonist asked what and where he put the herbs they had collected. Stretching his hand forward, the guy replied that he had laid them out here, to which Alex asked why he had put these aside, to which he added that he had not put them aside, he had simply thrown them away. Grinning, Nick said that the only thing his regeneration did not work against was poison, so he was quite knowledgeable about poisonous plants. Looking at the hero, he added that if he ate this, it would turn his insides into mush in an hour. The guy opened his eyes in fear and screamed. Frowning, he asked if he was okay, if he felt anything inside, to which the hero replied what exactly, a little bitterly. Looking at the phone, the protagonist thought that he was glad that he subscribed to the Hydra channel. The use of one poisonous plant reduces its effectiveness by 0.02%. It seems to him that the Hydra poison neutralizes other toxins. Liquid appeared. The thought appeared that the poisonous plant is trying to poison the body, but will the Hydra poison be able to neutralize it? Looking at his hand, Alex wondered that either poison is fighting poison here. If he wants a full transformation, then he needs to achieve resistance to poisons. The canyon appeared. It was heard that he could ask Angela to give him poison, to which Nick replied that it was good, he would ask his sister. Walking forward, the guy said that for sure, he was going to ask for a long time. He saw Master Sean and Ashley, however, that he saved them along with the rest of the hunters. Looking at him, the hero asked how he found out about this, to which Nick replied that it was as if he did not know, all the media are now discussing it. Smiling, he added that he heard that the culprit was also an S-class hunter, even Ashley suffered so. Frowning, the protagonist asked why he called her that, was he younger than Ashley, to which Nick replied that yes, by a year. Looking straight, Alex heard that he was 20 years old, and Ashley was 21, to which he asked if that was true. Standing in front of the portal, the hero asked that well it's not that important, yeah, to which Nick asked again, what, and he didn't know why it wasn't important, wasn't she his girlfriend? The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement and asked what nonsense. Standing in front of the guy, he added that since when did Ashley become his girlfriend, to which Nick asked that didn't they hold hands at the housewarming, and he added that he wanted to say that people only hold hands when they're dating. Closing his eyes, the guy asked that friendship between a man and a woman exists, to which Alex replied that of course it does, he's friends with his sister. Looking away, the hero asked that he really doesn't have any girlfriends, to which the guy replied that he doesn't, and he added that all the women he knows have been his girlfriends. Smirking, Nick replied that no, he never had a girlfriend. Looking at him, the protagonist asked that none, is it true, to which the guy asked again, what and why would he lie? Looking straight, the guy asked what and what about him, said that if he is not dating Ashley. Alex hesitated, hearing that he ever had a girlfriend. They stood in front of the portal in silence. Clenching his fists, the guy shouted that today they will rob all the dungeons of Seoul, to which the hero replied that for sure, they are going to the next dungeon.